And so it begins.
It begins!
Shall we begin?
So it begins.
And now it begins.
So it begins.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
Shall we begin?
Shall we begin?
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
So, shall we begin?
So, it begins.
Shall we begin?
Shall I begin?
Shall we begin?
Shall we begin? Shall we begin?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm trying to go live a little more often now and comment on things as they come on out. There's a lot of stuff I've heard going on lately with comic stuff, Robert Downey Jr. being Dr. Doom and all, but I'm not going to report on that. No. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine over the weekend. I'm just going to just jump right into it. So, spoilers ahead for people that are watching this. If you can tell based on the title, I didn't really enjoy it. I did enjoy some of it. Sure, there's some scenes in it that are all good and stuff. The performances are all right, but man, the more you think about it, the worse it gets. And while I was watching, there was even just a lot of not sure about this as I was watching. So I feel like talking about that. And I'm starting to see some people saying that too. A lot of people are giving it 8 out of 10s and stuff, but I'm going to have I think it's more around a 4 out of 10, honestly. The more I break it down, the more I think about it, it's like 4 out of 10 range, seriously. And I'll just go through the movie scene by scene and let you know what I think. You guys can let me know what you think along the way, but let us begin. So it starts with Deadpool digging up Logan's grave from the Logan movie, which is all right. I mean, I'm kind of mixed on how it's used. It's like, I think it's kind of a funny gag that he's using an adamantium body to beat up a bunch of TVA guys that come in, which that's what happens in this scene. He's digging up the old grave of Logan because he's dead. He thinks that he's not dead, but he is. And he's just an adamantium skeleton that remains. And then the TVA arrives from Loki. They're in that show, introduced in there. And they're time patrol, essentially. They're trying to deal with people that meddle with time and prune universes and all this stuff that, I don't really want to get into with any of that. But they're going to go and fight Deadpool because he took something from them. He's been doing some shenanigery as of late. And he uses Logan's body and bones to beat the crap out of them while it's going to the theme of Bye 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 from NSYNC. So, a couple things with this scene. I like the fight scene in this. I think it shows it's nice and gory. This is the first film for Disney to be this graphic and this gory, so it is setting a tone a bit, but it's also to the theme of Bye Bye Bye, which a lot of people probably hate because it's in sync and they're a boy band and all, but honestly the song's fine and I think it works for a fight scene, though I do think that it does go on a little bit too long. Like, about halfway through it's kind of like, yeah, we get it. At this point we're just seeing Deadpool, who can't be killed, slaughtering these guys for a really long time. So personally, I think the scene was still a bit too long, but that's all right. That's all good. Could be worse. And yes, I mean, it's for people that like to see Deadpool destroying people, it's a good opening scene, sure. And it sets a tone. Though it is also like you're using the skeleton of Logan, which somewhat feels weird. Like, the joke is that he's digging up the grave and he's trying to bring him back. And, he's using his stuff in a way that's kind of creative. I wouldn't have really thought to use Logan's bones as weapons because usually you can't kill Logan in the first place, but with him being dead, he's got adamantium bones. So, I mean, yeah, those were some of his best weapons, and yeah, Deadpool can use them too. So, I mean, that was kind of clever in a way. So I'll give the movie that. I mean, part of me still mixed with like you're digging up the grave, which is like an insult, but I can get over it, I suppose. And then if I get any of the scenes mixed up, sorry, because some of these scenes are a little bit mixed to me. And, I wrote down, I think I've got most of the scenes down here that from the order that it went in, but I think it goes next to Happy Hogan. It cuts to him getting interviewed with them. What's up, Runner? Okay, Runner. Oh yeah. He wants to discuss this movie as well. So I'm going to send him a link, but while I'm sending the link, I'll see if I can still go over the actual scene while I'm talking. What's up, Tim? I'm sure I don't remember, Tim. Did you like the movie or not? Because some of your posts were like sarcastic and some of them weren't. with it. So I'm actually not sure. I could see a lot of people enjoying the film because it is a fun film for sure. It's like a fun film, but I can't let go of things that I normally criticize. So like while I'm watching the film, these kind of things are in my head the whole freaking time. So I'll send Runner the link. I plan to go for as long as I can go, as far as describing the film and just reviewing the movie. So however long that takes, whether it takes me an hour or longer, that's how long it'll be. I tend to talk a lot, so probably 2 hours max is what I'm thinking for this as I'm going through the film. Oh, he's still at work. Tim loves to troll. That's okay, man. That's all good. Yeah, I think it's like a solid 4 out of 10. But I'm going through why. The first scene was pretty good. It was okay, but it can leave people probably mixed because of Logan's body and all. But going on to scene 2 is Deadpool getting interviewed with Happy Hogan. He's Jon Favreau. He's tied to the first MCU film with Iron Man. He's been around since the beginning, even though he's not in that many things. He's not that important of a character, but he is one of those guys that you could have be a cameo here and there, sure. And he's been in some Spider-Man films and stuff, so he's been around. Jon Favreau and Happy Hogan on here, and he's interviewing Deadpool to see if he can be in the Avengers. And I found this scene to be completely pointless and should have been removed from the movie. Like, this could be a deleted scene if you want, but it is pointless to have in the film because what they talk about in the scene is about how Deadpool really wants to do this. He needs this. He wants to feel like he's helping more people, but it's all mostly for his own gain because that's what Vanessa wants him to be like. And that whole point gets reiterated throughout the film itself. Like, this scene isn't needed to establish that at all. And I guess some people probably saw it as funny. Their discussion they have there calls Happy a chauffeur and whatever, which I guess it's like, I get the jokes, but some of them just aren't funny to me. I'm like, yeah, he's kind of lame. He's the chauffeur or whatever. He's a little more important than that, but I don't know. Who cares? Like, the scene was just unnecessary to be here, especially for Deadpool and Wolverine and the hype that it brings. This kind of mundane scene that doesn't accomplish much with jokes or with plot or with character or with action just isn't needed, especially when the same stuff you get here is established throughout the film without him just sitting down and saying what he's feeling. So this scene just was unnecessary and could have been cut out entirely. Don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but I did not like that scene. Yeah, Runner's still at work at the moment, but he should be done in about 40 minutes. Yeah, I'll probably still be going in around 40 minutes. I might be halfway through the movie by then, going through it scene by scene or the way how I'm doing it. Tim liked it a lot, but it's 8 to 8.5. Yeah, everybody seems to be putting it in the 8.5 range, honestly. But I just disagree there. Somewhere between. It was fun, and I can understand the criticisms. Yeah, I mean, I could see this being like, as low as I rate it, it's still a fun type of movie for most people, I think, especially if you really don't scrutinize the plot at all. A lot of people will kind of look at it as it's a Deadpool movie, it's a comedy, it's supposed to be, stop thinking about it, man. But it's like, I do this with Deadpool, even the first Deadpool and Deadpool 2, and I feel like I'll have to rewatch them and see how I feel. Even Logan, I'll rewatch those and see how I feel about them, because I'm critical with all these different things. I want them to be better if they can be, especially even if they're trying to be comedies. I want them to be funny. Sometimes jokes are just placed around kind of sloppily, aren't needed. They're focused on too long. They seem like they're improv and they left it in. Like, that's what it kind of feels like sometimes. And some of them are good. Sometimes those work. That's how the MCU has done a lot of jokes that land, but there's also tons that don't land. That's kind of where I'm getting at with it, but that's all good. That felt very real. I think that when Logan heals, the unfunny jokes, the unfunny jokes. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, in the car, yeah, their car fight scene. is pretty good. That's actually one that I'll go into detail about how that scene itself was pretty good, especially compared to their first fight. But anyway, done with the Happy Hogan interview. Now we see Deadpool going through his day-to-day life, sort of, after Vanessa has left him for some reason, which that is a criticism I have in it of itself. I'm kind of annoyed with how many superhero movies specifically have it where the main protagonist like has. I'm okay with them having drama and issues with their relationship with their girl, but when they always have it be where it's like, wow, we're such a true love here, and then in the next movie, they left me for some. I don't know. Can you just have a few movies where they're actually doing totally fine, and there's other drama that is the problem that isn't directly like, oh, I don't even know if we can be together right now, like. That just annoys me. And I would think that Deadpool, being the comedic genius sort of that it's supposed to be, I feel like they would just, they're together. Like Vanessa and him, they're so weird with how they are with it, most things that other people, they will not find other compatible people. Essentially, that you think they would try to be together still. And the reason they seem to give for her leaving him is that he wasn't being more than what he was. Or so, like, I don't know, it just seemed kind of wonky with what they're trying to go for. And then it's implied later that Cassandra Nova, the Xavier twin lady, like that she's the one who made Vanessa say that he's kind of worthless or pathetic. I forget the specific line that she does controlling Vanessa, but that in and of itself it requires a breakdown. So when I get there, I'll get there. But even if you want to say that she made Vanessa say whatever, I think that's still really stupid. Like for a reason, to cause a rift. Like if you're gonna have them be built up pretty strong, I want to see what happens that really breaks them up. That makes sense and that's strong too, because they should be strong together. And it's like, oh no, I don't know. It's just really lame. They do this a lot in the MCU with relationships. I don't know. Just annoys me big time alone. So he's trying to get a normal job. He's like working as a car salesman or something, along with Peter from the last film. And it's, I don't know. Again, these scenes, I guess they're setting up a couple of jokes, and some people probably find it funny or fun or entertaining. I don't know, but I was just kind of, again, these scenes kind of felt a little pointless. Seeing him go to the car thing and staple his toupee onto his head just seemed unnecessary. You don't need it. But anyway, then it goes to, it's his birthday. It's Deadpool's birthday. He's having a party with all his friends. Colossus is there. Negasonic Teenage Warhead or whatever. Her girlfriend. The Blind Owl. A whole bunch of the people are there. Gotcha. We're establishing these are his family. He loves these people. They're his whole world. Gotcha. That's good. If anything, we probably should have started with more scenes with them, to be honest, than what they've shown so far with like Happy and whatnot. So, but I mean, even then, a lot of the jokes in this part, I just didn't really find to be that funny personally, but it was okay. Some of them was all right. It's whatever. We're getting into the water here. We're breaking it in is kind of how I'm seeing it, I guess. And then there's a knock on the door, and it's the TVA. The TVA, for some reason, decided to knock instead of just barge in and do things like they normally do, which based on Loki, they don't really care what people are doing. They just kind of appear wherever they need to be and do whatever they want. So it's a little weird that they're knocking, but for the sake of the joke, I guess it works because he thinks they're a bunch of strippers that are there to entertain and peg the crap out of him or something. So I guess that's funny. It was like a little funny as a joke, but it's like just another one of those ones that goes on a little too long. His misunderstanding of the situation. The TVA is just standing there, not saying anything really. Like, hey, we got to go. And then at some point, somebody just yanks him into a time portal thing anyway. So I don't know, like I think the joke was funny at first, but I wish that he was kind of interrupted as he keeps on going and keeps on trying to make jokes. Just interrupt him and just have it go, because I feel like this movie in particular doesn't know when is a good time to end some of its jokes. Like they just keep on going, and some of them I think would just be a little bit funnier if you just cut them short a little bit, cut them a little bit shorter, and I think it would work a little bit better. So he gets taken by the TVA and he wakes up, and even though he wasn't asleep, apparently, they're like, oh, you toomed in your pants. You pissed your pants. He's like, I wasn't unconscious. All right, fine, sure. And he thinks, okay, was this because of the time shenanigans I did with Cable, and I went back and did a couple things, and I think they acknowledge that, like, yeah, we're aware of that, but I think they make it clear that that's not why he's here right there. So I thought when I first watched it that the TVA was talking to him in the first place was because of what happened with Cable in the last film, but it isn't. They actually say that is not why they're talking to Deadpool. They're talking to Deadpool because his universe's anchor being got destroyed, that being Logan, and their universe is slowly being destroyed over a few thousand years, but they're gonna try to speed prune it, and his universe is going to be destroyed. But Deadpool has a chance to join the Prime Universe or the Sacred Timeline or whatever. And Deadpool's like, okay, I want to get my family and we're going to be good. And they're like, huh, nope, just you. And okay, there's a couple things with this that I have issues with that it just already. So Logan and Deadpool are in the same universe, apparently. When it's a problem, I'm going to criticize it because it's like, okay, in Logan's world, it seemed to be that mutants were very few. Like there's very few mutants in his world because Xavier killed most of them, implying even ones like Colossus and whatnot. But in Deadpool's one, the X-Men are totally fine. They're always just off screen or you see them for a glimpse, but they're okay. They're established to be there. But then now in this film, they're just like, no. Logan's in your universe and you know all about Logan. But I mean, he's Deadpool. He knows about anybody and everybody whenever he wants to. So that's not too out of the question there. But they're like, okay, with Logan gone, he's this anchor being, which apparently they are trying. I hate it when movies establish, even in whether it's in Deadpool or in any other MCU movie, when they establish something really stupid like an anchor being. That apparently, if this being dies, the whole universe gets destroyed. So, like, if it wasn't somebody like Wolverine who usually lives a long time, and somebody else dies like that, well, that's just it. I don't know. That kind of makes it retroactively kind of stupid. Like he sacrificed himself to save other people, but that ultimately will just destroy the timeline as it is. I don't know. That just sounds really stupid as a concept, if you ask me. But all right, Papa Cotton, what's up, man? What's up, Broski? Good seeing you. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into streaming a little bit more, into talking with the chat and stuff, and getting the old radio show host, without having somebody else to bounce off of. Trying to get back to that again because I've been slacking a lot lately, and I got to try to get back into it. But anyway, hoping that people are. I'm hoping that people have seen the film and can see what I'm talking about here with this. So. With the TVA, they want to pluck Deadpool out of his world, and they're going to save him, but you can't save the family. So Deadpool's like, well, fuck that. He gets all suited up. They do this little scene, which was kind of funny, his suiting up scene, and he's like ready to go. He's ready to join the MCU essentially, and they're like, nope, your whole family's going to be destroyed. And he's like, well, I can't have that. So he goes and steals a TVA time portal thing to go and travel and try to find a Wolverine to replace to be the new anchor being of this world, which that alone is kind of dumb that he thinks that's how it's going to work. Just I got to find a new one and then that'll be the anchor being. But whatever. Okay, dumb logic, Deadpool logic. Let's just put our brains aside for a sec on that. And he's going to go find a Wolverine. The whole point is to get this montage of seeing different Wolverines, which I like this little sequence of seeing these different Wolverines. The comic accurate height Wolverine in the bar is hilarious. The little tiny short Wolverine, that was very funny to see. There's like an apocalyptic kind of one. There's one where Wolverine's crucified and all these dead bodies are around. There's the Cavalry, Henry Cavill as the Wolverine. There's a couple of different versions of Wolverine that Deadpool goes and tries to bring back and see, but each of them pretty much kicks his butt and boots him out of the time thing. And then he ends up going to this one where a Wolverine just kind of didn't join the X-Men, and then the X-Men were killed, and then he got angry about that. And for some reason, they are calling him the worst Wolverine because of that, which seems pretty dumb if you ask me. again, like, yeah, I get it. They're trying to pick one that can have an arc, essentially, one that isn't as looked up to as Logan. They're trying to have one that's similar enough, but is different, that is way lower on the pole. But I feel like the reason they give, like, seriously, they have it be the explanation is like the X-Men, Jean and Storm and all them have wanted him to join them, but he didn't. And then they got attacked by some humans. They say he says humans specifically, which does not say Sentinels, but okay, whatever. Humans somehow ended up killing like a whole bunch of X-Men, and Wolverine blames himself, and then he kills a bunch of people, and then even innocent people. They make that clear that he kills a bunch of innocent people, like out of revenge for this, and that he's the only one left basically, and he's the worst one. He's like the worst Wolverine out of all these different worlds, and it's like, I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, I guess you did a couple of bad things, but I mean, I feel like there could be way worse things you could do. I mean, as far as I know, the Logan comic book had it be where somebody like mind controlled him, and he like made him see illusions, and he ended up killing the X-Men himself, which was crazy. Hold on, guys. I've got a phone call to answer real quick. I will play a thing for you guys, so just hold tight.
And so it begins.
It begins.
Shall we begin?
So it begins.
And now it begins.
So it begins.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
Shall we begin?
Shall we begin?
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
All right, sorry about that. Phone call over. Hoping I don't have more interruptions during this, but that's all good. All right, so they're picking Wolverine. Yeah, so he's trying to pick the Wolverines, and the one that we get is like, super drunk, which is typical Wolverine, sure. But yeah, the reason why is that he just wasn't present to help the X-Men. And yeah, there's a version of Logan in the comics, Wolverine, where he accidentally kills all the X-Men, and he's like one of the ones left, and that pretty much sends the world into an apocalyptic kind of state over time, because a whole bunch of villains are now able to wreak havoc because he killed all the freaking heroes, basically. Like, that's a more tragic version, of course, than an X-Men. But I guess they wanted one that wasn't too bad. They wanted to have one that's just a little bad or something, who did a little bit of a bad thing, which, I don't know, it just seems kind of weak if you're trying to say that they keep on specifically saying in the film that he's like the worst of all the Logans or all the Wolverines. And I feel like that's their problem. Picking this Logan, I think, was fine, but they keep on saying that this was the worst one. It's like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to fit that he was actually that bad compared to what he could have been. He wasn't like a Hitler Wolverine. That probably would have been a little freaking worse. I'm sure he could do far worse things compared to what they had this one be. But anyway, Wolverine and Deadpool, that doesn't work anyway, says the TVA guys. Like, that's not gonna work, and that one's shit. And Deadpool's getting a little angry, and then they prune him, and they prune Wolverine, I guess. So I don't know why the TVA guy, if he was just gonna prune them anyway, just decided to do that. I don't know. The reason why he was selected is kind of iffy. They said the guys upstairs, even though the guys in the TVA aren't aware of what's going on, but I guess he's referring to the writing staff. That's what I'm guessing when he says like the people upstairs or the higher ups or whatever. I guess he's referring to the writing staff of the movie, which is a little weird because Deadpool specifically is usually the only one who does the fourth wall references, not pretty much any other character. So I don't know. That's again just a little bit of an issue there. These things keep on adding up. And then, so Deadpool and Wolverine end up in the void, basically. They get pruned and sent to this void where Wolverine is now angry that he got sent here because of Deadpool, and now they start to fight, which, I don't know. I think, again, it's one of those things that's kind of annoying where Wolverine wants to get back to his timeline, but I don't really see why he would care to. I mean, he was already super depressed and doesn't care about anything. He seems like he wants to die anyway, but he can't be killed. So why bother? Like, that's what it seems like to me. So, but then he's like really angry and anxious to get back, but he doesn't have any motivations. We see him at his lowest point, just, drinking himself away. And then when he gets sent to this void, now he's got all this anger at Deadpool, and just seems a little weird. Like there wasn't like any hope dangled first that he like. It just seems like they didn't exactly have it worked out well enough to have him want to really fight Deadpool right now. But it's the timing of the movie where comic fans and people that like Deadpool and Hugh Jackman and stuff want to see them fight. So this is where they have it happen. And I think that the music choice was good for this. Hell's Bells, AC/DC, hell yeah. AC/DC is pretty much like connected to the beginning of the MCU with Iron Man and stuff. Back in Black, that's like a staple with the MCU in the first place. So good song choice. But I feel like it was kind of drowned out a little bit by their fight compared to the beginning where Bye 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 was like clearly heard and like the fight was meant to mirror some of the beat of that song, as to where this one's just Hell's Bells is kind of in the background. You can kind of hear it. Sort of seems like it's skipping around a bit, but it's all right. Personally, I don't really like the fight. I know that a lot of people will love this first fight with Wolverine and Deadpool, but when it's just two guys that can't kill each other at all and they're just hitting each other, stabbing, shooting, whatever, I don't know. I don't find much enjoyment with it because it's just okay. Anything you're doing to each other doesn't really mean anything at all. You're stabbing, shooting. Neither of you are going to be hurt or injured really for very long because you guys regenerate so quick. So I don't know. It just seemed kind of dumb to me. Just like whatever. Okay, this is where they need to fight. It's that time in the movie, and people. Angus said that it's a comic thing where they just want to see two characters fight, and that's what we have happen here. Okay. And then after that, we see Johnny Storm is here, even though they make it seem like it's Captain America. I was sort of expecting them to do this sort of bait and switch thing with actors who have played other superheroes at some point. So Johnny's there, and he's like, all right, I'm going to help you guys. And then looks like the Mad Max Brigade, which is basically the X-Men villains of the original X-Men series. You got Toad, you got Pyro, you got a couple of other people on there as well. I forget who some of the other ones are. Juggernaut, I think, and a couple other ones. They roll up and they're like, all right, we're going to take you guys with us. And then Johnny Storm's like, well, I'm going to get you. This was his reveal. He says flame on instead of like Avengers Assemble, which is what Deadpool thought he was going to say. But nope, flames on, turns into a fire, flies up and shoots fire at Pyro. And I liked this part, how Pyro, who can control fire, just sucks up the fire and then sucks that out of Johnny, and Johnny falls. Lands on his nuts and falls down, which, juvenile thing, whatever. Okay, hits his nuts. It's Deadpool humor. Okay, fine. But okay. And then they're like, all right, well, Wolverine and Deadpool are going to fight now. But what can they do against these two guys who can't pretty much be killed? They send Sabretooth after them. Sabretooth from the original X-Men series, not from X-Men Wolverine and stuff. And Deadpool himself is even like, this is an epic fight. People have wanted to see this for like 20 years, and pulls the swords out of Wolverine so he can look all good as he goes and runs up to fight Sabretooth. And then he just kind of kills him in one hit, just beheads him in one hit. And it's like, all right. I mean, okay. I mean, I don't particularly care about Sabretooth, so whatever, but I'm sure there are some people that wanted to see a little bit more of a tussle here between these two because they're pretty much like major rivals in the comics and even in the original X-Men movie. So maybe it would have been better to have that fight drawn out a little bit longer than just a quick / one hit beheading, but whatever. And then they're like, all right, well, what can you guys do against us now with what we've got? And then they have a huge magnet that sucks Wolverine up, and Deadpool is between the magnet and Wolverine. So he got pinned behind it too, and they get sort of knocked out there, which honestly, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that scene because I think some people would probably be like, why do these guys drive around with a giant magnet? I mean, I think that makes sense when you're in a void and there's a lot of things that randomly get spat out here. So the metal can collect different objects and things that could be of use to them. Plus, they make it clear later that Cassandra has always wanted a Wolverine, and maybe they're driving around trying to hope that they could get a Wolverine, and he's got adamantium usually and metal, So I feel like it makes sense they have like a huge metal detector there, a huge magnet. Sorry, not metal. If I was saying metal detector, I meant to say a magnet. I did not mean to say metal detector. It was a giant magnet that can get Wolverine. Why was I saying metal detector? What the hell? Giant magnet gets them. And so Wolverine and Deadpool wake up and they're like chained together face to face. And there's some comedic moments there. Like, he's like, how long was I asleep? And he's like, well, half of you wasn't asleep, implying that Deadpool had a super boner and whatever. And then Wolverine activates his claws and is like, it almost nicks the tip of his peen there. So that was a little funny interaction. And then just talking with Johnny for a little bit, talking about there's some rebels and whatnot, and they're hoping to get out of this stuff. Cassandra's pretty tough. They don't like being there necessarily, but all right. What's up, Ace? The more I hear about this movie, the more I'm glad I don't want anything to do with it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one that's worth seeing, but I don't think that you need to see it in the movie theater. If it's on streaming and you want to check it out, I mean, go ahead. But like, honestly, this is not one I enjoyed. I mean, if you're the kind of person that can watch something and turn your brain off, I guess, but I'm anything I watch, my brain is active. And the more I'm watching the movie and thinking about stuff, the more problems I see. And we're about to get into some right here in the next scene. So Wolverine, Deadpool, and Johnny Storm get taken to the evil base, which is, you guys see it in the trailer. It's the giant man, Ant-Man. He's this, gigantic corpse essentially. And okay, I thought that, having the giant Ant-Man skull would be pretty cool, but they have the whole body there, and they have his hands as part of like a gate to open and close, which I don't know. I mean, you could have just had the skull, and that's good enough. The hands being the gate as well is kind of dumb to me, but whatever. That's not a huge deal. And you see a couple more mutants here. There's a whole little caravan, a whole little batch of mutants and people from other universes here. And then then you see a bald head appear, and you see a wheelchair, and it's like, oh my gosh, is this going to be Charles Xavier? Oh my gosh, or Magneto or something? Nope, it's Cassandra Nova, which is Xavier's twin, I guess. That's fine. Honestly, I don't have a problem with that. I think that she looks okay as well. She ends up just walk. I don't know why she's in a wheelchair or in a chair, but she can walk. She doesn't have specific like controlling metal power. She just has like telekinesis, kind of like Xavier does. I don't like the explanation for why she's here. Like they're like before she could walk, so they're implying when she was an infant baby or just out of the womb or whatever, they plucked her, they pruned her basically as an infant child and sent her here, I guess is what they're implying. And because she was so dangerous, or they were so terrified of her power, which is kind of weird because Xavier had, a lot of power too. And there's a lot of other people that have a lot of power, and they imply that the TVA like pruned them here. I'm not sure. I have to rewatch it again, or people that are watching this now, correct me if I'm wrong. She implies that the TVA are the ones that sent her here, right? If she's referring to like other people in the X-Men world, then okay, then I think that works a little bit better if they're like scared of her power, I guess. But I don't know. It'd be kind of weird if they're not afraid of Xavier's potential either at the same time, considering who he is and how he becomes like one of the strongest mutants around. So I don't know. It's like when it comes to telekinesis and mind powers and all that stuff, but whatever. And in the movie, they kind of imply that she's as strong or somewhere near the level of Xavier, that she's not like too far. Like she's not far stronger than him anyway. They're around the same. So it just seems a little weird. Again, little things like this that you think about just are like, man, why was this your choice then? Why'd you say this? Why was this your explanation for your characters being in the movie? I don't know. It just seems to get worse the more you think about it. That's part of the problem. That's what I'm having here with this. I'm like, why is this? Why is this? What are you doing? If it was pretty good, then you wouldn't need to think about it that way. It'd be pretty clear and cut forward, and then you're good to go. But no. And so she's like, all right, wow, I always wanted a Wolverine. And Deadpool, just for some reason, is like, did you hear all these things Johnny said to you? And blah, blah, blah. He said this, that, and this, and that. And he said this, and that, and blah, blah, blah. This goes on for like a minute or so, or a little bit. It felt like at least a minute, if not longer, where Deadpool's just saying that Johnny Storm said all these horrible things. And then she like picks his flesh off of his body, so he's just this like fleshy bits remaining, and then it falls into a pile of corpsey gooey stuff. And it's like, okay, that was actually kind of cool. I like that scene. That was okay. I like that. I like the result of that, I just don't like how we got there. Because at first she seemed like she really wanted to talk to Johnny because he's been around here for a while. They've been at odds with each other, and this is their first time meeting face to face. And then it just, I don't know, it's just Deadpool saying for no reason. There's no like reason why he's doing this. He's just doing it because they think this is funny. And I don't know, maybe it's their way of just getting Johnny out of the movie because Chris Evans probably costs a bit to be here. I don't know. I just feel like if they're gonna do I'm okay with them, with her tearing his flesh off and doing this, little move there. But like how you got here was kind of dumb. I wish that there was something else that happened to cause her to react this way, because Deadpool doing it wasn't very funny and it was just kind of dumb. But then you get to Wolverine that tries to attack her, and then she just, I don't know, flings him around and doesn't care. And then she goes and she puts her fingers into Deadpool's head, which is her way of fishing into his mind, which is different. I mean, Xavier and Jean never needed to really touch you to get into your mind. So her powers, if anything, make her less than Xavier in that aspect to get into people's minds. She starts going through his past, trying to get to his memories, trying to figure out who he is, figure out who Deadpool is, or this Deadpool anyway. And then she like sees him talking with Vanessa, and then he's like, I forget what he says. He says, "Tell me something," and then she ends up saying something kind of weird that keeps him off. And then he's like, "Oh, you're nothing. You're basically a failure," is what she says. And then Deadpool has a realization, like, "Oh no, Vanessa didn't say it. It was you." And I don't think that was needed at all. So it's implied that she had Vanessa say, like, from this void, she's able to connect to Vanessa and have Vanessa say something, and then the point I'm trying to even say what the point is. I'm trying to describe what happened here, and I'm trying to figure out what the point was. Cassandra Nova is going into Deadpool's brain and is seeing Deadpool talk with Vanessa, and then she makes Vanessa say something, and this is what like triggered their breakup, like Deadpool and Vanessa to break up, and then have Deadpool seek to win her back by becoming a better person, I guess. And then that led Deadpool to look for Wolverine and to get kind of by the TVA, and then end up here in the void where Cassandra could do this, I guess. It's just one of those things that just seemed really out of place and unnecessary, but it felt like their way of trying to maybe make the villain seem powerful or like connected to the hero, even though she doesn't give a shit about Deadpool really. So I don't know. This just seemed really dumb. Like if they're trying to imply that this was her way of getting somebody to deliberately come here so that she could do something, I don't know. It just seemed really dumb. Like, especially the more you think about it, it's like, what the hell was the scene here? What are they trying to tell us with this? But then after she does that, she's getting ready to do something, I forget, and then Wolverine ends up stabbing her from the back, and then Deadpool hits her with a little baby knife, and you think, okay, we got her, we killed her, but she also has regenerative abilities, I guess, somehow, for some reason. That's whatever. And then it's just like, okay, and then I forget exactly what else is said at this point, but then the purple fart cloud, Eliath, I think is what they call it, which is what eats things here. You get sent here to be eaten in this void, and this cloud just roams around randomly eating things. And I don't know. It's implied that she has like a deal with it, but I don't think she like spoke to it at all. I think it's more of a, she can exist around here if she like is able to get people to be fed to it, and then it goes away or something. I don't know. But Wolverine ends up like kicking a rocket or a leg of some kind, a robot leg that has a rocket boot on it or something. And then Deadpool and him end up getting away, and they're able to get away from that. They go to like a diner, I think. They smell some food. They talk in there for a little bit, and they don't really, nothing substantive really happens there. And then they end up seeing this dog dressed up as Deadpool coming toward them. It's like got a goofy tongue. It's a little dog, and everybody loves this dog, I think. Oh my God. Usually I'm a dog lover when it comes to this sort of thing, but my God, I I just could not, man. I hated this fucking dog. Like they just like, oh my god, it's a cute little puppy. Oh my god. Ugh, that was so annoying. And then you get to meet Nice Pool, which is another variation of Deadpool, and this is played by Ryan Reynolds, but he doesn't have the mask on or anything. He looks really well kempt and whatnot, and his armor's all polished, and he's very different demeanor compared to the other Deadpools that are around. And his fourth wall breaking stuff isn't that funny, really, but it's whatever. I honestly didn't like this character. I could see a lot of people really liking this character because of how Ryan Reynolds it is, but Deadpool already is Ryan Reynolds-ish, so I don't know, just seeing this particularly trying to be super nice and talking all flimsy for a little while just added to annoyance, and their whole conversations just seem to be a bunch of nothing for the most part, though he does mention a couple of crucial things about the Void, like there's a Deadpool core, there's like a bunch of Deadpools around, and you don't want to mess with those guys for whatever reasons, but they end up working for the main antagonist anyway here, but it just seemed like a waste of time again. They ask if there's any sort of transport they can use, and he's got like an Odyssey or something. He's got some shittier type of car, I guess, and this is like a punchline to a joke set up earlier where Deadpool's a used car salesman or whatever, and so he had a joke about how other cars are stupid and this is the stupid car he's got to drive now. So whoop-de-doo, the joke paid off, even though again I think it's a very slim joke at best, but whatever. Again, I don't think it was needed earlier to set this up, but whatever. He and Deadpool end up driving, and as they go their way to try to meet the resistance group to try to get out of here or something, because they might have a way out. And they have a conversation in here. You've seen quite a bit of the conversation in the trailers for this. And I think the conversation's okay here, honestly. This interaction with them in the car is pretty good, and things that Deadpool is doing is a little funny. Like, I like the interaction here. And at some point during the conversation, Hugh Jackman is like talking, and he's now becoming determined to save his universe because Deadpool put it in his mind that all they have to do is get back to the TVA office, and they should be able to do something to fix Wolverine's universe. And so Wolverine is feeling motivated to get that back and going. That's why he's going along with Deadpool in the first place, still tagging around. And then Deadpool is talking, and he says, "Yeah, if we can, get to the thing and save your universe, and that's great." And it's like, oh my gosh, okay. Now this is like, okay, hold the brakes. What the fuck did you say, Deadpool? And Wolverine's like, what did you say? And Deadpool's like, yeah, I said if, so now it's that Deadpool wasn't very sure that the TVA can fix his world. He doesn't know. He just said it to get Wolverine moving, to help save his family and stuff. And Wolverine is pretty pissed at this. They end up having a very good fight scene in the car here. I actually do like this one much better than the first fight scene. For some reason, having them in this restricted sort of crappy car and banging their head on the radio and having to deal with the car seats and very close quarters area when you're in a car and these guys who can't kill each other, the amount of blood that gets splattered all over the car, and it's in the backdrop of a forest around here as well, which I think was this is like a much better location, a much better use of blood and their comedic elements with each other was pretty good. And Hugh Jackman during a lot of this, especially when they're talking, his acting is doing really well. He is performing top notch. And I think what brought it to this fight wasn't just what Deadpool said, like, if this and that, but Wolverine fires back to Deadpool like, you couldn't even stay with a stripper. Like, he's like, you fucked up so bad and everything too. You think I'm shit? You're shit. And puts it back on Deadpool. And then Deadpool, instead of just quipping, is like, yeah, I'm going to fight you now. And they actually get into a fight. So I kind of liked that. It's like, I like it when scenes, especially in a comedy, can stay serious for a little bit of time before going right back to the comedic shit. So it's actually pretty good. I like that. And I like the scene. I wish that Hell's Bells was playing during this fight scene a little bit better, but it's okay. The music was okay for it too. And it ends up, you end up seeing like a boot, and it goes to nighttime, goes to the morning, because they're fighting pretty much all day because they can't die, and they're both pissed at each other. They seem to get a lot of their aggression, a lot of their feelings out on each other big time. with this fight scene right here. So that was pretty good. And yeah, like Wolverine wrapped up Deadpool in a bunch of seatbelts because they can't, they just continue fighting otherwise. So he basically restrained him so he can get some sleep. And then you see a boot of X-23, Laura. She ends up finding them and driving them to their little base. They wake up, and then you get to meet the cameos, the old Marvel heroes that were in old films that have pretty much not been given a second chance. And this is in a way to bring them back. So you get Blade from Wesley Snipes' Blade. You get Jennifer Garner's Elektra. You get what's his face as Gambit. It's not John Cena. Channing Tatum as Gambit. And is like, it looks like it's comic accurate Gambit, I guess. But honestly, I don't give two shits about Gambit. I don't care about that character at all. He seems like one of the lesser characters of the X-Men, but whatever. A lot of people like Gambit, so he's here. And then you get the reveal that Laura X-23 is also here, and she's a little bit older as well. I'll admit, it's pretty cool seeing Blade here, seeing Elektra, these two from franchises that have been long dead, and some of them don't have the greatest reputation with most of their movies. So, but a lot of people have loved Blade, especially Blade. People love the shit out of him. So that's good. Which I like the first Blade movie as well, but I think Blade 2 and 3 were pretty shit. But it's cool seeing them here. It reminds me of No Way Home in a way, where they're able to get Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man into No Way Home and have them play a part in the plot. That was pretty good. I feel like it was done better there compared to here because they are here, but you don't get much time with them and they don't really amount to much in terms of the plot. They are able to have an ending, as they even put it. They didn't get a chance to fight for their universe, but if they can take down Cassandra Nova and help Deadpool and Wolverine get back to their stuff and fix things or whatever, then they can at least have a better ending, which is kind of true, I guess. Sure. But the main reason why they think they can win is because they have a Deadpool and a Wolverine. So it's crucial with the Wolverine because they've not seen one get sent to the void yet, I guess. So at least one like him. So they're relying on him, but he doesn't want to. He's like, no, fuck this. I don't care. I don't care anymore because Deadpool lied to me. Fuck this. I can't save my own universe. I'm not going to save you guys. I don't care. And Wolverine is having a little campfire by himself, and then he gets rejoined by X-23, and they have a little conversation, which is nice. But this is it's one of those things where, as an audience member, the relationship that X-23 had with Wolverine from the movies. But that Wolverine, that Logan from the movie Logan, is dead. She buried Logan. That character is gone. And then so Laura X-23 is talking to a different Wolverine, a different Logan that did not interact with her before, does not have any of those memories or anything. He should have, so he has like zero connection to her in any way, shape, or form. She, however, sees him. She knows that he's not the same one, but it's still kind of like, yeah, I know that you can still be the hero. It's kind of what you are. You're not the right guy, but you are, you're the kind of guy who can get it done right, whatever, that kind of a thing. And I feel like the audiences probably love this scene. I think it's acted really well. I think it's intended to be really well, but it doesn't really mean anything between these two characters in the story. It does to us as the audience, but not to the story. So that's just where my issue sort of comes in. But the next morning, they end up driving their little car up to the villains' hideout so they can have a fight. And they do it without Wolverine, but it turns out as they get out of the car and the villains are all lining up their lasers and guns to point down at them and everything, well, guess who pops out of the trunk? Wolverine, which I think would actually be hilarious if he did not intend to come at all, but he got a little too drunk and fell asleep in the trunk of the car or something and got driven there anyway. He's like, oh shit, man, I wasn't supposed to be here for this. Okay, whatever. Okay, well, since I'm here, yeah, I'll fight. Sure, whatever. But yeah, so he's there. And now you got your little team here working as well. Oh my gosh. One sec, guys. One sec.
And so it begins.
It begins.
Shall we begin?
So it begins.
And now it begins.
So it begins.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
Shall we begin?
Shall we begin?
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
And so it begins.
So, shall we begin?
So, it begins.
Sorry about that. I had another phone call, but wasn't sure. I guess he's okay. Anyway, they're about to do their like big old fight scene here. They got they got the heroes lined up. You got them ready to face off against all the villains, the whole shebang. Which you look at, you see they show all these villains lined up with lasers. They got guns. They've got people with different powers. Probably you see one of them teleport around a little bit. You see all this different stuff, and then I don't know. I like all I can think of is, well, Elektra, if she gets like hit by anything, she's dead. Like she will die because she's a human. What is it, Gambit? He's a mutant and all, but I don't think that very many things would work against him. Hold on. Alrighty. So while Gambit could probably be killed by anything is what I'm kind of guessing, that it wouldn't take much to take him down. And then there's Laura. She's X-23. She's basically a Wolverine. She's got regenerative abilities, so she could probably do pretty well here. And you've got Blade, who is he's half vampire, so he could probably last for a good while with some of these people, sure. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where, okay, a couple of you guys would probably get taken out pretty easily. They could all. I don't know why the villains aren't shooting you guys. The main villain doesn't need them anymore. They don't care. Like they don't care about saving them at all. These heroes, but they're just letting them stand there as they're all ready to shoot at them, and they're not shooting at them. It's one of those things where I don't know why they aren't shooting them. The heroes are standing right in sight. They broke into your base. They're just standing here, and you can just take them out. And then they don't. They let the heroes stand there and talk for a little bit, or give each other the nods they need. And then at some point, all right, let's start fighting. And then you see, like I was looking to see like where any of the shots are coming from, and there's like lasers and a couple of bullets that just start shooting at the ground and at nothing. Like they're not even trying to hit any of the heroes at all. They're just hitting the ground and stuff. And the way this whole fight scene is filmed, I mean, it seems great because it's like, oh, it's giving Elektra, it's giving Blade, it's giving these characters that haven't had a chance for redemption at all. It's giving them a chance to like finally do something, but they're really not. They don't spend much time showing them do stuff. The fights is very quick cuts and going to each thing. Yeah, it's not very personal. There's nothing about the fight that really means much, really, with these characters, with Blade or with Elektra or anything. So it's just kind of like, okay, whatever. I just kind of have to believe that this is happening and you guys are winning, and we're supposed to think it means a lot. They're supposed to be taking care of all these guys out here so that Wolverine and Deadpool can take on the Cassandra and whatever, which if anything their main goal is they are trying to get the helmet from the Juggernaut so they can put that onto her. That's their plan, to get the helmet from Juggernaut to put onto her head so that she can't use any mind power telekinesis stuff or heal herself or anything. And so that's their plan. But Wolverine and Deadpool walk in there. She just flicks Deadpool aside and then it gets Wolverine down, gets into his head, and is trying to figure out what makes him tick and what she can do to have him be hers. And it's like, oh, wow, it's so quiet here. And he's like, yeah, I'm mourning all these things. And she's like, oh, well, you can work with me and we can build better and do whatever. And he's like, yeah, okay. And she's like, yes, you're mine. And then he's like, actually, I have you. What? And then turns out Laura, she was able to take down the Juggernaut and toss the helmet up to Deadpool, and Deadpool's able to put the helmet on her head while Wolverine was distracting her in their minds. And so, all right, now they've pretty much incapacitated the main villain. And they've got that. So they got her down, they got her ready. All they have to do is just kill her, basically. If they kill her, she's dead. And it's like, all right. And, they make it clear with her. She's like, if you guys let me go, I'm going to kill you both in all these different ways and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, no, why are you like this, you stupid bitch? Come on, seriously. And then amongst their talking, like Wolverine is trying to prove himself. He's like, no, Charles wouldn't want her to die. I've got to do it like this. I lashed out after their death, and I got to redeem myself. I like this kind of a moment with Logan right here. He acts really well here. He's showing his character is improving by not trying to just get revenge all the time with everything. He's trying to show a little bit of mercy. He thinks that's what Xavier really wanted from him, and he's trying to show that now with this main villain. So I think that part was done pretty well. And then you have Pyro come out, and he shoots Cassandra because she's held down and she's got the helmet on, so she can't heal herself or anything. He shoots her, and he starts rambling onto how good it feels to do that and blah, blah, blah. She's a horrible person, stupid bitch. And then he gets knocked out, and then they make the decision to take the helmet off of her so that she can heal herself. They have the option to kill her, but they are going with Wolverine's thing, which is like, all right, well, I'll save you. Okay, whatever. And he does, even though they could be killed right afterward with this. But she's like, okay, I'll be nice. And she picks up a sling ring, which was obviously implied to come from Doctor Strange, and she just knows how to use it. But whatever. She's telekinetic. She probably could have read somebody's mind and learned how to do something, I guess. So that matches well enough, I guess. She opens up a portal, which she says is only going to be up for 4 seconds, but it seems like it's there for like 20 seconds. But whatever. Deadpool and Wolverine jump into it, and you see Blade and X-23 and all them look up to it, and you'd think they'd be trying to maybe get up there too and escape, but no, they don't. So just Wolverine and Deadpool get out. They have made it back to the world. They try to go back to the TVA, but the main guy that was talking to them before, Parallax was his name. I don't know if I mentioned that before. He's trying to stop them. And then Cassandra is like, all right, Pyro wakes up, and Cassandra's like, hey, bro, well, I'm going to go into your mind and figure out what was wrong. And he's like, whoa, bitch, just chill for a second. I'll just tell you. You don't have to go into my mind. I have no reason to lie. I know you can do that. Just ask me and I'll tell you, all right, put your hands away. All right. And so, yeah, he says that the TVA was, trying to take her out essentially. And she's like, oh, I don't like that. So then she sling rings up into the real world as well. And she escapes, which is interesting because I don't know. So if she ever wanted to escape, she could have with the sling ring that she got from a Doctor Strange, but I guess she wanted to rule the void. But now that's not good enough. Now because TVA stepped on her toe, now she's got to backlash. She got to lash out as best she can against everyone else. So she goes there, flicks Deadpool and Wolverine aside. She goes into Parallax's mind and is trying to get his head going on. She sees the universe ripper thing that they're trying to make, and she's like, okay, oh boy, I'm gonna go and play with that. It's probably ready right now. And they even say that they're trying to do test runs first, but they're skipping that. They're just going right to the main course, which it's kind of dumb. Yeah, this whole time they were trying to invent like a one machine that can more quickly destroy a universe, I guess, which is weird because in Loki they had little tiny devices that do that same thing, but whatever. They discontinued it, so I guess they're trying to build something else to do the same thing that little thing did, but whatever. So she wants to use that and start slowly destroying this timeline. And to keep Deadpool and Wolverine busy, she summons her Deadpool Corps, which has a bunch of different Deadpools. It's got Lady Deadpool, it's got Kid Pool, it's got a futuristic Deadpool, it's got all these different Deadpools here, which is fine to see. I think it's fun to see on screen. Nice Pool arrives again. The fucking dog pool. Oh my god, I hate the dog. I hate the stupid dog. And yeah, they're all there. Oh boy, they're gonna have a big old fight, and Deadpool uses Nice Pool as a shield, and he's like, oh, that's fine, whatever. And then he's like, yeah, you'll regenerate. And Nice Pool's like, regenerate. He apparently is the only Deadpool that did not have regenerative powers. So it's like, oh shit. I do like how Wolverine points out how much of an asshole Deadpool was for kind of doing that sort of a thing. So that was kind of funny. And then they have Deadpool and Wolverine. They they team up and they are gonna have this huge fight with all these Deadpools. And the way it was shot was neat, but there's just some issue that I have with it. A couple of different things here with this fight scene with it, and the main thing is so the Deadpools, of course, like they're all skilled, right? They're all skilled warriors. They all have regenerative abilities. They're all shown to pretty much be warriors that like to kill. But Deadpool and Wolverine kind of mow through them as if they were simple henchmen or putties or whatever. Like they just mow through them so easily. It's just like, what? Like, and a lot of them get hit and they seem to stay down when they get hit. And some of them like express like almost like fear, as if they are a henchman. Like, oh no, don't kill me, don't kill me. But it's like they're Deadpools though. Like they've got they all should know the shtick and the shebang and all the stuff that comes with being Deadpool. Like that seems to be what it would be, especially Deadpool. Even if there's all these variations, I would think that they would all have the meta understanding of what they are. So I don't know. It's kind of weird when you have some of them act like they wouldn't during their fight scene, but okay. It looked neat-ish. It looked okay. The fight scene looked okay, but it felt surface level because these are people that can't be killed. And this is what was buggy. I would have criticized it for this if they did stay dead, if all the Deadpools they fought all died. I thought that would have been kind of stupid too. Luckily, they don't. By the time they get to the very end, there's like a baby, like an infant baby Deadpool laughing. What are you laughing at? And then all the Deadpools that they just took out end up coming. They all just come back up and they're all okay. That's actually good because if they were dead, that would have been really stupid. But it's dumb how long it takes them to regenerate and get back up anyway, because you've seen Deadpool and Wolverine fight, and it takes a lot to get them to not move, like to be knocked out or to be incapacitated. And all they did was get hit a few times by them, and then they're down, which just seems weird. It just seems like a dumb decision. I don't know why that's what they chose to do with the fight. And then all these Deadpools are going to close in on Wolverine and Deadpool, but then they get saved at the last minute by Peter Pool. I guess the one friend that he made in Deadpool 2, he's here, and they all love Peter, which I guess this might be a Spider-Man joke about how there's like always an Uncle Ben to a Spider-Man, to a Peter Parker. And so Deadpool has like a Peter, I guess, and they all seem to have lost their Peters because their worlds have all been destroyed. And it's like, oh, he has one left, and now he's cool, and he likes this Deadpool. So all right, you guys can go. I guess that works for this, for the comedic angle that this tries to take. Sure, that could work. I guess. But so after that, they go down to the TVA. The guy Parallax gives a long exposition sort of scene about what they need to do to take down Cassandra, and that, if you go down there, you will be killed. You will be destroyed if you go down there, even with your guys' regenerative powers and stuff. It won't work this time. You will be screwed if you go down there. Which actually I would have been fine with. I was like, okay, so is this Disney and like Deadpool and X-Men, are they going to finally get rid of Hugh Jackman's character? Are they finally going to get rid of Deadpool because he's not going to fit into Disney very well? Like, that'd be pretty ballsy. Having them do a movie like this and show everything that they do and then kill off Deadpool. But nope. There's this scene where like it's implied that it's going to be Wolverine that goes to sacrifice himself, but then it's going to be his way of getting redemption for what he considers to be his bad actions in his timeline, where he just wasn't present to help the X-Men. But then Deadpool ends up, nope, he's going to do it. Deadpool's going to do it. And they waste a little bit of time here while there's like a tour between Wolverine and Deadpool, and Deadpool's just kind of farting around for a bit, and then Deadpool goes to where he needs to start disconnecting the time wires or whatever. And he's got one end of the cables out, but he's having trouble reaching the second one, which he needs to do, which is what should destroy him. But then like, I figured too, what they're doing to this, he can't reach. That's quite the stretch. They're going to have Wolverine come up and they're going to do it together. Like a Guardians of the I was imagining Guardians of the Galaxy when they all held hands. And then what do you know? Yep. Hugh Jackman comes up, boom, holds his hand, and they're able to do the thing together. And then they both end up surviving, which I guess is fine, but I guess I would have given them more credit if they killed them both or one of them at least if they killed them. But they're like, nope, it would have been too strong to kill one of you, but not strong enough to kill both of you. Whatever. Yeah, I feel like that doesn't make any sense, but whatever. I think it's whatever, man. With what they establish. Okay, so Deadpool and Wolverine survive. Okay, you get there's a couple of funny bits where Logan's shirt finally comes off, and you can see his ripped abs because he's been clothed the entire time. He's been wearing his uniform and whatnot, which a lot of people like, by the way, which I haven't commented on because I don't really care about it. So whatever. And then everything's all good. The bad guy is defeated. When they do that, the Cassandra gets like disintegrated, and then the TVA guy gets in trouble with the main TVA chick, and then she is infatuated with Peter for a sec, which I guess is kind of funny. And then she just kind of makes everything go back to being good because Deadpool and Wolverine saved the day. And instead of fixing whatever happened in Wolverine's timeline, they're like, nope, those events, as bad as they were, are what helped this Wolverine become a hero now, so we can't go back and fix that sort of thing. That's all good. I think the justification was that those horrible events are what made Wolverine a new anchor being for Deadpool's universe, so that he doesn't have to go to the sacred timeline, I guess. I think that's their logic that they're trying to go with on this one, but whatever. So we're almost done here now, just wrapping up. And now it's Logan seems to be wanting to go his own way, but then Deadpool's like, "Hey man, why don't you hang out with me, bro?" And Runner's going to be here in a few minutes. Good, because I am wrapping up my thoughts on this. Perfect timing. If you get here before I wrap up, man, that's good. So Deadpool invites Logan to his home. He introduces him to all of his friends and Wolverine and stuff. So it's okay. Then they're sitting down at the table, and some people might not catch it right away, but X-23 is there as well at the table. Laura, she is at the table, even though she was implied to be stuck in the void and probably, she's already pruned before, and then she's in the void and probably, annihilated with where they were and who they're fighting and all that stuff. But anyway, so she's here. She's alive. She's here. She's at home. She's part of the family now with Deadpool and Wolverine, I guess. And Vanessa's there, and Deadpool gives Wolverine the stupid dog so that he can talk to Vanessa and try to rekindle his relationship with Vanessa finally, which I guess is fine. But again, I feel like there shouldn't have been an issue with Vanessa and him in the first place, because they were already fine before. There was no reason to break them up now. It's pretty stupid. And so, now he's trying to rekindle the love with her, I guess, or be friends with her again, whatever. And then the movie's basically over at this point. After this little reunion get together with everybody, it is just about done. So then you wait till the end credits, of course, see if there's any end credit scenes and shit, what's going to happen. And all right, they have an end credit scene, and I thought it was really one of the most lame end credit scenes that you could have. It's Deadpool going like, "I'm serious, you guys, you got to check this out." And he puts in a little tape and shows Johnny Storm when they were captured saying all the things that Deadpool said that he said. And I guess the main joke is supposed to be like a meta joke about like, "Oh, it's Chris Evans saying all this stuff. He's like the nice Christian guy or something." I have no idea. I have no idea what they're trying to, why they think it's so funny. Like Johnny Storm would maybe say something like that, I guess, maybe, but I don't know. And so that was the scene. Like it was just Johnny Storm saying the stuff, and Deadpool going, "Ha, see, I told you." And then that's the end of the movie. Like that's the end of it. End credits, end of the movie. That's it. Deadpool and Wolverine. While I went through this breakthrough, I didn't mention a lot of the scenes that I enjoyed. There were a lot of performances in this that I did enjoy a lot, especially from Hugh Jackman. Like when Cassandra was going into his brain, Hugh Jackman is killing it. The way that they're portraying some stuff was pretty good. There's a lot of decent parts in here, but doing my breakdown, I'm mostly critiquing it and trying to give some compliments here and there. I feel like I'd have to watch it again to really know what I want to compliment it on specifically, because there's not as much coming to my head right now, like specific scenes or moments or lines of dialogue that come to mind. There were some performances, again, especially from Hugh Jackman, and I mean even from Deadpool, from Ryan Reynolds. I mean he's doing a good performance this whole time. I feel like there's not really any parts where Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool is doing a bad job. There's just some bad jokes or bad timing or ones that go on a little too long, maybe. But yeah, other than that, yeah. I mean, I talked about this with Black Angus Reviews. We did a whole stream, like 4 hours, going through the whole plot and everything. And yeah, he puts it at like a 8 or a 9 out of 10. I've got it. I started, but like when I got out of the theater, I was settling more on a 5 or a 6, but more of a 5. And then after talking about it more and going more in depth and thinking about more things, I land at like a 4 out of 10. And honestly, the 4, like it'd be lower, but it's at a 4 because there is a lot of enjoyable scenes in here. There is a lot of bold decisions that they did make that I think if they were written better could have been really good. Like, including the idea to include Blade and Elektra specifically from their failed movies. Like that was good. A lot of people like seeing Blade. They love Wesley Snipes as Blade. Which there's a couple things I forgot to mention. There was a line where they had a rocket. Elektra had a rocket launcher that she shot at the little Ant-Man gate get into the place. So Runner has joined me.
Hello.
Ooh, I literally just finished my whole thoughts on the movie. So perfect.
Oh, like everything.
Well, pretty much. I was just remembering one line where Blade says, like, hey, there's only one Blade.
Oh. Dude, that line was epic. I'm sorry. That line was so good.
It's good, but it's funny because he's wrong. Because there was
Why is he wrong?
Because there was a Blade TV show.
Oh, that straight to video shit?
There was a live action Blade TV show. So he's not really the only Blade. No,
he kind of is the only Blade because no one remembers that shit but you.
No, but it exists is the thing. So
it exists, but it's not Wesley Snipes. Like no one gives a shit about.
All I'm saying is that he's lying. Is all.
See,
he's the only Blade we want. Yes, he's the only Blade that is good. But he's not the only Blade.
Yeah, but nobody. Here's the thing: like in Deadpool and Wolverine logic, there's the Void, right? That's where now that we're talking about spoilers, there's Blade, Elektra, fucking Gambit, and Johnny Storm in there. They're in the Void because the Void is like the abandoned type shit, right?
Yeah.
That other Blade is in the very deep end of the Void of like nobody remembers that shit. It's fucking vanished.
No, it would have been funnier if he was in this and he was like, I don't know, servant to the main Blade or something.
No, it would have.
I don't know, because it would be funny because they'd go, "Was there another Blade? What? Like, was there
no?"
Because people think that with like Punisher, Dolph Lundgren was Punisher in like the 80s or something, but nobody actually watched that Punisher movie. Not really. I was like,
no, but people remember that Punisher compared to whoever the fuck else played Blade. But
still, it's a factual statement. Like, even if it was the one that was forgotten, it's just like, nope, there's a live action one.
That's true, but here's the thing: the line actually has more meaning than people think, I believe.
Well, it's a meta line because they've struggled so hard to make their own Blade movie. They're going to make a new one and shit.
Here's the thing: right? Some people are saying like oh, the Blade movie's dead that they're trying to make with Mahershala Ali.
Yeah,
I think that line is basically teasing that Wesley Snipes is going to be the Blade moving forward in the MCU.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
That's my guess.
That's what I was saying too. Like that, their attempts to make their own Blade movie without Wesley Snipes is okay. Whatever. We're just gonna have Wesley Snipes, so we can't.
And here's the thing. I'm gonna be so real. A Blade movie would be much easier to make now for Marvel at this point. Here's what you do: you take it. You take it. It takes place right after the events of Deadpool and Wolverine, and basically Wesley Snipes, he escapes the Void, and maybe the TVA is involved somehow.
Well, at the end of the movie, I can already help you there. The TVA freed the people that they freed them at the end. They brought them back.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. See, I need to rewatch it honestly.
Because Laura X-23 was at the table with Deadpool and Logan, and she was at the void at the end. And they when he said, "Can you bring some friends back?" or something, I forget what Deadpool says to the TVA lady. He says something,
and she said, "I'll see what I can do." That's right.
and so it's implied that
but I didn't
might see Blade in them again. Is the idea.
I didn't know that was like for sure that they were like actually coming back. But
well, I would agree. But the fact that you see X-23 with them at dinner to me is that proves it, because she was supposed to be killed in the void.
No, that's very true. That's a good point. I totally forgot about that.
But we should let's go to the beginning. Let's for you. So I already went through the whole thing myself, scene by scene, pretty much. But for you, I know you love the movie here, which that's cool. What would you give the movie out of 10 right now if you were to
8?
Just say it.
Like an 8.
Everybody's saying 8.
8 out of 10. It's like okay, yep. It's not a 10 out of 10. It's not a perfect movie by any means. It has some issues, but I think for what it is, it's an 8. It's an 8 out of 10, like easily. And I gave it like a 4.5 on my Letterboxd review and all that.
Out of 5.
Out of 5, yes, 4 out of 5. Because they have
I was like, I put it out of 4 myself, but that's out of 10.
No, I get a different kind of 4, kind of 4. And speaking of 4, there is a character with a 4 emblem. Oh
yeah, of course, yes. Well, of course. So for you,
but
so
the beginning,
4 out of 10, or you're 8 out of 10. Yeah,
I'm 8 out of 10, and part of that is like fucking Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman are both fantastic. I think it's the most Deadpool and Wolverine they've ever been in any of the movies. I think.
I don't know if I'd word it that way, but they performed really well. I will agree. They performed really well.
Yes.
I enjoyed their performances.
I legitimately think it's their best performance as those characters. Like, honestly, you can totally see why.
See, Wolverine Hugh Jackman has a lot of roles as the Wolverine. I just feel like there are better ones than this.
Like what?
I'd have to go through and watch them all specifically, but I mean, even Logan for one is probably one, but I'd have to rewatch them again to make sure.
Logan's 2 for me.
The Wolverine. I remember that being pretty good.
Wolverine is good, but I don't know. There's also other times in that movie where it is kind of slow, and I rewatched it recently.
Yeah,
and he's good in it. Like he's good in like Hugh Jackman's been great as Wolverine in like all the movies, even the shit ones like Origins. I'd say.
How many has he been? How many are there? How many has he been in?
Oh God. I mean, he's even like cameoed in a few of them too. So there's.
I guess I wouldn't count the cameo ones because I want a full cast appearance, like a main character.
So not First Class or Apocalypse or any of that shit. Okay,
right,
so
he wasn't really.
Okay, so there's the first 3 X-Men, Origins, the Wolverine, Logan.
He's in Days of Future Past. Is that all?
Oh yeah,
that's it. Just those 7.
That's 7. Wow. Yeah.
Wow, for some reason I thought he was in like 20.
So technically this is his 8th appearance.
Okay. Maybe this was, and if this, maybe it was, maybe this is the best for his performances. Maybe, might be actually.
I mean, I'll say this: like Days of Future Past, they were really close to sort of giving us that yellow suit with some of the yellow details and all that type of shit with his suit, but it's like it still had that darkish tone thing in it, but
yeah. I mean, personally, I didn't really care what that was. I mean, it's as long as he's acting like Wolverine, that's fine with me. Like, he could be in a shitty pink suit, and that'd be pretty funny. Like, if anything, that'd be funny.
No,
yes, no. That'd be hilarious. But anyway,
that would be traumatizing as fuck.
So let's go through.
So if I were to and can you give me a cliff notes and kind of your thoughts?
So I've got the scenes here as well. It's like the order. I've got everything here. So
sorry, let me get my phone real quick. I'm still listening.
Sure, that's all good. Yeah, I don't know how long you have to stay here for a bit, but I'm cool with going on for another hour.
I can stay here the whole time.
So that is good.
I can stay here the whole time. Yeah.
Sweet. So what do you want Cliff Notes for? For what?
Oh, just like your overall thoughts and stuff. Sorry, my hair's
But-
fucked up. I just got out the shower.
I gotcha. Now, overall thoughts. So I think that I think that there's a lot of good stuff in the movie. I think there's a lot of great performances from the actors. There's some good scenes and sequences. There's some good stuff in here. Some good visual stuff. But then, there's so many. I think there's an overabundance of bad jokes or drawn out scenes. There's a lot of pointless scenes. There's just some things I'm just like, what? Why is this with what you're doing? They show some good stuff, like especially potential with like cameos, but then I feel like they squander a lot of opportunity to utilize things for Wolverine, for Deadpool, for these other characters. There's so many things they just kind of shove aside in favor of longer, stupid jokes that aren't that funny.
See,
And
I disagree with the joke.
Even if they're funny, I feel like it's still a waste of our time compared to what you could do with that time in this type of movie. Even if people think they're funny, I think you don't need them. Some of these jokes. Some again, we can get to more specifics as we talk. But
yeah,
I
want to get to more specifics because there were some jokes that were very fucking good. I thought anyway, but like
I got you.
I don't know. I thought the jokes were very well done. Like and either well done or just some of them are just fucking brilliant too. Like I'm gonna be so real with you, especially when it came to some of the cameos later on and the references and stuff. I'm like, shit, this is great. Especially some of the jokes revolving like Blade and Gambit were fucking amazing. And also like Johnny Storm as well. I'd say the only cameo that I thought was kind of like generic, and it's nothing against the actor or the character at all, is Elektra, Jennifer Gardner's.
Her character is generic, unfortunately. She's a boring character.
Yeah, it's like I think she's a good actress and all that, but it's like
she's an okay actress, I'd say.
Yeah,
she's cute. She's okay.
She looks good. I gotta say, she does look good, but like for like if you really want to like cook when it comes to the cameos, it's like getting like Ben Affleck back as Daredevil like would have been something cool, or like Halle Berry as Storm or something like that.
There's a lot of things I think they could have done that would have been cool if they're going down this route at all. Honestly.
Yeah, and if you wanted to,
kind of cool.
And if you actually wanted to have like a female character like shoved in there, it's like Halle Berry's Storm or something like that would have been much.
Yeah, or if they wanted to do even like the like fan casting, sort of like everybody wanted, or like the almost castings like Tom Cruise Iron Man, or Nicolas Cage, like they did with Superman.
Angela Bassett as Storm, that would have been cool.
Yeah, like how they did the Flash movie sucked, but
Nicolas
they had
Cage,
Nicolas Cage
Rider.
as Superman. But they
Rider.
didn't even have Ghost Rider in here either. Like, come on, they didn't have like any Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. poll that they could have done. Which there's a lot there. Even if people hate that show, there's still like good cameos could have gotten from that. But
you know what's funny? Since Chris Evans made an appearance as Johnny Storm, I kind of thought that we were gonna get Jessica Alba's Sue Storm.
Yeah, the reason why we wouldn't, I mean, I don't know what it would take for her to really enter filmmaking again. I think she's on a couple of TV shows, but
bro, listen, if they can get Wesley Snipes to fucking come back, they can get her to come back.
Well, I mean, because she's not really. I don't think she considers herself an actress anymore. She's more of a family and business woman now. But she does.
No, and I respect that.
I think she does some TV show things here and there, or appearances on some internet things. So she might like come back more into it as she gets a little bit older, I think. But we'll see. But anyway,
no, that's a fair point.
I feel like getting some of your thoughts would be good going through it. We don't have to go in super detail scene by scene, but like because when it starts, first thing I forgot to mention this in the beginning when they're doing the MCU intro and they like Deadpool starts humming. Deadpool starts humming the thing.
So good.
No, it was funny because I was in a really small theater. The room I was in was available was a smaller theater, and I thought that somebody was humming the things out loud
Oh yeah.
I was about to be like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like because it was annoying. It sounded annoying for a
You
second.
thought it was some annoying fanboy.
I thought it was
or
somebody
some
in the thing. I'm like, oh no, is this guy's gonna be talking the whole fucking movie or something? But no, it was Deadpool doing it. So I'm like, oh, that's actually okay. That's actually fun. That's fine.
There's my popcorn bucket that I got.
Eating Deadpool's brains, delicious.
Yeah, I have all of Ryan Reynolds' secrets.
Yes, very good. But yeah, and then it starts. I like how he's. So I'm mixed on it. I'm mixed on him digging up Logan's body
I thought that was funny.
in there because part of me is like, this is kind of clever in a way. It's like kind of ballsy to do that and then utilize his skeleton as weapons to kill a bunch of people with because it's adamantium bones. But it's also one of those things of like, just digging up a friend. I'm pretty sure they're aware of it too. Like he's literally digging up Logan and trying to bring him back. And then I like that he's not alive, that Logan wasn't alive, and you don't bring back Logan.
I
like that he's
skeleton.
dead. I like that he is dead. But there's just something about it where it's like, I don't know. It's a little iffy because of where it was, but it's also kind of weird how they have actually, I'll bring this up a little bit later. But so anyway, TVA shows up right here, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna get you, Deadpool." And they're like, hold on, and then ends up fighting them a whole bunch. Bye, yeah. Which I actually was okay with that. A lot of people hate NSYNC, but it sounds good. Everybody knows the song. Everybody knows the lyrics, and it worked well with the fight scene.
It's so funny. It's like that's not the kind of music I would listen to in general, but it's like the way it's done, it's so fucking fire.
Seeing it alongside a fight scene as he's killing the fuck out of people.
No, but it works.
I enjoyed the contrast. Fun-loving boy band pussies with Deadpool just slaughtering people with adamantium bones. Like something about that's kind of cool. And they're doing the credits alongside that. I know that was kind of a clever sequence. I like that.
No, that actually pulled me in the movie. I'm going to be real.
I think it set a good tone. It set a good tone for the film. That's a good tone setter. That scene.
And he's like dancing on top of that. Like that shit was actually like so funny. I mean, they do that in Guardians of the Galaxy a lot, but I feel like they weren't ripping that. I feel like they're just this is Deadpool's thing, his way. Speaking of separate from that. Speaking of Guardians of the Galaxy, we need to see a dance off between Deadpool and Star-Lord now.
Ooh, I know, right? Could be a close one.
I feel like Ryan Reynolds and Chris Pratt. Well, I feel like they want to.
They'd be fun on screen together, maybe.
Oh hell yeah! No, now that they like own some of the Fox characters, if Marvel's actually going to be smart going forward, like if. I'm not saying they will, but if they could do some really cool crossovers.
Well, yeah, I guess now that you mentioned that too. I mean, with them owning all the properties now, pretty much they own pretty much all the heroes. They don't fully own Spider-Man yet. Still,
no.
I think there's probably a couple of more obscure characters that they don't own, maybe.
But there's still kind of that deal with Sony and all that.
Let's just say they partially own Spider-Man.
They partially, yeah.
Do they fully own the Hulk now, or is that still partial with Universal?
I honestly don't even know.
Yeah, but point is they have like 99% of the Marvel heroes back under their wing now. With that, having the X-Men alone.
I need to point out one nitpick that I actually have with this movie.
All right, go ahead.
And it's revolving the cameos. Every single cameo in the movie is a Fox-related character.
Yeah.
Except for Blade. Blade is the only non-Fox Marvel character. That's New Line Cinema.
Really?
You didn't know this?
So, well, it's been a while. So when he showed up, I just was like, oh, I guess he's a Fox guy. I don't remember.
He's not.
There could have for all I know, there could have been rights moved over here or there.
No.
So they must have had a deal to rent his ass for a while. I guess.
Wait, hold on a second. No, I think they've owned the rights for a while, but like to use that character. It's
right, because they were going to make a Blade movie anyway. So that's true.
Exactly. Yeah. So like.
Okay.
But that was a New Line Cinema character.
Is New Line Cinema a subsidiary of Fox?
No, it's Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
fucking no, yeah, they own like Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like those movies, like all those movies, like any New Line Cinema movie is owned by Warner Brothers now because they own that catalog. So they
Oh, well.
technically own the Blade movies. Warner Brothers, they own the Blade movies because they own the catalog.
Okay.
But Marvel, like, they have the rights to like do their Blade movies, if that makes sense. And they have the rights to
Yeah.
use that character.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes enough sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like a more simple deal than the Spider-Man deal.
So like so
that's good.
it was kind of a missed opportunity for fucking Deadpool to like make a joke saying like, "Oh, so you moved out of the New Line Cinema household or some shit like that." Like he could have just said something
that
like
would have been
that.
kind of funny if he's like, "So wait, you're with us now? Wait, how? Okay, what?
I mean,
yeah,
it was
some kind of rights,
the whole
some kind of rights thing.
the whole joke where he's like, "I thought you retired," like that shit was fun.
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah,
retarded.
Yeah, that was all right because the way he said it was dumb. So he's like, "What the
Like,
fuck?" No,
retarded.
he's a serious character now.
No, retired. And I like the inside like joke of Blade saying, "I don't like you," and he's like, "Yeah, you never did," because that's a joke.
Oh yeah, because Ryan Reynolds was with him. Right.
But at the time they didn't get along, like in that
yeah.
set.
Yeah, I could
Like,
see that.
They didn't
Ryan
like each
Reynolds
other.
and Wesley Snipes seem like they're the two buddy cops that would be the opposites. Like, oh, this fucking I gotta be with this clown. I'm the serious guy, and I gotta
literally.
Like
I mean, you could totally see Wesley Snipes not getting along with Ryan Reynolds at the time, but fucking Ryan is the reason why Wesley Snipes got to play Blade again. I don't know if you know that.
I can imagine. Yeah, he pulling
No,
some strings for that. Yeah.
No, because he was interviewed like after San Diego Comic-Con when he made his appearance. Like he just said, I didn't think it'd be possible to make my return until Ryan gave me a call, and they actually seem like they're pretty good friends now. So that's cool.
Good. I see like that. Yeah, that
cool.
stuff's kind of cool.
Because also good. Even like they did like a whole like showing for the fans at San Diego Comic-Con. Like was it Ryan, Hugh, and the director Sean Levy, who I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
I mean, I've heard of him, but I don't know what to associate that with specifically.
He did Night of the Museum movies.
Okay.
He did
those.
I saw the first one. He did Real Steel.
Okay.
With Hugh Jackman. He also did
okay.
His first movie was called Big Fat Liar. It was with it was also Paul Giamatti's first.
Oh, yeah, I recently put that on. I talked about that one on the Physical Media Show.
Yeah, I recently I want to watch that too.
Which I enjoyed that movie, but it's not fun to talk about that movie with Tom and Fanzine. So,
oh man, no, but that was that was Sean Levy's first movie because
that was a good one for his first. That's a good first.
Yeah, because it was also Paul Giamatti's first movie because he was friends with Sean Levy and Paul. They're friends. They're college buddies, so that's how they got to make the movie together.
Shit.
And what is it? He also did Free Guy. I don't know if you saw that one.
I didn't see that one yet, but no.
That one's actually pretty good.
Ryan Reynolds one, right?
Yeah, it's Ryan Reynolds. That one actually wasn't that bad. I thought it would suck ass, but I actually kind of liked it.
Yeah, I've heard pretty good things about that one.
And then like later on, Ryan asked him to make Deadpool and all that, and yeah. But what is it? They showed like at Comic-Con like Thursday, they showed like the entire movie to fans, and then right at the end of the movie, they introduced like all the actors who played all the cameos and stuff, and they introduced Snipes last, and Reynolds is like, and my good friend Mr. Wesley Snipes, and fucking everyone's like going crazy and shit.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So I'm like, it's kind of cool that they actually get along now, because
yeah,
I feel like Wesley Snipes not exactly like I feel like he's a little bit different in personality compared to then, because I could see him being kind of like hard to work with, but
I feel like he'd probably take a while to get used to somebody like Ryan Reynolds before he likes him.
That's true. No, because
he's not gonna just like him immediately. Be like, oh my god, this fool, and then eventually I see you.
I just hear in general he's like, back in the day he was like a really fucking serious actor, like to work with.
Yeah, probably had a little bit of an ego back in the day.
No,
But,
for sure. I mean, fucking like all like the movies he did back in the day, like Major League, White Men Can't Jump, like all those movies.
Yep. But yeah, so with the intro scene, I thought the intro scene was pretty good with that as an intro, but I think it was little long just for my taste in terms of like he's just slaughtering them for 3.5 minutes to the song, which I think I might have been a little bit happier if it was cut down by like at least a minute or so, but it was okay. It was okay. Still ended good. He used Wolverine's claws and stuff too for a little bit, so.
No, that shit was
good
funny.
sequence there.
He's like oh,
like
like
his joy is pure joy in using them. Yeah, I feel like he brought joy to a lot of fans watching that big time. Fans cooned everywhere.
That was
a lot of things Deadpool does.
That was just a cool shot in general. Like he actually like uses his fucking like bone arms or whatever as like gauntlets. Like that was a pretty unique idea. But like
yeah,
what's funny about the scene where Deadpool's like guess how we're gonna honor Logan? It's like you're probably wondering like how are we gonna honor Logan? We don't.
Yeah.
Because during like the marketing of the movie and during like press, like Ryan, Hugh, and even the director Sean Levy, like they've been saying it's like we want to honor Logan, we don't want to touch that, like we want to like respect it as best we can.
That would be the opposite of Deadpool. Deadpool pokes at fairs.
It's funny that they're saying that because that leaves an expectation for the audience, and then they do this 180 where it's like, oh, of course they don't, but it's Deadpool, so it's respecting it, but in the Deadpool way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which I guess that's why I felt mixed about it, because it's like, like generally this is like a pretty dumb idea, but and this is Deadpool's way of saying he loves you.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I was gonna say, it would be terrible if it was like a character like Spider-Man who did some shit like that.
Like that would be like, man,
that'd be
this is weird.
That's completely off character, Like,
yeah. And the fact that Deadpool utilizes his bones to, in a way, he's fighting with Wolverine together in a way to beat all these guys. But I thought, like, I guess what I criticize is like it's kind of dumb how all these TVA agents are just all spawning out and just getting slaughtered, and it's like none of you like can think to bring anyone here that can maybe challenge Deadpool. Y'all think you're gonna do anything? You guys are aware of with how much knowledge you think that the TVA would have? They're just retarded. Like, I don't know,
retarded.
They're just, they're just like walking in. It's like if there's like, I don't know, a fan blades in front and you just see people lined up walking into it. That's what the TVA does to Deadpool. They just walk into death. It's like none of you have a plan. None of you have. Did you
watch Loki?
I saw a few episodes of season 1, but I didn't really care for Loki, so
I watched one episode and I was done after that.
Yeah, I didn't really care for Loki, so I
didn't
watch it either.
So yeah. I only watched the first one and I was just like, this is just fucking terrible. So I was like, I didn't watch any more. It's like if your pilot sucks ass, I'm not watching anymore.
I've seen reviews. I've seen like Mahler review it and stuff and discuss it in length. So
yeah.
I've seen them talk about it.
So I don't know if they have a bigger challenge for.
Well, no, they typically have it where like the whole time. Well, they have it implied that they can prune like Thanos. They just prune. There's nobody that can really beat them. Their power isn't like about physical strength. They just kind of win. So
the TVA, yeah,
kind of, because that's how they get Loki. They just walk up to Loki, punch him in the face, and then he's like in slow motion, and they got him. So
that's funny. I remember seeing a joke somewhere. It was either on Twitter or Instagram. Somebody said that fucking Deadpool was able to take down the TVA, but not Loki. I was like, that's fucking funny. So fucking Deadpool, like, is he fucking considered overpowered compared to Loki? Like,
that just shows how dumb the Loki show was. They keep on having Loki struggle against people that he should be able to, like, they couldn't even be able to touch him or harm him, really. But whatever. Anyway, I just thought. So the point is, the TVA is retarded, and I Thank
Yeah,
you.
literally. It's like
Maybe
the
it's on
TV.
purpose, but it's just one of those things of they might as well be the Putty Patrol from Power Rangers, honestly. Just waltz in,
Yeah, and like,
you know,
but
that's
like,
all they are.
and like they even like make a reference to Loki because Deadpool's like, oh, is that from Loki?
Loki
Season 1,
they say
episode
season
5.
1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
season 1, episode 5 or whatever. It's like, oh Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
a reference that I'm not gonna get. Great.
Yeah, so let's just go to the next scene with it. So the next scene is with Happy Hogan, right? The interview. Yeah, I honestly, this scene just should be a deleted scene. I feel it is completely unnecessary to the film.
I
It's
thought
just
it was
there
fun.
to have him there.
It makes sense for Deadpool's humor to want to be in the like in the Avengers and stuff.
Yeah, but
Because it's like I tried with X-Men. I'm gonna try with Avengers now.
But is it? I feel like him sitting down and being like, "Well, I want to do this, and I feel like I need to be an Avenger." I don't know this scene. I'm just throughout the movie.
I mean, it's important. It's important with Wade and Vanessa's story, though.
Well, I mean, that's another can of worms that we could go into in a sec. But like, no, I think it's dumb that they have it be so. Her reasoning for not being with him is because he's not like doing more with himself.
Yeah, kind of. It's like, oh no, you need to do something that's bigger than you.
That's stupid to me. That goes against Vanessa's character. Like she never cared about.
I agree. That was one of my issues.
She and him connect so well because they're so weird and unique to each other that they are like the perfect pair for each other. So her randomly wanting him to that's what they did in Ant-Man Quantumania. Like, what are you doing, Dad? You're signing books now after you saved the world. Like, that's so stupid. They do that. It's like a trope where they have to have a relationship break up all the time.
That was one of my.
You didn't need them to break up at all here. You did not need them to be broken up at all. That's stupid.
I agree. That was kind of weird. It almost felt like it was an attempt to. It's not in the worst way possible, but it almost sounded like an attempt to cuck Deadpool.
It's just unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
And here's the thing. What's weird is they could have done that with Logan as well, because you know how his arc is like, oh, he's a fucking failure in his world and all that type of shit. It's like if you were to like look at this in like the way the other MCU movies have done it, they would have fucking like destroyed that character if they took it the wrong way. But they actually gave him like a redemption arc, and even to Deadpool, even though I didn't like that they broke up, just like you, they worked it out at the end, and Logan's like, hey, talk to the girl.
Yeah, but it's like I still think it's just unnecessary to have, even for the plot of the movie. I don't think.
I agree. It was kind of odd, and I'm like, even when I watch the trailers, I'm like, are they really gonna go that way? Because it's like people like, I know, like, last time when we were on the physical media stream, like I was like the oddball that kind of liked Deadpool 2, and I still do.
Well, I still need to rewatch it. Maybe I'll agree with you on some of it, but I don't remember enough of it.
I think it's aged better because I liked it a little bit more after rewatch, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
But like fucking like people bitch about Vanessa being dead and all that. It's like, honestly, what happens in the beginning of Deadpool and Wolverine is almost as worse.
I don't remember her being dead
in comparison. Well, no, she gets killed. She gets killed. Remember?
In Deadpool 2?
Yeah, but then Deadpool gets Cable's like time watch, which is referenced in the beginning of the new movie, to save her.
Right.
They
I'll rewatch Deadpool 2 because I don't remember her being dead.
Dude, they explained that in the beginning. They explained
I get it.
that.
I'm just saying I don't remember because I only saw it in theaters and I didn't think too much about the movie after I saw it. It's one of those ones that didn't stick well in my head, but maybe on rewatch it'd be a little different. But with this movie, so the point is with his interview with Happy Hogan, I feel it's just unnecessary entirely. It's just there to be like, oh look, isn't it funny? I mean, Happy Hogan, if you look at it, he's been around since the beginning of the MCU. He was, Iron Man, one of Tony Stark's best friends. So I can understand them wanting to have a Happy Hogan cameo. I feel like they could have had a better cameo Like, even if it was maybe like at the party, there's a knock on the door and they open it, it's Happy Hogan with he's like trying to say something important maybe, and then it's like, he's like, if you're who ordered the ugly stripper or something, like just like no, just turn him. I don't know, something.
Now that I think about it,
you don't need to have him be there that important.
Now that I think about it, it would have been funnier if it was like Sam Jackson as Nick Fury. Like that would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, or something. I don't know. Just
I think like that character and Deadpool would have that would have been funny as shit. Like it could have been like it could have been like some Pulp Fiction type bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But
okay, you know what would have been funny as hell if fucking Sam Jackson was actually in this movie and he actually got to drop a fucking F-bomb so many times in this because it's rated R.
Right, yeah, he could finally do that. That'd be maybe some pretty funny there. But just Happy Hogan.
I mean that character wouldn't have broken the fourth wall, but Deadpool could have been like, this is the one time Sam Jackson can actually say an F-bomb in a Marvel movie.
See, when you're I think it would have been kind of funnier if they had
because
what's
funny is the only time Sam Jackson has never really dropped any F-bombs is when he's either playing Nick Fury or Frozone in The Incredibles
or Mace Windu.
Oh, that too, and Star Wars. Like everything else he's been in, he like cusses like a fucking storm,
Yeah. But I think it would have been kind of funny maybe since this isn't even. I don't think he's even in the. Was he in the normal universe at that time? Did he hop a universe at that time?
Nick Fury?
Well, no. Deadpool. Was he talking to? That's what's kind of weird with this. So.
Oh no, okay, so remember in the beginning of Deadpool and Wolverine, he explains how he like started going back in time and stuff with Cable's watch. So I think eventually it it fucked up and he transported it into the MCU, and that's where the TVA tries to get him and say, "Hey, you're fucking up the timelines and shit," or whatever.
Well, no, but he wasn't. But he was. But no, they actually don't get him for doing that specifically. When he's digging up Logan at the beginning, that was because he already. I assume it's because he talked to the TVA. Actually, I'm kind of confused. So,
oh no, yeah, you're right. He was at the TVA because what is it? It starts with Deadpool like walking in the snow or whatever, like explaining the whole like, oh, Fox bought or Disney bought Fox and all that type of stuff. So he's explaining like kind of what life has been like.
Yeah,
like ever since then or whatever, or during that time, and then eventually he's like, okay, let's go back to what happens before
and then
this.
I think I guess I'm confusing when the fight takes place compared to when he's doing this flashback bit because he flashes back. But
this is why I got to see it a second time, honestly.
Yeah, there's a few details mixed because it's this Happy Hogan from Deadpool's universe or from 616, and if that's the case, how was Deadpool there? Because after the scene, he just kind of goes home, I guess. But
I don't know. But if he's wanting to join the Avengers and shit, it's got to be from 616, I think.
I guess, but you see, if it's not from 616, I think it would have been funny if they had Happy Hogan as Nick Fury, like him with a little eye patch, and he's trying to talk tough.
John Favreau. No,
that'd be kind of funny.
No, it would have been funny if it was David Hasselhoff.
Or Hasselhoff too, because he played the Nick Fury in the old movie, right?
See,
that'd be funny. That'd be funny too.
That would have been a good cameo. That would have been a good cameo.
That would have been. So my whole point is this Happy Hogan scene is pointless, other than having a cameo with him. That's the point. And I feel like you could have had a Happy Hogan cameo anywhere else doing anything else at all. The scene isn't needed. The scene establishes that he's trying to do this for himself and his family, I guess. But because Happy says, you've got to be an Avenger because other people need you, not because you need them or something. And it's like, okay, but like that's reiterated throughout the whole film. You do not need to have this spelled out. And this seems like an anti-Deadpool scene because Deadpool's saying what he's feeling just to him. And I don't know, it just feels out of place to me. Just especially with the pacing. Like after this, I also don't get why they're showing him, it's stapling on a toupee and he's going to work to be a car salesman and setting up a weak joke later anyway. And I don't know. It just feels like they didn't know how to really get the ball rolling.
If you know, it's kind of real in the sense where like you want to be able to like if you're in the interview process and you're like trying to if you're being interviewed over like a position that you've like dreamed of and that doesn't work out, you're probably gonna like get some full-time job at a grocery store or a fucking clothing
I guess
store or something like that.
it's just that because it's Deadpool though. I feel like I don't think he'd have trouble finding a job or doing something that he wants to do. I feel like they're just taking a trope that other people do and they're putting that onto Deadpool.
I completely disagree. I feel like since he has or he wants to like be in a relationship, I think he's trying to like fit in and be normal and stuff. Because like he's not gonna get a high paying job just because he's fucking Deadpool. Like,
well, that's not the point. It's just my point is this joke has already been done before with like Ant-Man and shit. Like just like, oh, I work at Baskin Robbins now. I don't know. I feel like this type of joke just doesn't. It's not that funny for Deadpool, especially with his appearance and everything. I don't know. It just wait,
seems
like a waste of time. I feel like they could do other things with I feel like they could choose to show him doing other things that isn't this, and I think that would have been better than.
I don't see your problem with that. I honestly don't. Because fucking if we're gonna go to the Ant-Man route, it's like Scott like what is it like? It's like Peter Parker working at the Daily Bugle. It's like he's not Spider-Man. He's Peter Parker. He's a normal person.
No. My point. Like, I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing Ant-Man. I'm saying that made sense for Ant-Man. I don't think that makes sense for Deadpool.
It even makes sense for Deadpool because Wade Wilson is an actual person.
Yeah.
Like Peter Parker is, like Scott Lang.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference in them, though. Like with the skill sets, for example, like Deadpool was a special forces guy and stuff. I don't know. I feel like my point isn't that he can't have a normal job. My point is, why is that what they're choosing to show us? That doesn't. I feel like that isn't really necessary to get us going into this film at all. Because after this, he's at dinner with his family, having fun at the party, and then he gets picked up by the TVA, and then the plot gets going with them in the void. And it's like this is just like a waste of time. I feel it's not really adding to him as a character much. It's not benefiting. It's not very funny. It's just like, what are we doing here, man? Let's have something interesting happen. I don't know.
Considering how the character started off in the very first movie, like he's like a normal citizen who would need a job like that normally. So like I just don't.
I mean, he's the mercenary, right? He's a merc with the mouth. What do mercenaries do?
That's a side thing though.
That's still a job, right?
That's not you don't get paid for that shit. You just do.
You don't get paid for being a mercenary? Yes, you do. The point of a mercenary is you get paid to kill people. That's what that job is. That's what the job literally is. Yeah, but he does it for fun though. That's the character. He doesn't get paid for that shit. Did he get paid for it in the first movie? No, he just fucking kills people. He kills well, then he's a bad businessman who his girlfriend wants him to make money. Like, I don't know. I don't see why is this in this movie? No. Why are they showing this? The times you've seen Deadpool, like on a mission to kill people, he's doing it for him. It's like the plot of the first movie, is like he wants to kill Francis because he fucked up his life and shit. Yeah, he's not his reward isn't money. Right, I know, but I feel like you're not separate. You're not able to. You're not getting what I'm saying here. I know that is what had happened, but if he is wanting to do a job that he likes to do, why doesn't he become a paid mercenary? I don't think he wants to do that. I don't know if Vanessa wants him to do that. Because if anything, you could also be hero for hire. My whole point, again, my point is why do they feel it's necessary to show him do this in this movie, especially with this being the first movie that you're merging with Disney and Deadpool. You're showing why they have him and Vanessa be broken up. It's like these decisions are all kind of culminating into they're in a way they're having him be not directly, not nearly as much, but like, oh, I don't know what to do with my life anymore. And they do this all the time. I'm not saying you can't do this because they do this a lot, and sometimes it makes sense and it gets done well. But I don't take Deadpool as the kind of guy who gets bored that easily with stuff. He's got something to do. He's got something to drive to keep him going. Whether it's out of grief or to keep him from being sad or whatever. Like that's why he's always cracks the jokes, because that's a better way to deal with the trauma and stuff. I don't know. I just feel like this just isn't necessary, and it's not very funny. Him in the car, being a car salesman and doing that. It's just, I don't know. I just don't know why it had to be there. It's not the biggest deal with the movie. This is a very minor issue that I have with it. Very minor. And the main issue is just time with it. Time wasted is what I feel like.
I don't think it's time wasted. I just don't have a big deal with that at all. It's like, it's there. It's whatever. Like, I can go
add
with it.
anything. My point is, it doesn't add anything to him at all, especially for the movie.
I can believe it. I can believe it, though.
I believe it too, but I don't believe it needs to be on screen to waste our time with. That's
it's not even
if we showed Iron Man doing he'd say, hey, I'm going to the grocery store, and he's just gonna I believe Iron Man would go, he'd get groceries at some point.
They don't even spend that. They don't even
it's just
spend
that
that.
Need to show it. I know, and I'm not saying it's a huge deal. I'm saying it is
the only thing
minor thing.
No, but they
minor
don't,
thing.
They don't really show that much of it. They just show him like going into his locker, and that's it. Like they really
show him
don't
going on a drive with the family. They show him stapling on the toupee. They show him go. They show him go to his locker. They show him walking down the street with it.
But my point is, it's not that long. Like considering how long those scenes are and like the way it's edited, you don't spend that much time. It goes by fairly fucking quick.
But it's kind of tied together with the Happy Hogan stuff, with him wanting to be an adventure. I don't know. I just
no, but you kind of need that, because it's like, because if you didn't, I'm just gonna like play devil's advocate to your side of things. It's like after that interview, it's like the audience is gonna wonder, oh, how is Deadpool gonna make a living? And they briefly show that just to say like, hey, like he's got something going on, because that's what normal people do. It's like, if you can't get this job, you move on to the next, and then you move on to the next, and so on and so forth until you get that job.
I guess
I fucking had to do that shit.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it,
and it sucks.
I get it. I don't know. It's just, again, if you can clip out the Happy Hogan and that stuff, I don't know. It's just, all right. Anyway, to the dinner, where we meet up with Blind Owl and the rest of them. It's one of those things where I'm like, all right, it's fine. We're here. It's good they're showing. This is the main core.
All the original characters are back.
This is the main core of what he's fighting for. These people, these are his family. If anything, this is more my point. I wish that more of the time, instead of showing him do the other stuff, was with these characters, because this is his family and what he's fighting for. You don't need to have a scene where he's talking with Happy Hogan, talking about what he wants to do, and about, like, show him interacting with these people that he cares about, and then have them be threatened. And I don't even know the whole he wants to be an Avenger thing. I just don't feel like that was necessary in the movie at all. But if you wanted to have it in there, I feel like you could have done something better with it. Because showing him, I feel like they should have had more time with him and his friends and family.
No, but it kind of
because that is more important to his motivation for the whole movie.
That's true. Family. That's true, but it fits with his character well that he would want to join a team like the Avengers, and the like fucking like gravitas, or the fucking like, how do you explain it? How do you say it? What's the right word? Like the fucking like pull that like team has and how big it is.
The
It's like
clout,
you,
I guess.
yeah, the
you could say.
clout.
Yeah.
You could see Deadpool
No,
wanting.
you see. So,
But
you're actually making a good.
but here's the
You're making
thing.
a good point. Go ahead.
And then if we like go further than that, when he goes to TVA and he sees all of the clips of, you know, the Avenger movies, and, you know, I think they even show some like images of like the first two Captain America movies, and he's like saluting to him. He's like, oh my god, like I'm in the fucking universe with the Avengers and all that. This is great. I'm gonna,
Yeah.
you know.
No, you're showing exactly why the scene with
but then
Hogan
later on
isn't necessary.
But then later on, like with the progression of the character, as
Yeah, he
you
doesn't
know,
want to be a part of the team. He does. That wouldn't really fit in there.
he realizes, no, I don't need the Avengers. Like I don't need,
Correct.
like I just need to be Deadpool. But like, and it's a life thing in general. It's like, even if you are good at being your own thing, you do want to like move on to other
Yeah,
things and
no,
try certain things.
I agree, and I like that aspect. My main issue is that they waste the time with the Happy interview, and that could have even been a scene more established with his family. And you know, you could have him be together with Vanessa. You can have him be together with his family, and he could be like, you know what, if you want to include the job thing that he did as well, you can have it just be like, yeah, you know, Vanessa, I'm trying to do like normal people jobs, but like I want to do something big, like the Avengers. You see, with those guys, they, you know, superheroes. You can even show a clip on their television in the living room or something if you wanted to, with in front of and have Colossus or them answer, hey, that's a big. So you could have some type of interactions with them and him, and show him wanting to join the Avengers, to be big like the Avengers. Like, yeah, doing stuff on his own. Maybe he doesn't want to be a mercenary anymore at all, because yeah, he enjoys fighting and stuff, but he does want to do something good, especially if Vanessa likes that. He wants to impress her. He wants to impress his family. Like, he can do that himself without having a stupid interview, and that just tells it like just so blandly, instead of it being his own motivation. He wants to be an Avenger.
I don't
Like,
know.
you know, it's kind of like what Spider-Man was, but
I don't mean the.
with
I don't
this.
mean. I don't mind the interview part as much as you. I think they could have done a better job with it. Like I said, they could have just brought Sam Jackson as Nick Fury in there somehow. I mean, I know. I think last he was like captured by the fucking Skrull motherfuckers or whatever. So you
Yeah,
probably
just
couldn't.
at this point, I don't know with Nick Fury
Yeah.
after his show, but
I didn't watch
yeah.
the Marvels. I just remember that because that's where he was transported.
Yeah, that stuff
like at the
gets-
end of Spider-Man: Far From Home.
the continuity of that stuff gets very bizarre, very, very bizarre. That's for sure.
Well, I didn't watch most of that shit, so thank God.
Right, but you see my point though, in terms of
Yeah.
like if they wanted to, like, they could have a better route, is what I'm saying here, which is why I'm critiquing this, because
No, that's fine. I respect that.
I feel like they went with a worse route, where they could have had Vanessa together with him. They could have had him express his views for wanting to be an Avenger, and like have all this stuff still work out the way that the movie has intended, just with it, I think, involving more characters that are important. These are the people that he is trying to fight for, that he makes it clear to Deadpool, or to Wolverine and everyone else, like he wants his family to be safe. I feel like that's what more after the first opening fight scene should have been focused on, with him and his family. I feel like that's a general thing that a lot of movies do, and it's like this one, I feel like squandered that time, but to do other things instead of this. And because then when you show this scene, it's so brief. It's just like, oh yeah, they're here. Okay, whatever. And then they're out of the movie for most of the movie. Like,
I mean, that's fine.
I guess I have a bigger issue with that. I think that's not as fine, especially based on the first two movies where he really cares about his family, right? He really cares about his people, and then it's just like, nope, let's not see much of that. You know,
I don't know. I didn't have that much of a big deal with it. If anything, and I'm not trying to like defend the scene or anything as to why Happy's even there. I'm assuming he's a friend with the director and stuff, and that's why they're like, oh, like let's get Happy in there.
I could see why they did it. don't think it was necessary. But I moved on from that. I'm more referring to the
And
scene
maybe
with
maybe it was a
family being
contract
too
thing
quick.
where they could use Happy for another movie or some shit. I don't know. Those are just assumptions though. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to defend it from that angle. It's like, because that's a stupid like argument. Like, that's a stupid argument point, but I'm just saying that could be like a behind the scenes thing of something. But like, they could have taken that route too, and that's fine. And we've talked about this fucking scene for way too fucking long. Let's move
that's
on
why
to
I'm
the
trying. That's
next.
why I've been trying to move on to the party, and then where the TVA comes in. That's
Okay.
where I'm at, pretty much. That's where I'm at now. And
Okay.
and it seems like I'm not taking huge issue with all this stuff. It's just so far these are a couple of small things that together are just building into a bigger annoyance as I'm watching the movie. I'm just kind of, these things are becoming in the back of my head, like, why was this? Why was that? Why wasn't okay, whatever. We're going. Things are still going. Okay, we'll see what happens. And then the TVA knocks on the door. Don't know why they knock on the door. From what I know in the show, in the Loki show, they just kind of appear and do what they want. They don't care what anybody else is doing. They just appear and do whatever. So
maybe they just want Wade Wilson and they don't want anyone else involved.
Well, yeah, usually they just pop in and take them. Usually it's they're assholes. Like,
again, I only watched the first episode, so I don't fucking know.
Same here. And I've seen reviews. I
honestly don't care.
No, I'm not critiquing it on that. I'm just saying.
I know.
Typically, their behavior is different than what they showed here. But
yeah,
I think that the joke of like, oh, these are strippers. You guys are trying to do stuff, whatever. I think that's funny. But again, it's just one of those jokes I think goes on a little too long. That I think would have been a little funnier maybe if he's in the middle of some of his joke here, and then this will take forever. It's a Deadpool or something, and then they shove him in, or like I think that would have been kind of funnier. Like if they recognize it's a Deadpool, we've dealt with these guys before. They're gonna yap forever. We gotta push him in and let's go.
Okay, so let's jump forward to the TVA part where Deadpool's talking to Mr. Paradox.
Yep,
and
that's
Mr.
where
Paradox
we're
is
at.
like,
Yep.
like that's where we're at. They show him like the timelines and stuff, and kind of how that whole concept works. It's like, okay, this is your timeline, which is essentially the Fox universe, right? There's like a Ripple or whatever that's dying, and then there's this other one that's the MCU, like that's still stable. I
That's
mean,
our sacred baby. Yep.
Yeah. In reality, like, I wouldn't say so. It's kind of fucked up at the moment, and this movie's not going to save it. It's just, I agree with most people. Like, this movie is an island in a sea of piss. Like, let's be real. So, like, so the fucking fracture that they demonstrate, I wouldn't say is all that fucking accurate, but.
I'm actually, however they describe it as whatever, because the Loki show made it ridiculous anyway. So
yes,
that's true.
But eventually they bring up the Logan character to Deadpool, and they show the clip of Logan's death and all that, saying there's a Logan problem that they have, and Deadpool goes to different like timelines. Or different like what do you call it, multiverses of different like Logans,
which they use interchangeably half the time, timelines and multiverses, which makes it more confusing as to what that is. But
see, that whole entire sequence of him like going to like the different like multiverses and stuff, like that's for like comic book fans who like actually
I was okay with that. I was okay with that scene.
So that was cool. Like the whole like John Byrne, like the whole like reflection to him like fighting Hulk and stuff. I'm like, that's cool, because I know the cover to that comic, so I'm like, that's a cool touch.
And even if people didn't know, it's like it'd be fun for people that don't even know about that. It's like, Wolverine was gonna fight the Hulk. How would that happen? That question will enter their minds.
That was a missed opportunity. That was a missed opportunity. You know why? They should have gotten Eric Bana to play Hulk again.
Yeah, right. So I know that's what I'm saying. They had other opportunities they didn't take necessarily. They could have.
Oh no, there's so many opportunities. Okay, I'm gonna explain another missed opportunity. Comic accurate Wolverine, you know how he's like small as shit?
Yeah.
I laughed my ass off in the theater when that happened.
I like that too. That was funny.
Here's what should have happened. It should have been Danny DeVito. Let's be fucking
That's
real.
what I thought that too. That would have been great.
I'm
I
like,
was
I'm like,
Danny DeVito
listen,
cameo
like
as Wolverine.
it's
Why
fun.
not?
It's funny that it's Hugh
Yes.
Jackman, but I'm like, you could have just because the internet like jokingly was like Danny DeVito is Wolverine. He should be the next Wolverine. It's like, why didn't you do that? Like, I mean, you got
Yeah.
Henry Cavill to play a variant of him, or the Cavalrine as they call
Right.
it.
Yes.
Which was fucking hilarious as well.
That was funny too. That was pretty good. I like that montage sequence. I thought that was all right. That was done well.
Yeah, that was very funny, and they even took a dig at like DC, saying like we'll treat you better than those fucks like across the street. I was like, oh, that's great. So like, and honestly, like if he's gonna be Wolverine, like in the MCU,
he looks the part.
He looks the part. He looks great.
Why not?
I'll go. I'll buy it. Honestly,
younger than Hugh Jackman. Yeah, maybe. If you need it.
Yeah.
You honestly don't need to have Wolverine be the main character in an X-Men movie. You can have him be a character that doesn't need to talk all the time. Just he's around, says a few things, does his thing.
No, but I like before that where he's like going up to me, he's like revving his fucking like motorcycle, and he's like, from the back, you kind of look like Henry. Oh my fuck!
Yes, that was good.
That was so good. Like,
yeah, I thought that was a good sequence. That felt like they gave more thought to that. Way more thought than like Multiverse of Madness or something.
Remember the Logan with the shotgun?
Yeah.
You know who I thought that was? It was Hugh Jackman in that, but I thought that was Clint Eastwood. Am I the only one that thought that?
That would have been pretty cool if it was.
No, here's why I thought that. Here's why I thought that, because Hugh Jackman said like his inspiration to playing the Wolverine character was Clint Eastwood in Dirty Harry. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
Hugh Jackman said that he basically took that like performance and you can kind of see it. You can kind of see Clint Eastwood in Hugh Jackman when he plays Wolverine. He's like Dirty Harry,
a little bit.
Clint Eastwood.
Yeah,
like that's where I take some of my inspiration from when I play Logan.
Right.
So I thought that was Clint Eastwood. I was like, oh, that's cool. But then I didn't see his name in the credits, so I'm like, maybe that's Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
But they did a good job making it look like it wasn't Hugh Jackman.
Yeah.
From
real
the
quick,
CGI and stuff.
Real quick, outside of the Memberberry cameo slop, how was it? Well, I give it a 4 out of 10. He gives it an 8 out of 10.
I get it an 8. So it's very
different, very
different opinions.
Yes.
And maybe I'll just be real. Maybe this kind of appeals to people around my age, because like people around my age like grew up with the older the early 2000s.
Very well
Marvel
to like Tom
movies.
and Fanzine too. So they're they're twice your age. So
that's true. No, because you're kind of in that same generation as I am, but you're obviously older than me.
I'm in the middle. I'm 30, so like I'm in between both you guys' generation.
Okay,
generation.
I'm 21, so
yeah.
No,
it's if anything, it's just just the way that I look at movies, and I look at pretty much all of them and judge them all as good as I can, regardless of whatever. If there's any part where it's like, just forget about it. Like I can't always just forget about it while I'm watching a movie. Depends on the degree. And this is the type of one where I can see people having fun with it. It makes total sense. It's not one where I'm baffled that people enjoy this. This is one that screams to have a lot of people like it. It's just, if this were the type of movie, if they were to make 10 more of these types of films, I'd go insane. I'd be like, I don't think I could watch them. I'd just be like, well, they're gonna reference things.
If they're done right, because like this is where I understand where you're coming from. I'm like that too. I think I'm a lot more like that now compared to before, since like
you've seen more stuff, so I think you get it a little more with that.
No, I'm a film student, so like objectively, it's like I'd say like narratively, like it is kind of a mess at times, like with the concept and all that, but there's a lot of good shit in this. Like I'm gonna be
there's
so
a lot
real.
of good shit.
Like as a movie, like even just as a movie itself, it's like you don't have to have seen Loki, really.
No, you don't.
to like understand. So like I like that. I'm like
Yeah.
like good. We actually get a Marvel movie where you don't have to do fucking homework.
Well, sort of.
Okay,
In a way, this
the only-
might be one where you have to do the most homework, depending on if you want to
know
watch
what?
all the X-Men movies and all that stuff.
Okay, but that homework is actually good homework.
That's good
compared to
homework.
fucking-
You're right. That's not torture homework. It's not.
That's
it's not, you have to
fun.
go through the schlock. You're
okay,
right. You're right. You don't have to go through schlock shit.
Like
Yeah.
okay, like watching like Deadpool, like 1 and 2. That's fun homework. That's great homework.
And
I'll
then
take
the
that
X-Men
homework.
series, that's fun. Even the bad X-Men movies, like, or the ones that are not as good, are still fun to watch. Like,
Dude, I watched
X3 gets the most shit, but that's like the most entertaining one to me. Like, even though it's not that great, I enjoy it a lot.
It's
you know?
I
I
don't
enjoy
like
that,
it.
though.
But like
Yeah.
I rewatched X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yeah.
And like that movie's not good at all. But I mean, but there are a few good things in there.
I feel like it's got a fun vibe. Like it's got a good vibe to it. That if you're in the right mood, then it can be fun. But if you think about things as you're watching it, nope.
I mean, like Liev Schreiber's a great like Sabretooth, but like other than that, like the fucking CGI and Deadpool are fucking like atrocious. Like the way like
some of the
those were
stuff
handled.
could be a lot of it could be a lot cleaner. The visually, that's one of the things that's kind of annoying about it. But I mean,
no,
because
like the fucking because the fucking like CGI in that movie, especially like whenever like the fucking like helicopter like guns are firing at Logan whenever he's like riding his motorcycle, it looks like a PS1 game.
Yeah.
So like there are parts of that movie that
Some
look like
of
a PS1 game.
Is it true they literally dig up Logan's body and shit on it? They do dig up his body, but they don't shit on it. They use his body as a weapon to kill like 30 other people. They use his body as a weapon. So
in the context of Deadpool, it makes sense. Like they don't like shit on the legacy or any of that. Like they honor it, but they do it in a funny way. Like in a funny way that's appropriate. Like if you saw Spider-Man doing that type of shit, it's like that would be a completely
that'd be weird. But
that'd
Deadpool doing it makes total sense.
No, it wouldn't be weird. It would be a disaster.
It'd be horrible. Exactly.
Yeah,
but
it'd be a disaster. Like fucking imagine fucking 5'6" Tom Holland or however he's not that tall for a Spider-Man. Imagine he did that shit to Logan. Like that would have been fucking terrible.
Yeah, well, it's like
or just any Spider-Man in general. But
they acknowledge how good Logan was. I mean, this is why I'm saying when they dig up his body and they have a skeleton and they use that, it's mixed because it's a really good scene. It's an interesting use of his bones as weapons, but depending on how like with the ending of Logan, with how that was, and like that's what I'm saying. It could feel like a desecration, but.
But here's the thing, like
that's why it's a tough one. It's kind of mixed.
But there's different Wolverines in this movie that like make brief appearances, but they focus on this one Wolverine where it's like, and let's just jump to that already since we kind of should
let's
be.
Go there. Sure.
After he meets Wolverine, he teleports to this bar where Logan is just a drunk. He's a failure in this world. Nobody likes him, and the bartender's even like, I told you, like, you need to get out of here. And he's like, just one more drink, please. And all that type of stuff. And then Deadpool comes in and talks to him, and he's like, I don't know who you are. But I know you. It's like, everyone does. I'm the Wolverine, and stuff like that. And then Deadpool tries to pick him up and stuff, and he buys him the bottle or whatever, and he wants to fight him, but he's got like fucking whiskey, like fucking claws or whatever, like he can't grow them out or whatever because he's just got fucking alcohol in his system and whatnot. So then he just drinks the whole bottle and fucking passes out. And then he peeks at like what he's wearing underneath his clothes. He's like, oh my God, those are some nice jammies. And he's like, and then he looks at the camera. This took 20 fucking years. And then he drags him to the TVA with his full costume, and it's just like, oh man, it's sick. And where they actually, there's a whole payoff later to the to Logan's arc, like that version of Wolverine. That's like, oh man, like they actually gave us the Wolverine that we wanted to see for 25 years, you know.
Yeah.
And it was done well, and because we're still talking spoilers, right?
The whole thing's
Like-
spoilers. Yeah.
Okay, the whole
Spoilers.
thing's spoilers. So
I said spoilers on the title, so that's what we're getting.
to jump further, like it was kind of cool to see, like at one point Deadpool saying, like, because that version of Logan is considered the worst, like Wolverine, or the worst Logan. At the end, when it's all paid off and stuff, like Deadpool's like, you're the best Wolverine. And it's like, that's cool because the audience, I think most of the audience would agree with that, because that's the version that we've wanted to see.
So I like most of it. I don't like their explanation and that they call him the worst Wolverine. It's like, well, so he's the worst one because he didn't fully join the X-Men, which I think even in the X-Men movies, he never really fully joins the X-Men anyway. He's a drifter that comes back to them here and there and is like a substitute teacher on occasion, but he's not like really an X-Man. He's not really part of the team, and he's not always present. He's always a loner, really. But he does team up with them.
But the way Wolverine acts, like in Deadpool and Wolverine, is not as harsh as compared to how the Fox Logan was characterized, if that makes sense. Like, he was a lot nicer in comparison.
Well, yeah, no, I get it, but this is why I'm also. Why is he the worst Wolverine?
I don't know.
My critique isn't how this Wolverine is.
Dude,
my critique is why they call him the worst Wolverine. That's stupid. Because there's probably horrible Wolverines that do horrible things that are straight up villains in their universes, and it's like, if this guy who just wasn't present when all his friends got killed, and then he goes on a revenge killing spree, you think that's the worst, and he's like super regretful about it and depressed about it and wants to change it, you think that's the worst one? I mean, there must be Chad Wolverines and no bad ones ever, because this is not even that bad of a Wolverine already from the get-go. Like, they try to make it, they say he's horrible. That's what I think is stupid. Like, they say he's the worst. It's like they could say he's a bum one. He's a bum Wolverine. Look at him. He's not a warrior anymore. He's just a rabid animal who just slaughters innocent people. That's all they could have said. The way they make it, I understand that at the end they say he's the best, but that's not needed.
No, but he's considered the worst Wolverine because he failed his fucking world. He's the one Wolverine that failed his world. Even if, like, there are other bad Wolverines, those Wolverines haven't failed their world. If you failed your world, you are considered the worst version of yourself. Yes.
I mean, it just seems that their explanation for what his failure is really not that bad. His failure was he just wasn't there to protect everyone.
No, you're leaving
That's
out
what
some
they
of the...
said it was. No, what am I leaving out?
You're leaving out the context that he failed his fucking world. That is the worst thing that you could do.
What does it mean to fail your world?
By making bad decisions. Clearly,
what was his bad decisions? His bad decisions was he wasn't there to protect his friends. That's his bad decisions.
Because he didn't think for them very much. Clearly, like, that's what that shows. And he's drinking a lot. Like, he's a fucking. And the way he acted. I don't know. Like,
how is it that bad? I mean, Thor leaves his world all the time to go do other things. Like, it doesn't mean, like, because he's not present for a little bit and they get killed, he's a horrible person. That's bullshit. Like, he's blaming himself. He's blaming himself. He's not literally the cause. The people that killed the X-Men, that's their own decisions. That's not him causing the problem or anything. Him going on a little revenge spree, you could say that's pretty bad because he says he kills some innocent people. But that to be the worst one, I think is really stupid because you're telling when they have all these infinite amounts, these cajillions amounts of Wolverines. Like my point is, there's obviously going to be way the fuck worse ones than this. If this is your worst, this is pathetic. This is pathetic.
No,
you can't
but
see
okay,
a Hitler Wolverine. You can't see him just killing the. What if he killed the X-Men himself? That'd be way worse. This is like a gentle X-Men. This is a baby X-Men, a baby Wolverine by comparison.
No,
yes.
No.
What are you talking about?
No. Oh God. I don't. Sometimes I feel like
what are you talking about? What do you mean no?
I feel like you watched a different movie than me.
What are you talking about?
I feel. See,
explain, because I'm making total sense.
Okay.
If you went to work and you have your family at home and they get killed while you're not home, did you fail your world? You fail them? You feel like you weren't there.
Okay, but there's probably the audience probably thinks that he did so much like he made so many bad decisions.
It's my job to just imagine. He raped a bunch of people. He ruled the world and made slaves. They didn't say that's what happened. That's not in there. That's me writing it for them to make him worse as a person, which he obviously isn't at this point anyway, because he's just like, I'm just taking a drink. I feel like a drink. He should be like, give me that fucking alcohol, you bitch. You fucking, you should just walk behind the counter, grab the alcohol, chug it himself. No, I don't, just have one more, please. I'm Oliver. Please have some more. Like, I don't know. The problem is them saying he's the worst. My problem is just they say he's the worst. Don't say he's the worst, and then I don't have a problem. That's the thing. That's my critique. But how you should be able that's an easy one to agree with, right? Like saying he's the worst is a stupid decision.
I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a stupid decision, because here's the thing. Here's the point I've been trying to make, but you keep like talking.
All right, go ahead. Go. I'll be quiet.
They're probably leaving out certain details that they just don't want to, like that Logan himself just doesn't want to give away, because it's like, why would you? Like you don't want to talk about those things. You want to move on. That's why he's drinking himself. Because
TVA are the ones that say it.
Okay. They don't explain it.
This was my critique. No, my critique was the TVA saying he is the worst Wolverine.
Okay.
They did not need to say he was the worst Wolverine at all. They could have just said that was a shit Wolverine. That was my critique. That was my only problem.
You know what?
I feel like that's an easy one to agree with, because this has nothing to do with what Logan has said. You can still think that he's done horrible things.
I understand.
This is just one thing. I feel like this is an easy one to agree with. With that line.
Okay, I neither agree nor disagree with you. I'm going to explain this. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, when Mr. Paradox tells Deadpool that, this is the worst Wolverine, and you're going to have to deal with him throughout, like, when he's going to deal with him throughout the story, that sort of increases the stakes. So that's sort of my argument.
It doesn't increase it, though. It really doesn't.
No,
that's an imaginary.
It does increase the stakes for Deadpool, because they fight in the void and shit, and because fucking you see within Wolverine's like expressions and all that, it's like fuck you, I don't want anything to deal with you, and like just his whole journey with him for the most part is like, it kind of you kind of see it in his face. It's like,
I feel like you're explaining why you don't need to say he's the worst one. They'll have an arc anyway that goes forward without saying he's the worst.
They're showing and not telling.
No, they're literally telling by saying he's the worst. You don't need cut that out, and then it's better by just showing. That's my point. If you're writing a scene and you have characters doing something, let's say you
but they kind of showed it in the beginning of the bar scene where that version of Wolverine gets introduced. Like you can kind of see
that he is more of a pussy.
No, not a pussy. Just like
he's just beating his man. I'm depressed. And
No,
give me
like
another
he
drink and
no,
then,
no, but they legitimately showed like he's not a very like
but
favorable person. Like people don't want to be
Wolverine's
around this guy.
that's so common with any Wolverine. He's like that in X1. Like I mean, that's just like a natural state of Wolverine is kind of being depressed and drinking. Like that's not specific. That's not anything different. That's kind of my point by saying if he was like on the bar stool, he's literally sitting on top of somebody, crushing them while drinking his alcohol. That'd be a little different, a little excessive, a little cruel, a little mean. Like, I feel like if you were to have them show it and instead of telling, I feel like these would be so many decisions you can do that would be better than having to at all say he's so bad, because you would just see it by what he's doing. Like this is part of my critique for this. This is why I'm not letting it go, because it's like they don't need to say it, especially if this is like supposed to be really good. Like, come on, like that's some baby shit. Like that's like as if they're expecting to explain this to children that he's not a good Wolverine. Like that's what that comes off like to me. You don't need to be told it.
I don't know.
Because you even said that they show it. I feel like that supports what I'm saying. Then remove that one thing, and then that's a little bit better. That makes more sense to not say he is the worst.
Okay, I feel like just like the Happy Hogan shit, we've gone way too long with the Wolverine.
I'm surprised. I just didn't think there'd be this much pushback from just saying one thing. This isn't even the biggest problem in the world. I don't know. I'm trying to convince you. We're both filmmakers with this. I'm trying to understand why you're letting this. I feel like you're going so soft on this. Like it's just so soft on this. Like
no,
I'm not even going hard.
Said,
I'm barely. This is an off the cuff one.
No, like, I'm just saying those are little like problems that you have, but we're talking so much about them to the point where it feels like it is a big problem.
But I feel like we're talking so long because I feel like that makes a better conversation with it. If it was,
I agree. I agree, but
we're gonna butt heads. We're filmmakers. That's what we. That's what we got to do. We got to explain our points.
But it feels too. It feels too long. It feels too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To a point. I like these discussions that we're having, but at the same time, I kind of want to move on to other shit that happens because
that's fine.
Because we're not even.
Let's bring it to where you want to bring it. You lead to where we want to go next. Go ahead.
I don't know because we're not even at the best parts yet. That's the thing.
Go to where you want it. Go to where you want it to be.
God, we're not even like.
Where do you want to talk next? Johnny Storm.
Yeah, might as well. Okay, so the fight that you see in the trailer that happens, whatnot. It's kind of bloody as shit. Like most of the movie is. Okay, let's go to. So there's the some of the X-Men characters return: Sabretooth, Toad,
Pyro.
and Pyro. Oh, that's right, Pyro. Yeah, same fucking guy. What's funny, and I kind of wish they got, since it's the X3 Last Stand Juggernaut, I kind of wish they got Vinnie Jones back.
I imagine they wanted to, but they couldn't.
I think they wanted to.
They had to acknowledge it. They're like, we couldn't.
And they made it everybody, joke, but it's like I don't know. Like, what the fuck is he doing really? Other than I know he
I feel like part of the problems could have maybe. I know it's stupid to even say, but part of it could have been COVID, like people traveling. If he's in a different country, I mean, there's reasons, location reasons why they might not be able to get it.
I know he did the Gentleman TV series for Netflix, the Guy Ritchie thing. I know he did that, but like I don't know what else he's been doing lately. That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like I feel like they could have gotten him to do it if they were gonna use that version of the Juggernaut.
Right.
And was it? I think Psylocke was also in it.
Yeah, I don't think it was Olivia Munn though. They never really did They never did a good close up on her to really tell. So.
No, I could tell it wasn't her.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been sweet if they did. That was sweet. Olivia Munn's fucking not. But
no, literally, I was just like, I remember because there was a close up of there's like a one shot close up of that character, and I'm like, Oh wow, it's not Olivia Munn. That's a bummer.
Yeah, true.
That's a fucking bummer.
Yep.
And what else? I think there were like a few other characters that. Okay, you know what's funny? Like some of what is it? I think I went with a bunch of coworkers to see the movie with, and like somebody said like, "Oh, that's a red Nightcrawler or whatever." It's like, no, that's not Nightcrawler.
No, that's Hazazel or something, right?
Yeah, Azazel. Like he's from First Class. I'm like, that's not fucking Nightcrawler.
I could see if they didn't see those movies, they don't recognize
Yeah,
them.
no,
but,
they
yeah.
just, or maybe they did and they just forgot.
Well, I mean, with it being this type of movie where there could be different actors playing, like I could see them maybe thinking it's a color swapped characters. I mean, that would make sense. I could see them doing that. I could see them doing a pink one or something if they wanted to. Like,
what is with
just for
you
funny.
and pink?
I just said it one other time. I could if I said yellow. Well, he is yellow. Red. Deadpool's red. So that was the color that came up there. Green. Okay. They already made jokes with green. They're not going to do that again. So anyway,
well, for obvious reasons.
So, did you like the Deadpool Johnny Storm joke?
Yes. No, Johnny Storm was great.
I like Johnny Storm. I didn't like the joke leading to his death. Was stupid to me. Like, I feel like they could have done something else with this character because it's just Deadpool kind of like improving, going, he said this about you and this about you, and then he kills him. It's like, it's not very funny. It's like, okay, I like the death. The death was cool. That was some creepy shit.
You know why he got killed off, right?
Yeah. I assume they can't afford to have him on
exactly. They make that into a joke.
Well, no, I agree.
We can't afford him because of the budget.
It's just. I feel like they could have done something different to kill him, maybe, or to lead up to his death, or if he was actually smart mouthing her. I don't know. I just the context of this just Deadpool riffing and then gets him killed just seemed unnecessary to me.
But like
Johnny's a mouth talker and shit talker anyway. Like,
well, no, but Deadpool and Johnny Storm are both shit talkers.
Yeah, but then he just kind of sits there and takes it as Deadpool just like throws him under the bus. So that wasn't funny to me.
He can't do shit. He was fucking handcuffed and all that type of shit, so he couldn't.
He has a mouth. He
has a mouth, but he has a mouth.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to fight. I'm just saying he could have talked. He could have had better comebacks or something. You could have made it funnier.
To Deadpool?
I think with Johnny Storm comeback. So you just said that Johnny Storm is as much a mouth talker as Deadpool, right? Like he talks shit as well.
Well,
like,
no,
just having it be.
He's not nearly as strong of a shit talker. He's not nearly as strong. He
doesn't have to be equal. He does not have to be equal.
No, because fucking Johnny Storm, he's more PG-13 in comparison to Deadpool, who is rated R. He's a rated R shit talker.
That still doesn't take away his ability to respond. His responses were, "Hey, I never said that. I never said that." He could have, I think if they wanted to do this bit for some reason, I feel like him responding with something. Deadpool's the one quipper
responding
out of everybody. Okay, listen to what.
However he responds, it's not gonna fucking help. He would have been killed either way. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that it should have saved him. I'm cool with his death. If they wanted this conversation to end his. I feel like you would have. Would you not have liked to see Johnny Storm quipping a little quip battle with Deadpool?
No, yeah, sure, but like
that would have been better. This is one of the minor things, just a minor thing. I think would have been a better choice instead of it just being Deadpool saying that's what Johnny said, and then Johnny gets killed. Like if there was a back and forth with Deadpool and Johnny, and then she kills Johnny or something, that would have been better use of time. That's my point.
It kind of wouldn't have made much sense given the context. I feel like this
didn't make sense. Just him, because Deadpool just says it to get him killed, and that's just it. That's not great either. Like if
but what the fuck?
That's not funny. Just because he's expensive. Just like okay, like all right, that's not great either.
No, but like Johnny Storm's only gonna like use certain quips and like act like a dick if like he feels the need to. Like he didn't feel the need to at that moment. He was kind of in panic mode at that point.
Wouldn't that be a little funnier if you have the I can say whatever I want Deadpool compare like battling some type of verbal battle with PG-13 can't curse Johnny Storm? That alone would be kind of a funny offset.
That's
one with
true.
being hindered.
But he already used that joke on Wolverine saying, "Hi, Mr. PG-13 7 times," or whatever the fuck.
You don't have to say the same thing. My point is instead of just Johnny sitting there taking it like a bitch, he, say, "Hey, you," "Hey, you've read something," some type of thing, some type of responses. I'm just saying what I think would have helped the scene instead of it just being Deadpool mouthing off and then it leading up to his death. I feel like otherwise this was a waste of time with it because it's just Deadpool just rounding that. It just wasn't that funny. Just the way they did that. I feel like they could have made this a funnier scene if this was their point to get Chris Evans out because he's too expensive.
But in that context in general, like I'm not trying to like compare it to this entirely because I think you would agree with me on this. It makes sense for Johnny Storm in this movie because it is Chris Evans to get killed off as a comparison to like what's his name, John Krasinski's Mr. Fantastic getting turned into spaghetti in Doctor Strange.
My issue, I'm totally fine with Johnny Storm's death. I'm cool with him getting killed off. That's not my problem.
Okay, because I'm my whole point is like it's like I think if they weren't captured or anything, like if Johnny and Deadpool and Wolverine, they were just in the journey, they were not like in a tricky situation or any of that, and they were just walking around. I could totally see those two like be quippy to each other, and they get to come back and they'd have a whole battle about quips and shit. You know what I mean? I could see that. But given the context of the scene, and maybe you're thinking in your own way in your screenwriting head, I'm thinking the same thing too. Given the context of the scene, it doesn't really matter. You don't need it. Like he would panic because he knows Cassandra Nova. Like he fucking knows the world of the void, just like Blade.
Yeah, which
Elektra,
could have led for better conversation as well in the scene, I think, or leading to him getting killed by her.
No, but he explains who Cassandra Nova is briefly to Logan and Deadpool when they were captured in that little ball.
Yeah.
So it already shows you like he's kind of fucked either way because he knows this person. That's why.
So my issue is not at all with him being killed.
Okay.
My problem is not with him being killed.
Well, you've explained that. I know that. It's you're just disappointed that he the way it was sort of done.
Not the way it's done. Okay, so I feel like so the issue is that's not my problem. My problem is I feel like it's a waste. I feel like Deadpool's joke was a waste of time. That's my problem. I feel like it would have been a better to fix it. So I'm explaining why, like what could have been done better. Like, okay, instead of just having Johnny sit there, have him do some type of back and forth or just skip this. I feel like this main scene in general isn't very good because what we get here is it's okay. They get captured here. She skins Johnny. Okay. She flicks Wolverine down. Nothing really significant happens with Wolverine. She goes into Deadpool's head. And then this is its own can of worms for me. This would be, I don't know if you want to be on this. She goes into his head, goes into his memories, and it's implied, or Deadpool straight up says, Vanessa never said that thing or something. You made her say this. And it's implying that she had a hand in getting Deadpool here. I feel like this whole scene was so weird and kind of, I don't know why, what did they want to accomplish with this scene? Like what?
Well, she's just trying to fuck with his head. It's like that actual thing kind of happened where they have this talk, but it's that one line where it's like, oh no, she didn't say that. She said something else, but it wasn't that.
Yeah, but it's implied that she's the reason why they broke up.
No, I didn't get that at all.
Otherwise, then it's just another weird moment that she does that doesn't add up to anything.
No, I didn't.
What is this? What is the point? What was the point of this? What did that accomplish?
I didn't get that impression at all.
So what was the point of this scene?
The point of the scene is to try to hurt Deadpool. Like she's trying to get into his feelings. Like it's like fucking there's another character that does this shit. Who tries to like get you like vulnerable and shit and into your emotions. It's like the scene where they're like in the table. It's like that happens and what is said before that one line that isn't correct. Like all that happens, but then that one line it's like you mean nothing or whatever. It's like that's her you like changing it up to like hurt Wade's feelings. That doesn't imply that, oh, she's the reason they broke up. It's like, no. If that were true, that would have been that would have been convoluted as fuck. That did not happen.
Okay, so regardless,
I did not get that at all, and I
I
don't
wasn't
think that's
sure what to take from it. That was a thought process that I had when I watched it. Is that what they're supposed to make me believe? But if not, if the case is she's just
No.
fucking with his head. So I ask you again, screenwriting mindset here. What is the point of the scene of them? Deadpool and Wolverine and Johnny are brought here. Like what are we doing here? What are we accomplishing? Story wise, what are we doing?
Well, they want to capture, like she wants to capture them or whatever, or try like fucking like.
So no, this goes. So I'm sorry. This may be why it's struggling with this. So like I'm trying to whittle the fuck down to their writing decisions and why they chose to do things. Well,
No.
they're trying to do blah 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 because of this. Well, right. Why is that happening? Why is this what you're choosing to have happen? You're writing your story. What they're trying to get from A to B to C to D. You're trying to get to the end of your story. What you're making the events that happen, you're making the obstacles that happen, you're making whatever happen. You're trying to hopefully have non-useless scenes or pointless scenes. What's the point of this scene, and what does this really accomplish? It just accomplishes you get Johnny killed, and you establish Cassandra Nova. She's here. She has the ability to fuck with your head. Though it's kind of weird that she has to touch your brain. She doesn't seem to be able to do that from a distance. But that's okay. Whatever. A limited power on her, that's fine. It's actually fine with me. And the way they do that's okay. It's kind of creepy. Gotcha. But it's like it doesn't accomplish anything. We don't really like her doing that thing with his head with Vanessa. Never comes back into play. That was like completely pointless. We're only there for like a brief second. Right?
I mean,
we're not really there for very long, and then this huge smoke thing comes in, and then they take off in a rocket boot, and then it's like, well, why? This was our scene being introduced to like one of the main villains, and it just didn't really seem to amount to much.
Okay, if anything, her fucking with Deadpool's head with like the whole Vanessa part and everything, that's sort of like a brief sort of reminder maybe to the audience or to Deadpool or whatever, just being like, okay, this is what Deadpool like needs to do. Like he needs to, sort of better himself or whatever Vanessa wants to do or something like that. I don't know. Like maybe that is something to do. But let's move forward from that. So eventually
Okay.
after Logan gets buried to the ground and pushed aside, he gets back and stabs
her. Yeah.
Just stabs her with his claws. And I forget what happens after that. Like, how do they fucking get to the cave or the
so
fucking...
she somehow has healing powers, even though she's like more of an Xavier. She's Xavier's twin.
Yes,
and
they shared that. Yeah.
And I never had it that he had regeneration capabilities. That seemed to not be a thing because he ages and stuff. So
okay, I don't know the Cassandra Nova character in the comics. I know that is an actual character. So like she probably has like some of the same powers but different as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, they show that with her going into his head. This is another thing that was kind of confusing, but I don't think you want to go down this route. But like, she's pulled out of basically as an infant or out of the womb, whatever you want to say, before she could walk, is what she says. She's pulled out and then pretty much pruned immediately, sent here as a baby because they fear her power. But then it's like her power seems to be like limited compared to Xavier, as far as she can use telekinesis just like him, but she can't just go into your mind telepathically. She has to like touch your mind to get into your mind, which is like that's a good hindrance on a telepath type of person, that you have to have physical contact. That's a good hindrance, but that doesn't make her more powerful. That's, if anything, makes her a little bit more formidable. Like you can be more on an even playing field because she has to be able to touch your mind. I don't know why, but they have her seem like she's a super threat, like a super threat, more threatening than Xavier. And it's like, I just don't see that. Not necessarily, but we don't need to go down that rabbit hole with it.
I don't know. I thought the villain was fine. I'm just glad that they didn't go the whole sympathetic route or any of that.
Yeah, true. Like, they didn't have us go, oh, she's just a good person after all. Nope, she's not.
That would have been terrible because it's like, that would have been fucking awful because it's like you killed Johnny Storm. Like
you didn't just kill him. You tore his flesh off of his body. Like you mutilated him. You mutilated him.
If I were to give you like my problem with Johnny's death is just the fucking like the part where his skin gets ripped off and all that, and he just collapses. I'll say the CGI was shit. That's my only real problem.
Yeah, I feel like if they had like, I'm picturing if they had like the effects from The Thing on there and rip the flesh off or something, I feel like that could have looked really good with like practical.
Oh no, for sure,
good practical effects. Like,
because here's the
that would have been
I'll
creepy,
say this,
man.
For some of this movie, like some of the CGI looked really good, but then
some scenes, some parts look good, other parts it's like, what is going on here?
Especially the scene where like you see her fingers and stuff in like the head or whatever, like when she's like getting in your head, and I was like that looked pretty good. The part like minor parts with Johnny's death, it's like, okay, that didn't look good.
Yeah,
but what's funny is like they didn't use the company that normally does the CGI for like the Disney owned movies. Was it Industrial Light and Magic? They didn't do this movie. It was Weta.
Yeah, Weta Workshop.
Yeah, they went to Weta Workshop, and that's sort of why it was a little better.
I gotcha.
So that's why it looked slightly better than like other MCU movies that have come out. But okay, this is why I need to say it a second time. Maybe you remember, but I don't remember how they get to.
No, so I can explain that. So they stab her. She heals. I think she's about to do something to them, but then they see the fart cloud approach them.
Snake. Oh, the snake thing. Yeah.
The huge cloud is approaching them, and she's like, "Whatever, bros." And then Wolverine just like walks over and starts kicking like a rocket or a leg boot or of some kind, and then he and Deadpool just kind of rocket out of there, which I thought was kind of weird too. Just the way they just they're out now. Okay, they just zoomed out of the scene now. All right, whatever. And then I forget the order of what happens, but they go to that like little diner and they talk for a sec.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the diner.
But there's not much that happens there because you see what you see in the trailer is pretty much what you see here. He's like, everybody loved you in my world, and you're the best dude ever, and you're the X-Man. And he's like, well, in my world,
fuck that.
I'm shit in my world.
No,
yeah.
You were in the X-Men. Fuck that. You were the X-Man. Or something like that. It's like,
exactly. That dialogue takes place there. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, well, he ain't shit in mine. Like it was like, dude, like you were awesome in like my world or whatever. He's like, yeah, he ain't shit in mine or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they actually say that in the trailer as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't really get anything new here. Like if you saw the trailer, you pretty much saw this scene for the most part. They're looking for food because they're hungry and getting some spam out of an old restaurant or something. So
jeez.
Yeah. And and then the next part I remember is they're walking around and then they see Dogpool approach them.
Oh yeah, and then
Nice Pool.
Nice Pool, yeah.
I hated the fucking dog. Usually I'm a fan of dogs in movies, but I hated their overuse of this dog, honestly.
I like Dogpool. Dogpool was cool.
If it was just the one time, like this, I don't know, maybe that'd be fine, but they like utilize him like 3 times and I'm just like, fuck.
I don't I don't see
Like,
it.
it's more just like because it's like they're stopping the scene to be like, it's a cute little dog. And it's like, oh my god, who gives a shit. Yes, it's a ugly dog. It's cute, whatever. I got you. And it's just I don't know the amount of time that's like around the dog. Again, I'm just like it's not funny. It's like people that like Baby Yoda or something. It's just like, can you? Is that it? It's just it's cute. So we're just on this dog this whole time. It's not very funny to me. It just feels like a general energy waster. Just the amount. If it was just a little bit of time, I wouldn't care. But it's like the amount of time, especially throughout the whole film with this stupid dog, and how useless it is. Really, it's just around to be a little another joke prop. It annoyed me.
I think,
but I
that,
understand people loving the dog. Most people will love the dog.
Do you know the context of the dog in real life?
No idea.
It was the dog won. It's considered like that specific dog is considered like the ugliest dog in the UK.
Okay.
And because that dog was famous in particular, that they wanted that dog to be dog pool in Deadpool 3 before like Wolverine was even involved in shit.
I mean, I'm fine with it being in here. Again, it's just the amount of time with the dog. I just have an issue with, the amount of the baby talking. You should have a daddy, a papa. And it's like the amount of time with the dog is I should find it a little annoying. But then whatever. Then we get Nice Pool comes up, which is Deadpool, who's just with Ryan Reynolds entirely.
You know what's funny about Nice Pool that I haven't heard anyone point out that I sort of like thought is if you look at how the Deadpool or the Nice Pool suit is designed, it's very MCU styled suit. So I think that's considered like the MCU version of Deadpool.
It might be. It looks more polished too. Like it's like he cares about his suit compared to the other Deadpools.
Well, no, because if you can tell, it sort of looks almost like a copycat of like how the other suits of the MCU look in terms of like the lines and the detail and all that type of shit. That's what that's sort of indicating. And also the fact that like, you know how like everyone makes the problem where like everyone has to take off their mask every fucking 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Like in order to talk.
If this was their intention, then that's some meta shit I did not even see at all.
That's some meta shit that's some meta shit that only I saw.
Well, I'm saying if it was intentional on their part, that would be great. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if that's intentional.
I think it was intentional.
I think that would make it better if that was intentional.
Okay,
sure.
Considering how many other times they dug into the MCU, I think it was fucking intentional.
I feel like if Deadpool saw him from behind and was like Paul Rudd, oh no, that's just Nice Pool. That's just I don't know, something like that. Like like as if he thought it was somebody else, but it's Deadpool or Nice Pool, whatever. Like if he was mistaken for somebody from behind.
No, but that's
I feel like that joke would land a little more.
No, but that's like a meta like joke or reference as to like this is probably what Deadpool would have been in the MCU universe.
No,
in terms of the way he acted and all that type of stuff. Like it's not very accurate to who the character is as some of the other ones are. Like I think like I said, I understand if you don't think the same way I do. I feel like I'm one of the very few people that caught that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if it was an intentional decision by the filmmakers to do that, and what you're saying is accurate.
I don't know if it was intentional by the filmmakers.
I don't think.
I think it was intentional by Ryan Reynolds.
Maybe that would make more sense to me if it was Ryan Reynolds specific touches to it.
You know that he's one of the writers of the script, right?
Right, but they also in the story like they don't.
And he's a producer.
They haven't pruned things from the sacred timeline really, so that wouldn't likely be that one. But I could see Ryan Reynolds making that joke over the studio or something. I could see him doing that. Personally.
They don't say it. They just show the fact that this is probably what it it could have been like just as a joke.
Bring that up with Tom and Fancy and see if they
I want
agree.
to.
So that would be I'd be curious to see if they agree or not, because you could be, that could be something you're totally on the fucking ball with, but I haven't heard anybody
or maybe
mention that, so
maybe
I just don't know. That one
or maybe they'll rewatch this stream and they'll be like, oh, Runner's onto something. I don't know.
Could be, maybe, but anyway, so I don't hate Nice Pool, but I didn't really like him either. It's just because it's right. It's just it's fine.
I could have done. There was a certain point where like Nice Pool did kind of annoy me, where I'm kind of like you, where I'm like, yeah, like I like it was a gag that kind of went a little too much.
Like it just felt like we're at this point, and it's like, here's just another gag that's walked up to us, and here's the dog, and then here's him, and it's like, I just feel like they could be more clever with a lot of their things, like with
I can also do the
stuff.
I can also do the fourth wall breaking, the proposal.
Yeah, that was a good joke. That was a good joke to have.
Okay, you know what's fun? See, that's where that's also where it gets even more meta with my whole like part of it being the MCU version of Deadpool, because it's like, how sometimes like the MCU they'll be formulaic with just lame ass fucking jokes. That could have been it. That could have been a dig on that.
That would have worked better, I think, if Deadpool or Wolverine said something serious and then Nice Pool says, because something like that, because then it would undercut a dramatic scene and do like a pointless reference. Like,
because I'll be honest, I laughed my fucking ass off in the theater when Deadpool called Nice Pool Van Milder.
Yeah, that was a good one. There was some good exchange with that. So yeah, again,
it was right. It was right after that. It was right after that he makes a proposal joke.
I feel like I would have liked some of these jokes if certain things were happening, or because like the way that they're going is like one person walks up to the other, they're standing or sitting, they're having a conversation, and then something happens. It just seems weird, like especially for something like Deadpool, to just constantly be stopping and then doing jokes and then they move on. A lot of the humor comes with whatever they're doing sometimes too, or whatever. There's more visual gags as well as the verbal gags going on too. I feel like some of those might have helped more, and kind of like with what you're even saying with Nice Pool, seems like if what I like what you're saying if this was like a huge nod without being like it's covert enough, it's not super in your face, but like if you're looking at it right, you can see what they're doing. I like that. I would like that. That's kind of good. That'd be kind of clever. And I feel like if there was more clever things like that, maybe there's some that's in here throughout this. But
see, I think that's
enough.
I think that's where the show and don't tell thing comes from. It's the Nice Pool aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just sort of how I see it. So now I remember how they get introduced, the cameo. So they have this fight in the van.
So they get to the van, which is a punchline of a joke that I don't think was that funny. He just was talking about how shitty this type of car is when he was a car salesman, talking about the competition. Yeah. And now he's got to be in this car, and it's like, that's a joke, but it just feels like out of a Deadpool joke, that's like bottom tier. That's like,
no, but those are like normal conversations you would have with someone just randomly.
It's like maybe. Well, I guess my problem. So you see, my issue might be then it's like, okay, Deadpool is the deliverer of most of these jokes. It's like, if these are like more of a common man joke, I'd rather somebody that isn't Deadpool make the joke.
No, but if you are an expert,
play more of a part of it, like.
But if you are an expert and have experience on a certain field, you would make comments like that, like anybody would. So I think that's what that was sort of indicating.
I guess.
And Wolverine's like the typical guy who doesn't give a fuck, as some people don't. Like that. That's just like real life shit. But
Yeah,
what is it?
that's,
Like
and that's fine. Like I don't have like a huge deal with
and
it, really, but
eventually he's just being Deadpool, trying to piss him off and stuff.
yeah.
He's like, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I
don't
like
say
their
anything.
interaction. I like their interaction in the car. I feel like that was good. Especially so this is like a difference between we're just standing and talking and something's happening. It's not just that they're like physically driving. It's like Wolverine is focused on a task and Deadpool wants to talk. Because that's what he does anyway. But he's, they're in the car, they have nothing else to do but sit and talk, essentially. So Wolverine's trapped in the car with him, essentially. And he believes that Deadpool is going to try to help him save his timeline. That's what has motivated Wolverine now. That's what's motivated him. He has a chance to redeem his timeline and save his friends, whatever, do everything right this time. That's why he's putting up with Deadpool. So that is a good comedic effect. That's where you have the opposites together clashing in a better way. I feel like this setting is better for this. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, it does little annoying things that like if he was a kid or something, like stop, you fucking annoying turd. Like he does
the web shooters that Spider-Man does, and then he's like stop it.
Yeah, it's another one. It's like they do good, and they slowly build to their conversation that ends up leading to their fight, which I like their conversation here. And it's not just he says, if they can help save us, and then Wolverine gets pissed, but he's not raged out yet. Exactly. He's like, you said fucking what? And then Deadpool's like, he's an educated wish or whatever. And then instead of just going, you're so stupid, he's like, you couldn't even land a stripper and whatever. He digs a couple of things at Deadpool's actual personality that Deadpool kind of hides with his comedic shit all the time. And it's like, psh. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna fight you now. Like, I liked that was, and so Deadpool kind of actually initiates the fight. With this, Wolverine said something that got to him, and it wasn't undermined with a really crappy MCU joke or something. It goes into a fight, and so I don't know if it heard me before, but I didn't really like their first fight scene very much. It's just two guys that are fighting each other that can't really do anything to each other. It's just more of a fan.
No, the fight in the van was slightly better.
But the fight in the van felt much more earned. Like I would have preferred it if this was the first time they fought, honestly. And it's like, whoa, personally, but that's fine. Different taste on that. I got you.
I'm kind of glad that was the second fight all around, because it's like here's the first fight. It's kind of generic, but I think it's necessary to the point where you'll get to the second fight and it's even better. It's like a warm up, and then you get to the real thing.
Maybe
it's a warm up, and here's the real event.
I guess that's fine. I'm good without it, but I can understand people wanting it in there. That's fine.
It's better if it wouldn't be as good if they started with the van first and then.
No, I agree. My issue with the first fight is
real.
My issue with the first fight is I wish there was more of a reason, or at least a better reason why Wolverine wanted to fight him, even if it was something funny. Honestly, like you said, like the problem not being that he got sent to a void, but that there's no alcohol or something, and he wants to drink, but because of him, he got dragged out to this place, doesn't know where he is. He wants to get fucking drunk, and he can't. That'd be better than just I can't get. I don't know. I want to fight you now. Is this what it seemed like? And
I want to explain to you why that fight probably happened, but we're gonna have that same long ass conversation.
No, we don't
again.
need. That's fine. But the car fight scene I think is better anyway. I like that it's better because it's like a very confined small location where these two guys that
they're fucking wrapping the seatbelt around the neck and shit.
They have all these different ways they're trying. They know they can't kill each other. They know that already. But they're letting out their anger on each other. They fucking hate each other at this point. Or at least
they do.
Wolverine especially. He seems to get some visual pleasure in causing harm to Deadpool. Like, yes, like he is feeling good being able to rip him apart, and they're both getting good blows on each other. And I feel like that was a good a good, I don't know, because it's not the point of them fighting each other. They're like they're venting their fucking frustrations, and they're both an impenetrable, like they're flesh bags that don't die, so you can keep on even though they're not dead. Stabbing that flesh bag feels really good because it still hurts them. They both still feel the pain. They just don't die. So cause as much pain as you can.
But here's the thing: they fight
idea.
long. They fight long enough to the point where they do pass out. And
I like that too. That's all day, hours of fighting,
hours of fighting.
And I like that too.
I think one of them gets wrapped by like the seatbelt.
Wolverine just wraps Deadpool in seatbelt so he can get some sleep.
That's getting
right.
Tired. That's
getting
right.
tired. It needs to sleep.
And they both get kidnapped by one of the cameo people.
Yeah.
And then they wake up in the place, and fucking
now they're in the cave.
Wolverine, like he has like a Jack Daniels in his hand, and he's like what is this? And like Deadpool's like, what is this place? And he's like, I don't know, but I like it here.
I don't know. I've got alcohol. I'm happy now. That would have been a funny continuation before if there's no alcohol here. If he and then got in a fight, just saying that would have been a good, connector punchline. Like, here's alcohol. This place is great, actually. Never mind. But anyway, they wake up here. I
don't think that's necessary because you already know he's a drinker by like the introduction to him. So it's like,
it's just that it felt like there wasn't much of a reason for him to actually fight Deadpool before. He was already depressed and wanted to die anyway, pretty much. So alcohol being his only true love.
I didn't want to tell you this because it would be a long conversation again. I was gonna bring up that he's the worst Wolverine, but we've already had this conversation, so let's move on. Okay, so they're at this like castle type looking place, and what is it? I think Deadpool hears a noise or something on what's going on, so he like sneaks behind like a wall or whatever, and then he brings out a sword, and then it's a Psy.
Yep, Elektra.
It's Elektra, and then Elektra gets introduced. I'll be real. I kind of wish like they gave her the comic accurate like bandana that she wears. It's like that would have been cool instead of just her like not wearing anything.
I don't think it would have mattered that much to the scene.
I mean, really. It wouldn't have mattered, but it's like. But here's the thing: you make Blade look a little bit more comic accurate, as well. I mean, and then you got Gambit right after that. He looks very comic accurate, but you don't do that for Elektra.
I think they're just keeping her to how she was in the movie.
I mean, I know, but that's a nitpick. But they didn't keep the way Blade looks. That's not the way he looked like in the movies at all.
Which I wonder if it would have been better if they kept him like he did in the movies, because vampires don't really age, really.
That's my only. That's another nitpick is like why the gray hair? Because it's like, I know.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure because he's a half vampire, so I mean maybe they just age really slowly. Maybe
no, because that's in the like the way like Wesley Snipes' Blade looked a little bit like in the comics compared to the movies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm saying like they didn't do that for Elektra, but they did that for Blade and Gambit.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Is like,
yeah, if you did it for them, why not do it for her? I got you. Yeah,
it's like if you're gonna go as far as to make Blade, if Blade had this goatee where it's like white and shit, you could have had the bandana and shit or whatever. Elektra wears.
Yeah. If they're gonna go down that route with those characters, you might as well do it with her. Yeah, sure.
And like my only nitpick for Gambit really is just fucking Channing Tatum's just too fucking big. Like Gambit's not that bulky looking.
Yeah, Gambit was another joke that I just kind of thought wasn't really needed, but
no. I thought that was brilliant. I thought that was a brilliant joke where he's just like, "Who's your dialect coach?" Like that shit's funny, and like also the part where Deadpool's like, like you didn't really get a chance by the studio or whatever to fucking, because the whole inside baseball joke is that like I think like 10 or 15 years Channing Tatum's like tried to like get a standalone Gambit movie and it's never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've been trying to like work something out for like a long time, but it's never happened.
Yeah, to me, that's one of the. I guess the Channing Tatum joke's one of those ones that's just for the people that followed it and care about. Yeah, like followed that. That'll hit hard. But
No,
for
most
somebody
people are.
who, so like I don't give a shit about Gambit. Like he seems like a just based off of he has like cards and his look looks doofy to me. I don't know. I don't care about him. He doesn't. Out of all the X-Men or mutant
I think
characters,
Gambit's a cool character.
I think there could have been cooler options or better
No,
options.
but Gambit has a fan base. I
know.
just want to point that out. Gambit has a fan base.
I get that. And that's why I'm saying I think that will work for a lot of people, but it definitely won't work for everybody. A lot of people will be like, "What the fuck was?"
Oh
this?
no, I agree. No,
that's what I'm saying. And I'm one of the people where I'm like, I don't get this joke. The dialect joke, I think would be funnier with somebody that I feel like it'd be. I don't know, just Gambit. It's like I don't know who knows how many people know who Gambit is. So it's just kind of like okay, this guy who just speaks this way is speaking weird, and okay, like I don't know.
Mostly Marvel fans, but like I don't know. He's in the '90s cartoon series.
I don't know.
like Gambit speaks in a Cajun accent or whatever.
Does anybody usually have trouble understanding him?
Yeah, that's how Gambit talks. Like that's the mixed thing about Channing Tatum. It's like I don't know if a standalone Gambit movie would have worked if like that's the way he would have played the character, but it's funny in the movie. Like it works in the movie. Like he's great in the movie. I don't know if he would have been great as Gambit in like a standalone thing. If that makes sense. But I like let's be real, out of all the cameos and like X-23 shows up later, but like I don't know. Like it's cool that she's there, but it's like
it's one of those. So that's one of those things where, so she's there, and that's neat, I guess. But
yeah,
it's one of those things of like,
I'll say
okay,
this.
so
when I was in the theater, I'll say this: it's like really she is the leader of these of all these people.
I feel like Blade would be the main leader there. He's
probably the
most experienced with dealing with these kind of things, and
let's just be real.
Whatnot.
Wesley Snipes, he fucking steals the show compared to all the cameos.
Well, I mean, he's the type of character that'll outlive them. He's like got the most experience. He's got more lost than them. I mean, just I don't know. It just seems like he fits all the bills of he's the leader, of course. Like like compared to even if she's stronger than him with whatever with her shit, he'd still beat her experience wise. So that
I feel like Blade would just kick her ass in general. I think
anyway. Probably the only reason why I'd say X-23 might have an edge is because of regeneration.
Yeah,
she won't necessarily, even though he also heals, but I think he heals a lot slower technically.
Well, he's a vampire,
and he can be killed. Like
he's not a mutant though. He's a vampire.
That's what I'm saying. He has ways to be killed more than her, and she's got regeneration shit on her. So it's like I think she has a slight advantage, but that would be an interesting fight. Blade versus X-23 or something. But anyway, yeah. So her cameoing there is like, okay, I get it, but it feels weird because they try to have her like have a moment with the Wolverine, and it's kind of like it's one of those things of the audience can see the importance of this,
but it's not her Wolverine. That's
what I'm saying. So like the audience connects the two dots as Wolverine and her were cool together, but they don't fucking know each other. She even knows it's not him entirely. That was one of my issues. That's why I didn't feel anything from that scene. Really, it's just because it's not that same version of the character. Like their performance was great, but it's just story wise characters. It doesn't make sense for these two to have even her. I could see her maybe having like a glimpse of like I knew a Wolverine and I know, but like. You could be like him if you want, but you're clearly not. Like I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where it need more time for her to connect with him to have a scene like that when it's so quick.
It reminds me
one night. That's one of those weird things that don't click well for me.
No. It reminds me of an issue. It reminds me of an issue that Avengers Endgame had when Tony, Steve, and Thor go up to Thanos. And it's not even the same Thanos.
It's not really the same Thanos.
It's the exact same thing when it comes to Laura and Logan. It's like
it's not the same personal emotion effect here.
This is a different
It's not
like
personal. It's not really
version.
personal. It's not personal anymore.
No,
with that.
it's not personal.
They don't have the memories together, so it doesn't work.
Because with the Endgame thing, it's like this is Guardians of the Galaxy timeline Thanos, not Avengers Infinity War Thanos.
Thanos is not that different, but the fact is that the Infinity War Thanos met and interacted with our characters.
Exactly.
The other one didn't. It's like that's the main difference. Otherwise, the Thanos are almost the same, but this one has met the characters and gone through this. The other one didn't, and so that's the problem. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So watching that scene kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes, this is a minor issue that I have. Is like in terms of like it trying to get me to be in the field.
But I'll give them a credit at really trying to make it look like it was a good scene though. Just
no, the acting, like you said, the acting was cool. The scene was fine.
Yeah. They at least got that right. So
yeah,
they at least got that down.
But yeah, like and a minor issue was just like really like she's the leader of like these three. Like I didn't buy that very much. I don't know if you agree with me on that. It's just like you said, it's like the audience. I feel like they're gonna be like most of their attention, along with mine, is gonna be towards Blade because he's kind of like the one that.
Well, he was one of the first
he was one of the first
movies,
yeah.
Right? He was like one of the first Marvel movies.
Well, he was like one of the first ones that really started.
Or at least that was considered really good. Like that was considered good.
Yeah.
Back in the
and I even told this to a friend of mine. I'm like, dude, like all I've ever wanted, and I didn't think it would happen because I didn't think Wesley Snipes would come back to play the character, but I'm like, I would love to see just a scene between Wesley Snipes' Blade, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man just kicking ass together.
Yeah,
like that is your Marvel trio that really started.
That's your early 2000s. That's your early 2000s. That was around technically the movies that kicked off and kept the superhero franchise alive before the MCU and the Dark Knight and stuff.
Exactly. No, well, it's technically Blade's like late 90s. And then early 2000s as well.
We'll just put it in 2000 range though, because that's where people remember. They lump them in there to the 2000s.
But I'm just saying, like those three actors, they look great in age still. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Tobey Maguire in No Way Home.
Yeah, and he can still perform. He still acts.
He can still perform.
Even though he doesn't act much anymore. He still
even though he doesn't act much.
Good. Still does good.
Same with Wesley Snipes. He doesn't act much anymore.
That's true too. And Wesley gets to keep his shades on, so he doesn't have to really express much with his eyes. So that's even better. He can just do funny.
Oh, he doesn't need to.
There,
Dude, he can just express with his mouth, with his fucking fangs and shit. Like it's awesome.
Well, just his eyebrows. I feel do a lot of the some of the looks at people. What'd you say,
dude? You know what's sad is like I feel like. Was it me and my coworker? I feel like we're like the only ones who even like knew who Blade was in the theater.
Oh, like what? That's crazy.
Dude, no, like
what's up, awesome one?
Yo, what's up, awesome one? Some of the audience was just fucking like lame as fuck. Like they didn't I feel like I'm the only one who like understood some of the fucking like jokes and references and like and I'm like one of the few people, like I'm the only one who like shouted out on the screen. I was like, holy shit. I was like, Wesley fucking Snipes. I was the only one that said that in the theater. I was like, what the fuck? None of you got hyped over that shit?
That's crazy. Yeah, I would imagine there's a lot of people. So my theater only had like, well, it was one of those smaller theaters. The bigger ones were all sold out. So it was like a smaller room theater that has like 20 people in it or something. But that was full. And there's a couple, like mostly couples and shit. But it was like, they weren't too active the whole time, but there were lots of shit. You could hear whispering of like, probably mostly the husband going, that's a guy.
There was a lot of that.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that, but there were like times where like I just went like a complete idiot, like most other people would.
Yeah.
And that was one of the moments I was like, "Oh my god!"
I imagine the big theaters were just like, "Holy fuck!" Like just
that's why I kind of wish I went to my like local matinee because like that's where I went to see like Infinity War, Endgame,
Yeah, the bigger
Spider-Man: No
ones.
Way Home, and like every
Yeah,
single
the energy is probably
the-
really good in those
the
theaters.
the
so,
energy was
yeah,
the energy was insane. Like
Yeah.
every time I'm not gonna lie, I used to like lose my voice like during those times.
yeah,
Because I remember
That's
walking
fun.
out of like No Way Home, and I just screamed my ass off when Tobey Maguire appeared out of that portal.
Yeah,
And then I got out of the theater, and I was like, oh my god, this movie was pretty cool.
I need some
And I was
water. I need some water.
like, and one of my friends was like, Cooper, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I kind of lost my voice.
That's funny.
I was like, fucking Tobey Maguire appeared, and I lost my shit.
That's funny. But no, so I like that you mentioned Tobey
Um,
Maguire with it, because I feel like
No,
I'm
but
glad they got.
Blade to me, like I'm like the way people reacted to Tobey Maguire, it's like that should have. I feel like that should have been Wesley Snipes' Blade.
I
Yeah,
agree. Yeah, I agree.
and
And of
it
all the
wasn't. So I was
cameos
like,
in this film, that one should have gotten the biggest applause.
Yes.
I mean, Elektra. It's like, oh, you got Elektra. That's neat. That's neat. Okay, little clap.
Yeah.
You got her back. Okay. And Blade.
fuck.
And then it's like, oh, this Channing Tatum. Okay.
No, I was pretty hyped about Channing Tatum as Gambit. That was pretty cool.
But no. So I like
guess-
that Blade is here. Or go
I guess
ahead.
Johnny Storm got the most hype just because I think there were some people in my audience
People
who
were
thought
probably
that
like,
was Cap.
oh yeah, that was a movie. I forgot about Fantastic
No,
Four.
no. Some people thought that it was Cap because he was like hiding.
Well, I know
his
that's what I'm saying.
suit.
People probably forgot about Fantastic Four, so they never even thought that would be Johnny Storm.
Exactly.
It's just Captain America.
I
instantly was
knew-
like, I figured they were going to do a Johnny Storm. Why wouldn't they're not going to do a Cap? That's too easy.
No,
But
they're
gonna do
I was
Johnny
gonna be like,
Storm.
that would have been
Yeah.
too huge. I was
See,
like, you know,
That'd
because
have been
when he
too
showed up, I was
simple
like,
for me. Yeah.
I was like, no, that's
Like, why are they showing just his arm? I recognize the voice. Why are you just showing the arm? This isn't a big cameo unless Johnny Storm. It's gonna be Johnny Storm. Yeah, and then
when he showed up, I was like,
Pyro shows up, which I don't know if I said, but I liked how Pyro was able to kind of easily beat him. He's like, dude, I control fire, so like you're.
But then like no, but you know how Johnny Storm says like dick for brains? I was like, oh, that's Johnny Storm.
Yeah, that's
Like
a good little small clip.
Cat. Steve Rogers doesn't say dick or any of that other language.
Yeah, exactly. Language.
Exactly. It's like he doesn't
Yeah.
have that kind of mouth, you know. So it's like
No.
that's Johnny Storm.
Yeah.
But what is it like? Yeah, I was disappointed at that. I was like, how do you guys not like get hyped as shit when fucking Wesley Snipes appears as Blade? It's like I'm so disappointed in this audience.
Oh, appreciate you coming around, Colbert. Thanks.
Oh, that's why he's been calling you the USA hat guy. He's
USA. Usually I have a director hat on, but I've been feeling some American pride lately, so I'm wearing some American shit. But
I'm just like he has a name.
Well, I don't have them on here, so it is Rook. I don't have our names displayed. So
Oh,
that could be.
but it's in your channel.
That is true. That is true. But people might not think to just say the Rookie Critic. On there.
I guess.
I'll show our display names for.
That's
people.
fair.
There you go. There you go. Now you got our names up here, so that's good. But
that's fair.
No, so that goes. So their plan. They come up with the plan. The plan is to get Juggernaut's helmet to put onto Cassandra's head, so that she can't use her powers. So that's their plan, and they believe that they need Deadpool and Wolverine because they're the only two to ever escape from her. Nobody's ever gotten away from her before, escaped her grasp. Which again, that kind of leads to their escape was kind of lame. Like they see the fart cloud, and then they just kind of escape on a rocket boot because nobody else is watching them. And it's just like I wish there was a better scene to have that happen, but let's not get back into that.
Yeah, but that makes that okay. It makes more sense for Deadpool to escape from a rocket as compared to like Blade.
But it was Wolverine though that was doing it, and then Deadpool tagged along.
Yeah,
he grabbed on the last.
But Wolverine
second.
was with Deadpool, so
but still, anyway.
It makes
we don't need to stay on that scene.
I know. I'm just saying it makes more.
Yeah.
It makes less sense if it was Blade, just because it's a very serious character.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. But so they're going to drive the little van to the giant Ant-Man.
I was born ready. He says
Yeah.
that before they like go and shit. And I think that's a line in one of the movies or something.
I think so. Yeah.
And
so
you know, I'm so real. When Blade showed up, I was just like, say the line, just say the line. The motherfucker's ice skating uphill or whatever. You know
mhm,
that line from
yeah.
the first movie. I was like, please say it, just fucking say it. I know that's gonna be so member berry-ish, but I'm like, just please say it for me. And then he eventually said it, and I was like, yes, he said the thing, and I'm the only one that got hyped about that. I was like, you guys suck ass.
See,
Like I was
this
like,
is why, in a way, so this is something that I'm aware of. So I feel like you'd be really good, especially right now, at making crowd pleasing scenes and things that you write.
yeah.
I don't focus as much on that. I think about that later, but I feel like having that as something to keep in mind would probably help the like audience's energy while they're watching something. I feel like
But he said it.
you'll be really good at doing scenes, at creating scenes like that yourself.
But it was done
To
in an
have the audience
appropriate.
go, "Fuck yeah!"
But it was done in good timing. It's like
Yeah,
like
yeah. It wasn't misplaced. It's a good spot to have the line, so it doesn't feel as much like they're just member burying you. It
yeah.
was well enough.
Like it wasn't like it wasn't like Michael Keaton saying "Let's get nuts" in The Flash, and it's just like, oh, that's cringe. Like,
Yeah,
oh
no,
god,
don't do that.
I was like, oh god, no. But it was when Blade's like kicking ass and all that, and he even uses little like not batarang, but you know what you call it, like this fucking like
A dagger or
dagger shuriken type blade or whatever.
the shuriken's probably
Yeah.
closer to what that is.
No, it's
Something like that.
it just starts
Yeah,
like killing.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, his weapon thing. Yeah,
And then
throwing thing.
and then he catches it with his hand like he does in the movie.
Yeah.
And then he like poses. He's like, "Motherfucker, still ice skating uphill." And I was like, "Yes, he said it."
But yeah, they go on their way in the car to go and face the bad guys, go into the giant man's head, and Elektra pulls out a rocket launcher. Like, where'd you get that from? From the Punisher.
Blade does.
Or Blade does, right? Sorry,
Blade does. Elektra's.
Does Elektra answer?
Elektra's driving.
She's driving. Okay, you're right. You're right.
I think no, Deadpool asks like, "Oh, where'd you get the launcher from?" And I think Elektra says, "Oh, from Punisher." It's like he's like, "Which one? There's been 5 Punishers." And then Blade says, "There's only ever been one Blade, and there'll only ever be one." I love it. I don't give a fuck about that straight to video Blade. There is only one Blade.
There's only one good Blade, but there has been more than one Blade.
No.
But anyway,
no, there isn't one good Blade. There's just one Blade. No one gives a fuck. I'm sorry, Rook.
I feel like the line works better. It's stronger if it's true, and it's just not true. So I don't. No. It's like a lot of people thought that Daredevil sucks, but it exists, man. So Elektra herself sucks.
No.
She exists, man. There's only one Elektra.
But people remember. People remember the Ben Affleck.
Doesn't matter. Remember that it exists. There's an old Captain America from like the early like fucking 60s or something.
Dude, that's memorable.
Not really.
Dude, that's memorable even to a sense because that was a canon movie. Like what? Like who did the fucking Blade TV series?
No, that doesn't matter. That's part of what they can make fun of. That's what I'm getting at. But
no one gives nobody's gonna fucking understand that reference. I'm sorry. Out of all the jokes and references they make in this movie, if they make a reference to that version of Blade, I'm gonna be so real with you. As a filmmaker, even if that was filmed and it was dialogued in there, I'd cut it out. I'd be like, no, that would be a waste of time.
I guess I would be shocked that that's what you would decide over other things that I brought up.
Plus, I think that line was just to indicate that like the Blade.
I know it was more of a meta. It was a meta line to the audience that
it was a meta line.
Our attempts to make Blade has not gone well. We're gonna stick with Wes, and he's gonna be the only Blade. Fuck our other options. This is our guy.
Plus, no, but I think the other actor was it Mahershala Ali, which I'll be honest. He's a good actor. I think he looks like Blade. And I even said, I'm like, the closest one to also play Blade would be him before he even got cast. That's because I knew of him like before.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was already a fairly famous, popular actor beforehand. And I'm like, he actually looks like Blade. He could play the character, and then he got announced. It's like, oh, that's cool. I mean, Wesley Snipes is still going to be the best. It's like he's not going to, he's not going to be.
The issues are probably more with their story because they wanted to sideline Blade in general.
No, exactly.
Have the other characters. The other guy might have done well actually, but never got a chance to shine. So,
did you actually hear what Tom actually had some insight on?
Some of it, but honestly, I don't want to go too much into the Blade.
It's not a very long story. It's just the short of the story is the short part of the story is basically like Wesley Snipes was in talks, but he didn't like the idea of him being the Whistler character.
Yeah.
And when he said no, I don't want to do it, like a few days after they announced Mahershala Ali's playing Blade at Comic-Con.
Mm-hmm.
And Wesley Snipes was pissed.
Yeah.
That's essentially like Tom just knew somebody like connected to that whole story or something like that. And then obviously, since it was confirmed by Wesley Snipes himself, he got a call from Ryan saying, hey, would you like to be in this movie? Hey, do you want to slay some vampires again? Or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I made that whole thing up, but that would be a pretty cool like line to start off with.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good.
And I'm assuming if Marvel really is going to get their shit together and they want to get the audience back, it's like just do the Blade movie, but change it up, take it place after Deadpool and Wolverine, and just make it a Wesley Snipes Blade movie and call it Blade Returns. Like, just do that.
Maybe. Hopefully they'd make it good.
Hopefully they make it good. Well,
hopefully.
If Wesley Snipes is involved, hopefully it is good.
I would agree, but I mean, I feel like, Robert Downey Jr., could have spoken up a little bit more in some of the roles that he was for, like I liked him in Iron Man 3, but there's some aspects, a little iffy.
I hated Iron Man 3.
In general, there's a lot of things that actors could speak up on and they don't. Like Luke, Mark Hamill could have spoken up about treatment of Luke and didn't. True. Well, what would they do if he was like, fuck no. Look, but he just went with it anyway.
That's true, but I'm just saying, like,
they have more power than I think a lot of people realize. The main actors. So
I feel like he would kind of have that pull as to like be like, oh, like this isn't right. Like we can't do this. Because it like Ryan Reynolds after Green Lantern, and he's been in a few other stinkers too. But like
he's been a lot smarter after his failures. Ryan Reynolds has learned from his failures. That's what's good about Ryan Reynolds.
I mean, Blade 3 was terrible, for instance. So like he was a part of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or they both were anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And they even kind of do a joke nod to that, which I already said earlier when I got here.
But they break through to the giant man's thing, their lair, whatever.
Blade blows up the door.
Blade blows up the door with a rocket. And see, I guess I wouldn't mind.
They do a whole like slow-mo, like get out of the van, and then fucking Wolverine pops out of the trunk, and they're all like in like all the characters are in like one shot and all that.
I wouldn't have a problem with the scene as much if they didn't establish certain things in this movie, like in this scene. Even like, okay, one, they've been at war with this other faction for a long time. They make it seem like they're really difficult to beat, and their main strategy was just go through the front door. A little weird, I think, but okay, whatever. They're going to go through the front door and just go, but then they just kind of stop there. And then the villains at their lair, like, okay, they're not like just caught off guard and oh fuck, what? No, they're all set up and they get lasers, they get rifles, they get guns. There's mutants that are there that can teleport and ones that are ready to fight. And the villains are on pause this whole time while the heroes get their thing, which I know is like a Deadpool joke. Like they did that in the other ones, but like I don't know. It's like, okay, so you got Elektra, who she got shot, is killed. You got Gambit, who I'm sure isn't like invincible or anything. Sure, if he got shot, he'd get killed too. I don't know. It just seems like they're pretty exposed anyway. Is what I'm saying. Like the fact that the villains are, I would have liked that to have been more. Just it's on some type of a different way. The way the scene played out is kind of weird with their entrance, and it just felt too sucking itself off at this point. And it's like, okay, yeah, you got Elektra, all right. I mean, not one of the bigger draws. You got Blade, yeah. A lot of people like Blade, sure, yeah. I mean, Gambit, okay. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I feel like they should have done a different type of epic shot if they were going to go for one. But this one was like really full of itself, which just felt weird for the characters. Like, I don't know. At this point, it just felt kind of like a weird. And then they charge forward, and then the bad guys shoot at the ground, not at them. Then they go into a fight scene that.
I mean, they're probably doing that too, just like because they're gonna like their trajectory is to go to the door, like they're trying to defend the front door to where Cassandra Nova is.
I mean, if you have guns pointed on people that are like exposed and not covered by anything on the ground,
nah, but you're not.
You have
but
multiple
here's the thing,
people.
But if
I just don't know how you don't hit any of them. Like
no, but you're not gonna hit the person if they're all running around that area and you have snipers. You're not gonna hit them if you're.
But
like,
they're standing still, and then at some point they decide to move forward in one direction. So it's just my point is don't show the guys have guns if you're not gonna utilize them. Just don't. It seems better if they're not there because. But if
one person just fired randomly, like that would send the signal like, oh, like okay, like we actually have to fight now.
Yeah,
it's like pulling the trigger like an idiot is like not a good move.
But like letting the people that are exposed, and then when they start charging toward your guys to fight, and then you just don't shoot at them, that's kind of dumb too. You just shoot at the ground. That's what they did. My point is, if you have guys in a like, the heroes are in the worst spot you could be if there's people with guns on you.
Yeah, but even if you're sniping, it's like. I don't know. Like
I don't know. You pretty much have you have an open field here. You have an open multiple people that can take their shots. It's an open thing. They're not even snipers. These are just like rifles. They can do multiple shots. Boom, 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 boom. Even if you move, it don't matter. Point is, like, okay, this is a small thing. It's just I don't like it when in movies in general, if they show people lined up and they can easily take people out, and then they just don't. Because they're not supposed to shoot them yet. That's stupid.
True.
Even in comedy parody, I think it would have been funnier if they're all there and they just don't have guns. Because it'd be like, wait, don't you guys have guns?
I agree. That's
they could do a joke, but they instead of just having it be we're just dumb. I'd rather it be a joke than they're just retarded. You know what I mean? Like
no, I agree. And in most cases, like yes, and I'd even say that I guess with this too, but like. I don't know. There's a lot going on.
Because otherwise, it's just background. They're just shooting at nothing. It's just fire in the background. But anyway, the fight scene itself, I think, also isn't very good because the other ones were more personal. This is just there's very few shots that hold on any of the characters for very long, and it just kind of jumps around to each one's. And I don't know. It's just one of those ones that's impersonal. So it's just like, well, whatever. You're fighting people, and it's generic fight. It's whatever.
It doesn't need to be personal. It's just like the cameos.
Well, I mean, if this is supposed to be Elektra, Blade, if this is like their last chance to have a finale, this is a pretty shit finale for them. This is like whatever. You're just but clashing at the end, and that's it. Whatever. It's not as epic as their pose suggested. It's my point.
Yeah, but a line that a certain line that we've already discussed that you think is good but not accurate. That line kind of confirms that it might not be the last hoorah for Wesley Snipes. But
no, I understand that, but the characters believe it is. That's my point. And it's
okay,
I don't know. And the
that's fine.
filmmakers filming this, I just don't. I don't know. It's one of those. It's what I'd call a schlock fight. That's just. It's not. It's not very memorable. It's just here's them. They're just doing their thing, I guess. And I would have preferred because you've seen multiple characters fight different fights before, and you've seen them fight multiple people. I don't know if each of them had even like one person to go one on one with. I think they could have maybe had a better type of scene to go off of or something, or have Blade be alone to fight a bunch of the goons to slice up himself. And he and Elektra or something have to deal with the army of henchmen, and the others deal with a couple of generals or something, and then Wolverine and Deadpool go face her. I don't know, like you kind of, do you see what I mean though? Like where you could make a better final fight scene. This final fight scene for them is not that great. It's not like it's horrible. I'm not saying it's a horrible fight scene, but I don't think it's good. I cannot say it's a good fight scene. It's a very bland send off to characters.
It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest thing ever, but like there are like some cool nods like here and there just to see those characters in action and all that. I think that's sort of what that means. Especially like let's be honest. Like I said, a lot of people they're gonna take it away as like fucking Wesley Snipes is back as Blade. We get to see him fight more. Like that shit's cool. Even there were even like I said, there are a few callbacks too that were very appropriately used from the movies that he was in. The Blade movies and stuff. So like that was cool.
Yeah, it's just like you saw No Way Home and like how much of an important part to play the other characters had. I'm wishing that these characters had that they felt they were important like that too. These feel like they're just fodder to throw at the guys while they go do their thing.
Okay,
and
but
it's like
to counter argument that is they were more important because that's a Spider-Man movie. We're talking about a Deadpool and Wolverine movie. So this is their movie. It's not Blade's movie. He's just there as a side character. Same with Elektra and Gambit.
I don't see how you can't have but I don't see how that doesn't matter though, because like you can have it still be Deadpool and Wolverine focused and have scenes with these other characters. Like, a Deadpool movie is a Deadpool movie, but Vanessa plays a big role in the Deadpool movie. Like, there's these are side characters to their movie. Yes, they're not the star. But this kind of goes with my utilization of time, and where there's other scenes that I think could be dropped in order to make room for more moments or character building or something happening with other characters. And this is an example of that. They meet these guys and then they go and die in the morning. And it's just it's like, okay, it feels to a lot of people like
they don't cameo set. They don't die though. And they were actually like they didn't die though. Like, remember, like TVA fucking brought him back.
They're implied to. Well, I mean, they're already implied to have been pruned, and when they're left behind, they're implied to be swallowed by the fart cloud, and then Deadpool has them be brought back. Yes, but still, just because they get. I mean, I don't like that necessarily either. Just
the last shot that we see them in, they're alive.
Still, my point is this wasn't a great fight. This wasn't a great use of them in the movie. That's my point. It doesn't matter that they're alive.
I don't agree entirely. I think this is a good use of like you having cameos and they're actually like supporting characters that are important, that they do drive the plot along. Like you needed those characters for Deadpool and Wolverine to get into that what do you call it, temple or whatever.
I don't know. They found out. I think their use was more to learn that Juggernaut's helmet could block Nova. That's their main function.
No, but fucking Deadpool and Wolverine couldn't do it themselves. They tried and they couldn't. They didn't really try.
They didn't really try before.
They didn't need to. They know they would have been fucked.
I mean, they got sidelined by a giant magnet that they didn't know was there. And
No, but I'm just saying, like, they would have been
like they
fucked either way. They
properly,
needed, there was a reason for the cameos to be in the movie from
but
a writing standpoint.
my point is, you could have had any cameos there that could fill the same function. It's not, they weren't that personal to this. This is what I'm getting at. Like, especially
Why
if you're
is that a problem though?
because then it's just then they're not that important, really. Them specifically, they want their impact to be more impactful. They want it to be. Oh, I feel like I should finish explaining myself, but I want Runner to hear it, so I don't want to do it without him there. So I don't know, man. I've been going for almost 4 hours though. Oh man, Runner. Gotta see if he's able to come right back or not, because I don't know. That's okay, dude. I've gone for almost 4 hours, man. It's 11 o'clock here. We can discuss more of this later if you want to. But no, I feel like I'll finish my point though. I guess I think it's important for, like, if you want the characters to have a longer lasting impact, like how Toby and Andrew were in No Way Home. Yes, it was a Spider-Man movie, but like these ones here, these cameos are still just a brief cameo. There wasn't enough time to have them like shine or do anything else. You can have them interact with the other characters. I'm saying that it could have been better if they used their time more wisely with these characters, with other scenes, and cut some of them down, have a little more room with these ones. And when they have the final fight scene, have there be a different type of fight that isn't just a gobbledygook kind of fight for there. That's what I'm saying. But I'm gonna end it there. It's been about 4 hours, but it was a good conversation. Runner and I disagree big time on a lot of the stuff with the movie, but I still enjoy discussing it with him, even if we disagree on a lot of the stuff. But that's fun. That's why we get around with it. He wants to be a film. He's actually going to school to be a filmmaker. He's learning. He's more head than I'll be for a while. I'm doing it like the very slow way. He's doing it. He'll be there like in no time. He'll be ahead of me pretty much already. So that's good. His words, he's still got a lot there. He's good. I appreciate you stopping by, McDaniel. Yeah, I don't do live streams as often, but I am trying to do here and there and get back into posting videos. So good seeing you around. And now Runner comes back. Now Runner comes back.
Hello, I'm back.
All right, I guess we'll finish up now.
you looked at the chat, right?
Yeah. But I'm like, I also looked at how long I've been streaming. It's been almost 4 hours. So
no, literally, but like fucking my iPad literally dies.
Yeah.
So I'm on my phone now.
You're good. Any other parks you wanna go to?
I don't know. So last time we were talking about the fucking fight scene.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that they could have had a better structured final battle. I think that having it be at the Ant-Man's head and the goons are just there, and then they just go and fight a bunch of random guys randomly, like, I don't like that as like a final fight scene. I feel like if they were able to pace certain things out better, give certain characters certain scenes or something, by the time you get to the fight scene, it like it's more impactful instead of it just being another generic type of final fight scene. That's more my issue. It's a generic final fight scene. It's not anything I would praise. It's just like, oh yeah, it's a fight scene, whatever. It's just chalk it up, another generic fight scene. So if things were more personal, things are more memorable, things are more iconic, things would be a little bit better. I think people would remember it more. And like, who's going to talk about this fight? It's just like, oh yeah, look, he slashed a few guys. She cut the one thing I think was memorable was
it was really fucking
cutting Juggernaut's ankles. That was like a gruesome. That was a gruesome shot. But
no, it was really cool.
Would have been better with interactions with them.
It would have. It was really cool to see some of these characters that almost a lot of people like that returned. Like fucking Blade.
Yeah, they got the most simplest value out of that. Yes, they could have done
more
impactful stuff. That's
Let's be real, man. Blade fucking cooked in that
And
fight scene. Whether you
would you
thought it
ra-
was generic
would
or
you rather
not,
cook or cook more? Cook better. Cook is one thing. Yes, he was all right, but like, it's
he's not alright. He's fucking awesome.
like that's
He's
not
Blade.
peak Blade. That's not peak Blade at all. Like you
I'm
could
not
have
saying it is, but it's Blade.
but you don't
But
seem
he's
to
gr-
want you
but-
don't seem to want anything more than that. It's like nope, that's all I want. And it's like I
Okay,
don't know. That's just generic.
It's not. It's nothing. It's not.
Blade. I don't know.
Okay. Here's the thing. If you're gonna compare it to the Blade movies, like the first two or anything, like no, those are better. But that's because it's a different type of situation.
But it's like, no, so why can't they create a situation? Tell me why they cannot create a situation in this film where the final battle is better than this. Why can't they do that?
Well, it's not a final battle.
Well,
It's
it's a
like a
final
midway
battle.
point.
It's a final battle in this movie for these characters. Yes. It's in
But
their,
it's not
it's their final battle in the void. It's their final battle in the void runner. That's it for Blade.
Oh.
Blade's final battle in this film. It's Elektra's final battle in this film. That's if we're going to be very specific, that's what I mean. Because the next battles are with just Wolverine.
That's true.
And Deadpool. So
I don't know.
why can't
Maybe
why can't it be better? It's like, okay, we'll just settle with this instead of why can't it be better? Like why can't we have done things to make it look better or feel better? You know what I mean? It's just like, no, let's just have this instead of like something.
No, they had
that
a
could be
goal.
better.
Their purpose isn't to make it better, quote unquote. There's a goal to be had. They need
What's
to
the goal?
get. The goal is to get Juggernaut's helmet.
No. A filmmaker. No. From a filmmaking standpoint, why would you not want to make? It's like this is the point, and the filmmakers are making the story, and they're making the events, and they're making the scenes. Why did the filmmakers settle for a blander type? Like you could go for a better scene, is what I'm saying. So, for example, Blade. I'll give you an example.
What would you have done?
So here's an example. In Blade 1, where there's the club scene with the bloody shower, they could have just had a normal shower with just water and not have blood come down from it. You know what they did? They said, what could we do to make this better? What if blood was coming out of it? And that fucking worked. So my point is, why with this fight scene did they not like this? I don't understand why like this part isn't becoming clear for you. It's not a question of what the characters are doing. My question is, why did you're trying to make a really good action scene. You're a filmmaker. You're trying to make a cool action scene, and they made a bland action scene, a generic action scene. That's my point.
Okay, but these are mutants that they're fighting for the most part. They're not fighting like they made that decision in the first movie because it's a vampire club. That's why it rains blood.
Right, so that's why there's not blood in this scene, but that's not my point. And my point isn't they shouldn't be raining blood in this scene.
But most of the other X-Men fight scenes look like that because there's no reason to add the extra stuff like that. Because like that's just what the X-Men like fights are like.
I mean, I still don't understand. So like, no, there's
I don't.
If you're trying to make a fight scene, I don't know. You've seen iconic fight scenes. I know you have. Like I know you've seen a lot of movies where there's good scenes. But do you ever think while you're watching them to be like, you know, why'd they even try to make it good? Why couldn't they like make it more bland? Like I don't think that's what comes to mind. It's like, oh, they did a lot of work to make this more interesting and make it better. Just like the fight scene with Wolverine and Deadpool in the car, that's better than the one before.
Okay, but it didn't need to be iconic. It just they had a goal to do. It wasn't trying to like fucking like how do I explain
so
this?
they're just like, yeah, let's have some scenes not be you know that great.
I don't know. I just don't have a problem with it as much as you. Like that's such a very like that's such a niche thing to bitch.
I mean,
about.
so my first statement was the fight scene was generic. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, but like a lot of these fucking movies have that.
That's not an excuse. So okay, especially
Even
as a
the best ones-
filmmaker, man.
even
Hold
the
on,
best ones do.
especially as somebody filmmaking, man. That's not an excuse to make a bland fight scene, to make a
I'm not
generic
saying
fight
that.
scene.
I'm just saying
Like to
happens.
say other movies, because of other movies have done them not so great, you should be trying to make it better as a filmmaker. Why would you want to have it be? You want it to stand out from that. Why would you want it to just be? Here's another one, another generic one. Like it's I feel like that's like a really simple one to just try to go for, to try to make it more interesting. What if, like, what type of enemy would it be interesting for Blade to fight against? What type of enemy would it be to pit Elektra against, or Gambit? Like, those weren't thoughts that they thought of, which I think if they did, those would have been more interesting fights.
Okay, I agree with
for
you
this
there.
thing.
I
Like,
agree with you.
That so that's that's pretty much the main, like, if I'm trying to, like, that's me breaking down to make this scene less generic, even if we're not
Okay, I'll say
focusing
this.
100% on them. Like, the few minutes we see of them, that would be interesting. Like, have them be even have them blaze through the henchmen, and then they get to the guys. It's like, oh shit, to the challenge. And so, like, when Deadpool and Wolverine even leave, they could all still be alive, but like, maybe it's like even unclear that they're going to get out okay because they're fighting challenging foes. Like, I don't know. That would be interesting to me compared to being generic. That was my point.
I'll give you this. I'll say one missed opportunity that they could have done. They could have done a remix of the Blood Rave music in the first Blade movie.
They could have done what?
Like, the club, like, music in the 1st Blade movie, like the fucking techno shit.
Yep.
They could have done a remix of that in that fight scene. I think that would have gave it a little more personality, especially with Blade's fight scenes.
That could have helped. Yep.
I agree with you there. It's like they could have taken some opportunities to make it cooler. Sure, yes. I'm not saying it's the greatest fucking fight scene ever, but it's like, it's a fight scene. Like, whatever. I don't know.
It's just one of those things that, like, I won't just write off as like, that's like, it's fine that they did it, but like, I don't give them credit for it. It's like,
but I don't.
You didn't.
But I don't. I wouldn't give a movie a fucking 4 out of 10 because of reasons like that.
It's like, I didn't give it a 4 out of 10 because of that. I mean, I stacked on a bunch. It's death by 1,000 cuts. It's death by 1,000 cuts at this point for me. It's not all just because of 1 or 2 reasons. It's like a bunch of reasons, a bunch of that. Some are very small, yeah, but by the time you get to the end of the movie, there's a ton of cuts. You might as well be cut up like Wolverine and Deadpool with it. That's how I kind of feel with it, where it's like, man, just that's what you chose to do, or this what we're doing. It's okay. All right, like, it just, like, I don't know, like when you watch like a typical MCU movie of Phase 5, like, what I'm sure you're not just going, yeah, this is fine, this is okay, this is good, this is okay. They don't need to do this. They don't need to be better. But if you were to watch them, do you think that you'd be totally for them?
Dude, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I've only seen one Marvel Phase 5 movie, and that was Guardians 3, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's a good choice because, the rest are trash. But
yeah, so I can't tell you, like, what was generic and what was not, just because I just had no interest in those movies. This one that we're talking about looked more promising to me, and yeah, it was promising. I was satisfied with it, even if it wasn't the greatest thing ever. It's not perfect.
Well, so I guess my point is that, like, this fight scene that they do is just as generic as a fight scene in a lot of ones that are in other MCU movies that suck. It's just, where it's just they're fighting just generic things. These characters are just fighting things that are whatever, and it's just like, well, Could have been better. He could have, done things to make the fight better, and they didn't. So,
I mean, I guess. I mean, I sort of get what you mean, but like, I don't know. Okay, so we gonna move on now?
yeah, go ahead. I mean, we can move on any time with any of these conversations. So that's fine.
Okay, so eventually they put the helmet on Cassandra Nova. And I think, she gets into Wolverine's head, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
At one point. And then later on, they put the helmet on her, and then she has a Doctor Strange sling ring that she has for some odd reason.
And yet the reason is that he got pruned at some point and in the void. A Doctor Strange got pruned and whatever. And she killed him.
Yeah, that's right. And Deadpool and Wolverine used that portal to escape from the cloud monster thing from Loki.
Mm-hmm.
And then they teleport to what was it? Fuck. I forgot where they teleported. There was like
They go back to whatever city the TVA was in.
Oh, really? It was TVA?
The TVA had like a base. They had a base in like a basement of a building.
Oh, it was the subway, I believe, right?
Yeah, or something. Because he comes out to try to stall them while the universe Clipper's being dealt with.
Yeah, because that's eventually where like they meet all the Deadpools that come in and shit, and they have that slow motion scene while Nicepool gets killed off, which was pretty funny, and he steals his golden desert eagles, and then they do the slow motion with the Madonna song. And then Wolverine puts on the iconic comic accurate mask. And then they fight a bunch of Deadpool variants and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that was. How did you think of that fight scene?
Well, honestly, thought this one was worse. Mostly because it's just like, they're also Deadpools, and Deadpools seem to they all have the same like meta awareness as this Deadpool, and I assume they have the same skill level. And I don't know, like the way they kind of just like easily chopped through them. It isn't just one of those things where they could have just been any enemy at that point, and just like I don't know, something about the way it was shot was fine. Like the one shot sort of panning to the side. That's like that's always fun.
I actually like that.
I'm saying I like that's usually like a fun type of way to shoot a fight scene. But the fact that these are also Deadpools was just kind of weird to me. It's just like, well, I guess we have to ignore the fact that they're also skilled killers too, and they can just, I don't know. It's just like, okay, and then Peter comes in and they'll love him, which is, I guess that's fine. But
I
don't know. I'm mixed on it. I mean, I think it was a good idea to have all these Deadpools there. I just don't know how I would have better utilized them. I didn't really like how they get kind of easily dropped with Deadpool and Wolverine when it's like, I feel like they'd be more on even playing field, for most of them.
I don't know.
Like, I don't know if you just had like a bunch of different versions of a character, but just like one character just dominates them all when they're all pretty much seem to be similar. They're a little different, but I don't know. Just that's a little weird to me.
Was it eventually? I think they go underground to like a generator or something.
They have to they'd have a lot of exposition from Parallax about how if they go down there and try to disrupt something with the time machine thing that they'll die, but then Wolverine chooses to, but then Deadpool chooses to, and Deadpool farts around for a bit, and then he tries to do it, but then he can't alone, and then Wolverine helps him out, and they both do it.
And they have a it's a very similar scene to the Power Stone scene in Guardians 1, where they all
Yeah.
hold hands.
Yeah, I was wondering when
I
Deadpool
am-
went out there if they were going to do something like that, but I wasn't sure until it happened. I was honestly thinking they were going to try to kill off Deadpool or Wolverine as they try to go, like this being the movie that, you know, is that like, you know, oh, well, can you go forward with the MCU with this or not? And would this be a ballsy move if they did actually finally get rid of one of these characters? I think it would be ballsy, but they won't
Nah.
they won't ever get rid of any character ever. They'll when actors die, they'll bring them back, I'm sure.
It would have been weird if they just tried to recreate Logan again if Wolverine just fucking died.
I agree, but that's why
wouldn't
I'm saying it would have been ballsy if they just straight up don't have Wolverine anymore.
I get that, but like having one of them die just wouldn't have fit the story to me personally. Like it wouldn't have made sense.
I think it would have made sense. It just that's not what they would ever meta want to do with the Wolverine. They will always want to milk Wolverine, which is what they joke about too. You know, till you're 90, like, you know, that was a joke
that's very
too.
true.
So they're just not ever gonna get rid of them.
Oh, now I remember. Just because you made that joke with the whole you just made the joke they teleport to the car place that Wade works at. They crash into a car. That I remember now.
Yep.
And then that's when that joke comes in. Oh, he's gonna play this role until he's 90.
Yep.
Like that. Like you gotta admit that was pretty funny.
Yep, that was funny, but
because Disney does do that. I mean, look, they just announced Robert Downey Jr. of all people to play Doctor Doom. Like Jesus Christ.
that's my point. That's why I said if they actually committed to not having Hugh Jackman Wolverine anymore, or the character Wolverine anymore, even that would be ballsy. But they'll never do that. They'll never have those balls. So
well, it just depends on the contract that he was offered. It always depends on that.
Well, I don't know if it even does. I'm sure Harrison Ford has said he never wants to do Star Wars again. Give him enough money, and he does. So,
well, the contract deal was you can do another Indiana Jones, but you have to play Han Solo one more time.
Well, right, but that doesn't contradict what I said. I mean, he still did a Star Wars. If he meant what he said, he does not want. If he said he would never, well, no, he could also not do Indiana Jones. But he
wanted to do Indiana Jones.
But you're proving my point. If he meant what he said by he will never play Han Solo again, then he would deny the Indiana Jones thing. If he meant what he said. But he doesn't mean what he said. So he took the Indiana Jones thing and then took the thing. But then what else does the words mean if not like what they mean? Like, you know, if I said I will never drink a soda again, well, what if I kill your mom? Well, then I'll drink a soda again. Well, then you just don't make don't make the statement in the first place if you don't mean it. Like, you know, don't say never if you don't mean never.
That shit happens all the time though. Like,
right, but
even if
my point is that you don't mean it. You don't mean it. So like,
I know. I'm just saying that's a normal thing that happens.
I agree, and that it's kind of dumb to say it when you say never.
Hugh Jackman meant it when he said, "Oh, Logan is the last one I'm doing, and I'm done." But he
didn't mean it because he's doing it again. So,
well, no, he did mean it. He later on he had a change of heart, which is a normal thing to have for people.
But what is the definition of meaning something then? Like, just, you know, like if I said I promise I'll never tell, but then I do tell. Like, you're not. What is the point of the promise? You're not being held to any standard. It's just, you know, until I feel like it. You know, it's pointless to say these things if you can be talked into it. You know,
I mean, it just depends on the situation. Like everything's different.
I'm just saying it's pointless to say never when that's not what you really mean. Like, again, if like, you know, instantly if you were to be like, you know, I'll never work for Disney, and then I said, what if I paid you $100 million to be in a movie? I don't think you say no after that. You'd probably be like, well, $100 million. Like, well, yeah, but then
Listen, it depends.
But then what was the point of what you said before, right? Like, it's meaningless.
I think it really depends on the situation, because like, what if on top of that, it's like you have to take care of a family and you feed them?
Then don't say you'd never. Then why say you'd never do something if
no, but
you have a family?
Okay, but dude, my point is it's fucking normal. People say this shit all the time. Not everyone can keep a promise.
And I'm just saying it's a stupid thing to do.
Not keeping promises is fucking normal. Just like people will say it no matter what, Rook.
I know. I don't know what you're having an issue with that. I mean, I feel like I'm agreeing with you that it's a normal thing, and I think it's stupid. It's a normal thing, and I think it's dumb.
Okay.
To make a statement that you don't mean, you know.
Okay, and I'm just making the point that it's a normal thing to happen.
I just said I agree with that. It's a normal thing to happen, and it's dumb.
Okay, thank God.
I said that a couple times here. I agree with you, but it's also stupid.
Yeah, but you just kept driving the conversation further and further to the point where I don't know. I don't remember you saying that you agreed. I don't know. You just kind of drove the conversation like more and more to the point where it's like, I don't know.
Anything else you want to say about the movie?
Fuck, I don't know. What is it? They stop Cassandra Nova, and they talk to the TVA, and they go back to, I guess Logan and X-23 sort of tag along with Wade to meet their friends and to meet his friends and stuff. So
yeah,
that's pretty much where it ends, really.
Yep.
And then there's the end credit scene with Wade showing kind of like bullshit footage of what Johnny said and all that. It's like he didn't say that much shit, but that was pretty funny. I'm kind of glad they didn't tease something coming up, because it's like because I really don't care about, some of the shit coming after, really. So there's no point on that, you know what I mean? Some people had a problem with that. It's like, no, I'm actually glad it was something just dumb and funny related to the movie. Unless it was something teasing like, oh, Blade will return or something. It's like, and if it was something revolving around Wesley's Blade, it's like, okay, that would have been cool. That would have gotten my attention. But if it was a teaser for like the new Captain America Falcon thing, it's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, teasers at the end of these don't really matter anyway. They only go through on a few of them. They don't really do anything with half the end credit scenes.
No, literally. And Deadpool even kind of like jokes at that when the end credit scene shows up. It's like, fucking hate when they do these things or something like that.
That would have been kind of funny if this film established like, there's no more end credit scenes. Like at the very end, he's like, I bet you're waiting for a fun end credit
Deadpool
scene.
Deadpool already made that joke in the first movie.
Well, no, his was more, why are you still here? And this one would be, I know what you're expecting, and I know what you want, but we're not. No, and then if he were to say there is going to be no more going forward, no more end credit scenes going forward.
But you know what the end credit scene of Deadpool 1 was a ripoff of, right?
A Ferris Bueller, yes, yeah,
correct.
But that's why what I said was different here.
Yeah.
If it was to establish that going forward there will be no more to expect.
Yeah, but what is it? They briefly like touch on that, and then he's just like, I just want to show you some footage or whatever. It's like, that's kind of fun. Yeah. Like, that's very Deadpool.
I don't know. It's Deadpool, but I didn't really find it funny. It's just like, okay. I think people just wanted to hear Chris Evans curse.
Funny, but
it's
it
just like,
sense. I don't know, but
I mean, for Deadpool to make a joke, I guess, but it wasn't really. I feel like they could have done anything if they wanted to, or nothing. That would have been fine, I guess. It's whatever.
Okay.
I hope that I didn't drain you with the back and forths. I mean, I feel like
No, it's just been-
a lot
it's
of
just
them,
been
a lot of
long.
them is us trying to figure
I
each
had a-
other's points out. Honestly,
No, I had a close tonight, so like that's why I'm kind of exhausted, and I like for the past 2 days I've been in like 2 night shoots, so
oh, I got
that's
you.
also
Yeah,
why I'm
tired
exhausted.
boy.
Yeah,
I got you.
but
Well,
then
it
you were
was
doing
good.
this stream. But then you were
Yeah.
doing this stream, and I'm like, I gotta talk about this movie with you because you're one of some people who are on the negative side of things.
Yes. And
Because
what's
there's some
funny,
other
I feel like
people
based on all my critiques that I should have given it a lower score, but I think a 4 is fair based on what I've said because
no,
I still think there's good praise to it. I've given good praise to the movie too. It's just
I disagree with the amount of problems you had. That would be like a 6 out of 10 for me.
with everything that I said.
Yeah, with the conversations we had, it's like the problems you had.
Well, I mean, I said more before you were here, but I mean, I didn't want to. If we'd be here longer, far longer, if I went into everything.
Okay, I'll need to rewatch.
If you rewatch and go through each thing I'm saying, then I think
I'll need to watch the replay,
those cuts add up quite a bit on there.
Okay, then when I watch the replay of just you.
Yeah, which is just an hour of the stream. It's first hour.
Yeah. I'll rewatch that first hour and then I'll be able to judge if the 4 out of 10 rating is earned.
Okay.
Because from the conversation we had, it sounded like you would give it like a 6 out of 10. From like if I were to put if I were in your shoes, I would personally that would be like a 6 out of 10 from what I sort of picked out of your brain.
Well, when I came out of the theater, I was more on a 5 out of 10. That was like where I was feeling out of the theater. But the more I was thinking about it, the more I was lowering it. And I feel like it's one of those things where I don't want to go easy on a film just because it has a lot of things in it that I like as well. There's a lot of things in there that I liked, but
I get it.
It's like I want it overall to be better in general, and it's like I feel like a lot of us will settle for something that it seems really good, like candy or something, but it's like ultimately, do you want a bunch of this, or we're gonna feel icky after a while if we get more like this all the time? And it's like I'm hoping that we have some ones that are a little bit better structured. You know what I mean? Like.
I'll say this, and I'm not saying you're one of those guys, but those along with you who have given this a negative review or this movie a negative review, I feel like those people had high expectations for this movie.
I had no expectations for this movie. I had 0.
Okay, and like I said,
I know you're not saying it's me. I got you. Yeah.
But there are those who are like, "Oh my god, this is actually gonna be this is gonna be fucking amazing." And they're like, "Oh my god, no!" Like
yeah, no, I got
it's
you.
not as good. It's not as good as I hope. It's like, and I'm just like, I sort of expected just a decent, passable movie at best, and I was like, "Oh wow, I was really entertained by what."
Yeah, I was more expecting it to not be great, but hoping it was going to be amazing and like totally subvert me. And again, there's a lot of great moments to it though. So.
I didn't want to go that far to be like, oh, it's going to be amazing. It's like, I think the MCU can't fucking get to that point anymore, as far as I'm concerned. I feel like
this will be the closest. I feel like this will be the closest they can get to amazing for a while.
I mean, if I were to take a guess, maybe Secret Wars, but I don't know.
I don't know. I can't tell with most of their stuff.
I mean, it kind of depends on what they'll do with the future movies and stuff. But you heard, the Russo brothers are back and shit for the next 2 Avenger movies.
They are.
Yeah, apparently. So I don't know what they'll be doing, but and was it what they changed Avengers Kang Dynasty to Avengers Doomsday or whatever.
Right, right.
So Doctor Doom's going to be the villain, not
Oh,
Kang.
right, because
Which
of the stuff with the actor. Right, right. They had
yeah,
they had to change that up. They had to change that up.
but yeah, that's which is fucking weird. Like I don't know why. Like you could have gotten someone else to play Doctor Doom.
It's one of those decisions where I'm like, I can understand. Like that would have maybe made sense in Deadpool and Wolverine, like a quick,
Yeah.
a funny. Well, hey, that's Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom. Wouldn't that be crazy? We're not doing that ever again. And then that's it. Like that's where that would have worked probably.
I agree.
I don't think they'll get the same level of. I don't think they'll get it because they're gonna go. People love Tony Stark. They love Iron Man. They love Robert Downey Jr. They'll love him as Doctor Doom. And it's like
normies are gonna be.
I don't think they
No,
will.
but normie. Like I think performance-wise, he'll do a good job playing that character.
He'll do well. But will the
like,
character be well written? Will the character be good? That's what I'm not sure of. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's still Marvel writing. Like, how will this end up being? I don't know.
Listen, the worst Marvel can do with Doctor Doom is like it is Tony Stark or whatever, and he's just bad. It's like that would suck ass.
That would be awful.
That's the type of writing that I expect Marvel to do. You know what I mean? Because of all their other awful shit. I'm just like, if they pull that card, it's like, holy fuck, no.
I part of me almost wants, if I don't know what they'll do, but I mean, Doctor Doom is connected with mutant stuff, isn't he? Or wait, no, I'm thinking of.
No, he's connected with Fantastic Four.
I'm wrong. He had I guess I was confusing Doctor Doom and Magneto because they both own an island, don't they? Like they both own their own country, right?
I think so.
Like Latveria, isn't that the name of Doctor Doom?
Yeah, Latveria, yes.
I was thinking that was the home of like mutants in the comics that Magneto had, but that's Doctor Doom, not Magneto.
Yeah, that's Doctor Doom.
So he has his own people that are not mutants, actually. Okay, never mind.
Correct.
Never mind. Okay.
Because he's a Fantastic Four villain.
All right. Yeah. But yeah.
And they are going to do
We'll see what they do, I guess. I mean, who are the Avengers now? A couple of teenage girls and Thor.
Yeah, it's like Thor, Hulk, Spider-Man.
A cuck Hulk, basically. Not even Hulk.
Oh, really. Literally, yeah. Cuck
bitch
Hulk.
Big bitch Hulk.
Doctor Strange.
She-Hulk.
Who also... Oh, fuck. God.
Not Hawkeye, but his like daughter.
Well, no, Kate Bishop, not daughter.
Or is it not? Oh,
no, it's not.
Sorry, I don't know. I didn't see the Hawkeye show. I thought it was just him and his daughter or something. I have no idea.
It's not his daughter. It's its own character, but
Miss
like
Marvel,
gender
I think.
Swapped. Yeah,
Miss Marvel and Captain Marvel. I don't know if both of them or one of them. I don't know.
Probably
it's gonna be an awful movie. How do they think the Avengers movie will work? I mean, the original phases had things in the movie and characters like leading up to events. These are random movies and random characters. I guess they're gonna be in the same movie now.
I don't know what they'll do. Maybe maybe they'll tie in and they might bring in like Deadpool and Wolverine somehow in it again. I don't know.
Oh no, they'll ruin them probably. Because I don't know how much way.
Honestly, I'd rather have them. I'd rather have them in it than fucking like. I don't know. I'd rather have the characters and the cameos we got in Deadpool and Wolverine like replace all the fucking shit Marvel characters that we got, and they're just there to help and shit.
Yeah, but you want them to be written well, not shit. You know that's.
Well, yeah, obviously, but like
in an Avengers movie, I don't know how much sway Ryan Reynolds or Hugh has over the script and their characters.
I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I don't care.
unless it looks intriguing somehow and they actually like have a good plan.
Are there any Marvel movies you're gonna plan to see?
Not that I know of. Like, I'm not gonna watch any of the Disney Plus shit.
I think they have like 10 shows. I don't.
Yeah, it's like,
I wouldn't want to waste my time. Like, why
who's
bother?
gonna you know what comes out right after this movie, right?
Winter or Captain Soldier Falcon.
Well, that's movie wise, but just overall, like including the shows.
No, I don't.
Agatha All Along. That's what's after Deadpool and Wolverine is a Agatha Harkness spin-off show.
Who's that?
That's the witch. That's the witch villain in WandaVision.
Oh right, they had a TV show too, didn't they?
Yeah, but she was
I
like
haven't
the villain
seen
in it.
that one. Oh, the villain. Okay. People
The villain in
clamoring for her.
WandaVision. The villain in WandaVision gets her own TV series.
Was she iconic?
No one gives a fuck. She was terrible.
And I feel like Vulture would be okay to get his own or something from Spider-Man.
Well, that's Sony,
right? Well,
so they can't do that.
Gee, I don't know. I honestly, they don't need to have a show. I don't know why they're bothering. They could just not have a show.
No, literally, they're literally just milking shit out at that point.
Like, I can't even imagine watching Marvel shows now. I tried to watch a few, but I just can never finish them. I'm just like,
I think there's also going to be an Ironheart show, which is basically like a gender and race swapped Iron Man.
Ay.
Yeah. Well, that character was already introduced in the recent Black Panther movie, anyway. But whatever.
Yeah, that's funny. But anyway, I'm gonna go. I gotta.
So that's
4.5 hours for me.
So like I said earlier, Deadpool and Wolverine is an island in a sea of piss. The sea of piss is what's coming after.
If it means anything, this is better than the last quite a few MCU shit that I've seen since No Way Home. Since like No Way Home was like even the first half of No Way Home sucked, and it got pretty good in its second half, but it's still there's things in that one that still could have landed a lot better, but they did really well utilizing the characters. Like that was shocking. But
that's the thing.
Since then,
that's the thing. People are saying like, oh, Deadpool and Wolverine fucking has problems and stuff. It's like Spider-Man No Way Home has problems too. Yeah. If anything, part of me thinks that, like, I'm gonna be so real. I cringed less at Deadpool and Wolverine as compared to Spider-Man No Way Home. Because that first half is just.
No, I actually agree. Mostly because there's a lot of cringe that sort of comes in. There's like I don't know if I should say cringe. There's a lot of expected comedic like there's just so much different to expect in a Deadpool movie compared to a Spider-Man movie.
Well,
there's a lot more seriousness and things that are supposed to make sense. In Spider-Man one, you know.
Because here's the thing, I didn't cringe really during Deadpool and Wolverine. I actually laughed because of
cringe is not the right word. Cringe is not the right word. I don't think I even cringed at anything. That's not
the right word. No, I cringed at like the Doctor Strange shit in the first half of Spider-Man No Way Home. That was like,
I know that's what I'm saying too. Like that shit was cringe as fuck. And they're like, oh, Wong's the guy now because I wasn't here for a while and I don't like that. It's like, okay, here you want something done? Okay, I'll just do a spell right now that just makes people forget you. Wait, what? Okay, it's just like fucking what? Yeah, I didn't even see the one that came before that. Far From Home or whatever. I don't think I saw that movie.
Yeah, you're not missing much.
So I think I liked the recap they gave in No Way Home. I'm like, sums it up enough for me. That's good enough.
That's what other people say.
So I'm just like, all right. And so Yeah, so that's what's interesting. So like I hope so that's the thing. You know that I'm critical on this movie, but like you know that I'm critical on like anything. So that's not
That's true. I mean,
it's not like
I'm
I'm
critical.
just especially picking on this one. It's just
I'm
I'm live streaming. I'm trying to be active content wise now. I'm trying to get back into that. So
No, when I saw your tweet about you like not liking like being mixed on this, I was like, oh, here goes Rook again
but I feel
with his
like a
hot
lot of
takes.
saying is understandable, but people will disagree because they felt different. I think that's where it'll come down to. But I feel like people can agree on a lot of basic plot related things but
Yeah, this isn't
a
a
lot of people will go into a Deadpool movie and go, I don't give a shit about the plot. I want to have fun with the characters. So it's like, all right, that's cool, you know.
that was sort of what I kind of went into it. It's like I just want to have fun. I'm not expecting anything perfect.
Yeah, but it's like
Like
that was thing. I had zero expectations too. I go into every movie wanting to have fun. I mean
no, well,
that's
no,
the goal.
my expectations were it's probably not going to be the greatest written script ever. It's probably going
I
to
feel
be a
like
lot of
nobody should
fun.
ever have that as an expectation. Nobody should ever think things are going to be the best because
I know, but with where Marvel is at, it's understandable.
if
Like
anything,
let's be real.
we should expect it. We should hope that it's like okay. Like that's where we're at. Where we should at least hope it's okay and not
No, but
total
here,
like Thor: Love and Thunder cringe and shit. You know?
but here's the thing. I only have high expectations if I'm watching like a Quentin Tarantino movie or a
Yeah,
Christopher
like
Nolan
a
movie.
esteemed director. I know what you mean. That is like a better. That is where high expectations should be levied. I do agree. Like ones that have a
Yeah,
good track record. Ones that have good
not
track
a
records. That's true.
not a not a comic book movie. Like I'm gonna be so real. Not a comic book movie should you have high expectations, even if it ends up being like a masterpiece.
That's what Angus tells me too. But I always I put comic book movies on the same level as just how I grade most movies. If I separate the distinction, then I think then I would probably land at a 6 out of 10. If it's just like, well, they're doing comic book things in this movie and stuff. So some of the logic you're thinking of, some of the stuff you're talking about doesn't matter. Okay. And then if I'm treating
No,
it in a
I
specific
get
genre, like comic book movie, then the grade would probably go up.
I agree with you to a point, but it's just like they like some films just feel like different animals to one another, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I shouldn't judge them based on, oh, this is a comic book movie, this is an art house film, so
Because
I grade them different. Yeah.
like The Incredibles, I can't go because it's a kid movie. I'm going to grade it differently than I would any other movie. Like, I'd put that on the same level as like, or when I say the same level, I mean I'm critiquing everything on the same table essentially. So whether it's the comic book one, whether it's like a Shawshank Redemption, whether it's whatever, but then I'll account for whatever they are in part of the score, but that's typically not like a huge factor because it's all. I mean, because then that goes into subjective stuff where, like you said, like with the stuff with Channing Tatum and whatever, like that's more specific to certain audience. Like that's taking away from the core of what it is and
You
going to what'll get subjective reactions from
okay,
specific audience members.
the
Like that's
the problem with Channing Tatum as Gambit is you're only going to understand any of the references or jokes if you understand like the inside baseball of all that type of stuff or the corporate politics of like the making of trying to get a Gambit movie made by Fox. That's why he was there.
yeah.
Like there's like I'll be real. The problem with this movie objectively is there's going to be a decent amount of people who just do not understand some of these references or jokes that they make. And it's mainly just because like it's like, oh, Fox fucking merged with Disney. Deadpool is making or Deadpool makes takes a ton of shots at Disney and Marvel and all that type of stuff. And at the same time, it you know, it feels like kind of a love letter to the older Marvel movies, which I really liked. And okay, you know what's fun? Do you at least agree with that? That it feels like a love letter to what has come before?
I feel like it was trying. I don't know if I can describe it like that, but I would say it's definitely not trying to insult everything that existed
Yeah.
before. I mean, having Elektra on screen was like, okay, why are you even bothering with her? But I give you props for doing that, because who else would? At this point?
I mean,
Like,
you brought
I don't know if you know how unlike the Electric movie was. Like, that was such.
I
Like,
never
especially
I
after,
never watched it.
It would be so boring, a bland. It's such a bland movie. You'd be like, even like, it doesn't matter like all the differences we have with this. I know you would be bored by that movie. That movie is boring.
Wait,
I thought it was boring as shit. And
Oh,
I
you
like
saw
I like the Daredevil movie. I don't think the Daredevil movie is like that good, but I enjoy the hell out of the Daredevil movie. It's fun. And
I've only seen the director's cut. I think the director's cut I hear is like, that's the only one I've watched, and that's like the best version is what I've heard. And I agree.
Yeah.
I kind of enjoy it, but it's not great.
Yeah.
But like the Elektra movie, I just never had any interest in watching it because I've heard like I haven't heard anyone say that it was good.
Yeah. So yeah,
It's
so
like-
I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine, I don't know if I'd say it's a love letter. I don't know if that's what I'd describe this as, but it does feel like it is trying trying to show some love to some of the more forgotten like characters or franchises that, you know, have been squashed and are not getting sequels or remade or anything. So it does that, which I think is good. I think it's a good step in a direction. Like, especially the cameos, even though I think they could have been utilized better, are used respectfully. That's a plus as well. They were not like destroyed.
They had a purpose.
They're not shat on. So and they were intended. They have a thin purpose, but they do have a purpose. I agree. They do have a purpose. That's better than a lot of other cameos that are just, hey, you're there, bye. Like this is better. This is
Doctor
better.
Strange mom. Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness.
Exactly. That was that one.
That's the point
awful.
I tried to make earlier. Yeah.
I'm not sure which of our conversations it was, but if I wasn't getting the point, I get what you're saying now.
I think I tried to explain that like the cameos actually had a purpose in the story, and you were like,
okay,
oh no, they were kind of.
Okay,
and I was like,
okay, so yeah, compared to other cameo stuff, these do have a better purpose, especially compared to most cameo appearances. Like, so this would be like if I put No Way Home as like a top tier of like cameo usage, this is pretty close to that. I mean, it's not.
Yes.
It is closer, and then like Mom is like, no, Doctor Strange Mom's like way the fuck down here and shit. Like,
oh yeah, very.
So
this
is closer. You know, if that one's up here, this is more up here. You know, if they had more, they could push it up to this level. Is what my point more was. So that might have been our disconnect at that time with that. So yeah, they do have a purpose. That is something.
Yeah,
and that is good that this movie does that.
Man, we've been here for almost 5 hours, man.
Yep, but
again,
it's fun conversation. This is what's funny. I feel like a lot of people would probably think like, you know, God, why do you guys even like talk with each other or something? If we argued for most of that time, but like,
no, it's fun.
I feel like when we're creatives, that's kind of what we do a bit, and then after a bit, yeah, now we've just been talking about stuff that we want to see and stuff that we like. So, like, yeah,
on top of that, we're young filmmakers, and you kind of have your different points. Okay, here's a question I wanted to ask you. Like, ever since you rated the movie the way you did. I don't know if you view it this way. I sort of look at it whenever I watch a movie, depending on like, you know, like who's directing it and all that. you know, you look at a Tarantino, a Scorsese, a Nolan, a Coppola, and you're like, these are very competent directors, even if they make something that is not the greatest thing ever, but like you look at the way they make the movie, and it's like, oh, this is a very competent director. I look at Deadpool and Wolverine compared to some of the more recent Marvel movies that have come out, and I look at those movies and I'm like, this is not a competent filmmaker making these movies. I look at Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm like, okay, I see a competent director making this movie.
I feel like the competency is there most of the time. There is competency there most of the time, especially like framing wise, like with what you're seeing on the screen. But then like the issues would come with like some of the special effects or like, you know, again, some of the settings that are there. But I do feel that there is a lot more passion in this compared to other stuff. There is love here. There is passion here. That is something I think to take away from it as well, is that you come off of most of the other Marvel movies and it's like, fuck me, these guys didn't even care about what they made at all. With this, you know they cared, especially Ryan Reynolds and Hugh. Like, they fucking cared. So,
and plus like Hugh and Ryan,
that is something I appreciate big time too. The actors giving a shit. That is good.
Well, on top of that, Ryan and Hugh, they've worked with Sean Levy before, the director.
Yeah.
So there's a big collaboration between those three in particular, where they're like, we want to make something that we're passionate about.
Yeah. So I would encourage more of that, people making something they're passionate about, even if it doesn't turn out being the best, you know, it's like super great. I encourage people to make things with their passion, even if it's shit. Like, I'm not saying this was shit.
Not
you
shit,
know what I mean.
But just like
you know what I mean though. Even if somebody made something,
even if it's not a masterpiece, you know what I mean?
Well, I guess I should rephrase that though, because like, you know, people making Star Wars have made what they wanted to, but they didn't give a shit about like the lore or anything. They didn't give a shit about the world it was in. That's not exactly what I mean. If you're gonna make something that is part of something already established, you should definitely, you know, make what you want, but you gotta respect what you're also making it in too. Of course, you have to know what you're doing. You can't just make up your own bullshit.
Also, an important tip to learn, like as a filmmaker, if you're adapting something from an IP, something you got to keep in mind is the filmmaker has to approach it like a fan.
When you're doing an IP, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't so much take advice from other fans. Like you should.
Some fans say some things that are kind of ridiculous that wouldn't work in a movie. But you're right; they should still take a collective note of fans. You should definitely consider at least, you know, what would piss them off. What's something that they would like to see? Can I make that happen? Can I make this thing that they want to see? Can I make that happen? Maybe they can't make it happen to the full extent, but they can try to give as much nod to it as they can and stuff like that. And that stuff will go a long way for sure.
The trick is, what is the movie? The filmmaker has to have the mindset of like, what do I want to see?
Yeah, which you can argue that that's part of,
and you hope. And you're hoping that the audience will like it. Yes,
which it could be. This could be something that I learn the more that I interact, the more that I talk with people again about movies and stuff. That's part of the issue. I haven't only on the physical media show and with Black Angus Reviews do I like really talk about movies lately. It's been a while since I've like talked to a lot of people about movies and stuff. So, you know, I could be learning to the effect of, you know, targeting the audience. I think that the filmmakers targeted the audience perfectly here for this, to have this be good. And I mean, it's the kind of thing where, yeah, if you are somebody who haven't seen all the other movies or read all the other comics, like The movie's not good. Like it's funny when Brie Larson said this movie's not made for you. It didn't make sense for the movie she was talking about, but it makes sense to a lot of other movies. Like some movies are not made for some people necessarily. Like some movies are more geared for certain people to watch. Like people that like Wolverine and Deadpool and all this stuff are.
Oh no,
I
100%.
don't know how they wouldn't be sad. I don't know how they would not be satisfied with this. I'm just looking at it as like, yeah, I'm a filmmaker, but I'm just like this. I'm not super into the lore, but I have seen the movies, and I'm wanting things to, I guess be okay with that. But I mean, I don't expect them to do anything either. So I'm just going in. What do you got? So
No, there's a target demographic for like everything.
Yeah, which I think filmmakers should strive to somewhat hit instead of just trying to hit it for everyone. Because I think that's what I used to think I used to think a general audience would be the best thing to aim for, but that's not always good because sometimes you dilute good parts of your story to like make it more clear to the audience when people that like your stuff will know what you're talking about.
You shouldn't. That's the thing. You can't appeal it to everyone because if you try, like if your general audience you're trying to make it for is everyone, then it's for no one.
Yeah, it's not even worth watching. Why? There's already so many movies that exist. Nobody's gonna be able to watch them all. So make movies for people that will make time to watch the movie. Like that's in a way how it should be looked at. Like that's sort of how I can sort of think of it. Will this movie waste their time or not? Will this appeal to the people that will watch this or not? And I can see in a way why some people don't want people to support movies that they don't even like because of that. Because if they're giving, I hate how money is like what will like tell them that it's good or not. Like, look how much money this movie made this weekend. It's like, well, just because a lot of people saw it doesn't mean that they like it. Not everybody's going to post what they think about it online. If I saw the movie first and then liked it, and then I paid you instead of, I pay first and then see whatever it is, I think there'd be different results for box office if I could see the movie first and pay because I enjoyed it, or see the movie first and go, that was shit, I'm not paying you that.
There's been a decent amount of movies that have made $1 billion that are pretty shit.
Yeah, I don't know what one's on top of my head, but
the Lion King remake.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a perfect example. A lot of
The
people
Aladdin live action remake too. I'm not even kidding.
That made $1 billion?
It barely made $1 billion. That's ridiculous.
What? That's insane. Oh my god, that's a perfect example of like if you were to watch it first and then go, all right, do you want to pay them for watching that? I'd go,
okay, and I'll be real as to why it made $1 billion. That's because Will Smith was like a pretty prominent name at the time.
He wasn't known to be quite the failure cuck he is now.
No, but see,
the perception of him anyway.
But even that Bad Boys movie that came out this year did pretty well. And he was in that. A lot of people can separate the art
from the artist. So,
See, that was a fun movie. That movie is just like Deadpool and Wolverine. It's like I don't expect, a fucking 10 out of 10 movie. I just want to have fun. And I had fun. Like it delivered in that. Same with Deadpool and Wolverine.
I gotcha.
That was one of the other summer movies that came out this year that I actually watched in the theater was that Bad Boys Ride or Die movie.
Yeah. Do you ever give movies 2 ratings or just 1? What do you mean? What I mean by 2 is sometimes you can rate a film based on your enjoyment, and then I guess the objective score is what the more. And now, one score is based on how you felt. You felt really good about the movie, or you felt bad about the movie, and then your other score is what you think critically. If you're putting your feelings aside and you just are grading the movie, what do you come up with? Is it really that bad or really that good?
Sometimes I do that, and then I combine it to one score. That's how I do it.
That's probably a good idea.
only because I have a letterboxd account and you can only rate something with one
With
score.
one, I gotcha. See, so if I were to do that, I would probably land at a 5 out of 10 because I'd probably objectively give this more like a. So the objective score I think is a 4. The enjoyment score I have is probably more at like a 6 or 7. I enjoyed it, but you know, I'd put it. So I'd put the total score probably at a 5 or 6 between the two, somewhere there. If I were to do that,
Yeah, because what is it? I'd say like enjoyment. Well, I'd say objective score. I would give it like a 6 out of 10. But I'd say enjoyment level, it's like 9 to almost a 10 out of 10. Just as a fan.
That's good. Yeah, I feel like the subjective scores will get 10s, as
And that's
the
why
objective ones almost will never get a 10. Almost, because
Yeah,
10 is like
exactly.
perfect, and it's like, oof, that's reserved for like I can't find a flaw here. What is this movie? I watched it 10 times, can't find a flaw. Maybe this is a 10 out of 10. Like that's something like that.
That's like Jaws, like both objective and enjoyment's a 10.
Yeah,
You know, stuff like that. But
I gotcha.
but fucking yeah, like, and that's what I sort of mean when I say this movie is an 8 out of 10 for me, is they sort of combine the two ratings like you do
Yeah,
into one score.
which I actually don't always combine the two, but I think I might start doing that now. Angus and I are trying to do that with our scores. Like his score was an 8 out of 10 for the movie. Mine was a 4. So our collective score is a 6 and stuff. So it's like, it's actually not a bad way. That's not a bad way to do it. I think combining your ratings, but yeah, as for mine, yeah. So yeah, mine would end up at a 5.
And you don't need to do like complicated math or anything. It's more so instinct.
Yeah,
you know?
and the number is just moving up or down based on how much you think that they apply to the number.
That happens a lot. Like
our conversations, our arguments are pretty much what moves numbers up or down. Like that's
exactly
just up or down. Up or down. Why? And this or that. This and that. This and that. Okay, shit. Well, where's it gonna go?
it's like getting off the movie. It's like I almost gave it a 4.5, but I'm like, no, that's a little too high. Like I'll give it a 4 out of 5.
Mm-hmm. Usually when I come out of a movie, I feel that's when I would give it the highest rating usually. And I think there's only been a few times, like it's rare for me that I'll come out of a movie and think about it and give it a higher score than what I initially think of it. It's rare.
Yeah.
It's rare. It happens,
yeah,
but it's rare. Usually the more I think about it, I lower the score. But but it depends.
No,
even Kingdom of the
happens.
Planet of the Apes, man. I was really hoping to like that one, and
I actually I was a bit lower. Like my score went lower the more I thought about it. Like I didn't care about it as much. It was okay.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that didn't need to exist. Like I would have been fine with just the trilogy as it was, but okay, they want to make more. Okay, and it's just like I don't
know. I felt like it was kind of just there.
Yeah, it was just if it was on TV, I'm sure people would have it on in the background. I wish I didn't spend money to see it in the theater. Felt kind of like a waste of time for that, but yeah,
I agree. On top of that, there were some annoying ass kids in the theater, so that also kind of ruined it for me.
But I feel like that one has the least heart in it compared to all of the other Planet of the Apes films. The other ones I feel all have something they're trying to achieve. With this one, it felt like, well, we can make one, right? Okay. And it's just like, oh man. So yeah. So and I love that whole franchise, except for that movie.
No, I completely understand it.
Yeah, a lot of people think I hate everything. I should really make a video talking about all the movies that I like or something, because people really think I hate people think I hate every fucking thing. And like even Tom, he's like, oh, I wouldn't pick a movie anywhere below the 90s. And I'm like, I don't know, The Thing, The Fly, The Blob, the Monster Squad. Like these are just like a few off the top of my head that are from the 80s that I really fucking love. And there's more you can add to Terminator movies, of course, Alien. Like, these are all ones from the 80s, just top of my head that I adore. That that are great. I guess I don't typically pick movies that I like to talk about as often as ones that I don't like or something.
Well, I think the reason why Tom's saying that is because you have hot takes on certain things that like the general public fucking loves.
Yeah.
I
I
think
feel like that'll be a
like,
good poll to see which is the most hot take of mine. The Gremlins one, the Revenge of the Nerds, Ghostbusters, or Beverly Hills Cop. Like which is the hottest of the hot takes?
Yeah. Yeah, that's we're definitely gonna need to like write a list of like things that you have a hot take on, and we'll
I
like
feel like those
we'll
four were like the main ones that was a hot take that people really responded to on there. Revenge of the Nerds, Ghostbusters, Gremlins, and Beverly Hills Cop. There wasn't anything else I think that came anywhere close to that for
I think
reactions.
well, not so much by reactions from like the physical media chat, but I think other people outside of it, probably Gladiator, since I know you weren't a big fan of that one.
Yeah, Gladiator would be a hot take for most, but the physical media chat and the panel seem to agree with me. I think Tom. I don't know if Fanzine saw Gladiator, but Tom.
No,
Tom agreed with me on that.
Okay, you know what's funny about that is I think the day after, or like a few days yeah, I think it's the day after, or was the next week or whatever, Greg had Michelle from Force of Light on Greg's channel, and Michelle like did a reaction to Gladiator on her channel and said, "Oh my God, I loved Gladiator. I thought it was a masterpiece of a movie." I was like, "Oh man, don't tell Rook." Rook was on that same channel just trashing it.
Well, that's what's funny. I mean, I like to hear. See, that's what's fun. That's what's funny, though. I feel like I'm somebody who you can tolerate talking to, even though I have takes like this, because I also want to hear why you enjoyed the movie or why you think it's really good. Gladiator's one where I think that one has a lot of high points to it. I mean, as bland as I think the movie is, there's a lot of really good filmmaking choices in there and performances that are done really well.
And here's the thing,
that makes sense.
The reason why I don't give you too much shit for disliking Gladiator is because I'm not too high on Ridley Scott overall. Like he's made some good movies, but I agree with Tom, for instance. Like I just think he's overrated. Like every single movie he has, like really, like you need a director's cut for everything.
Yeah, that's an insane. Like, come on,
like that's annoying.
That's like Zack Snyder shit, kind of. I mean, I know. Sorry, I know you love Zack Snyder. I know, but he wants to have cuts for everything. He wants to have multiple cuts of all his movies.
It's almost worse than Zack Snyder, because even Zack Snyder, like for some of his movies, like was I think like 300 and Man of Steel, like those don't have directors because it's just one cut.
That's true. Yeah. See, I feel like there's some more confidence if you don't have a director's cut. It's like, okay, no. I agreed with them. It was enough. Yeah, that was good.
Like the Rebel Moon shit's annoying with the director's cuts. It's like, why not just release those versions?
Yeah, especially since they're not in theaters or anything. Like, what is the excuse? I don't understand.
The reason is stupid as shit. They're trying to recreate like a Zack Snyder's Justice League thing, and it's just like that makes no sense.
You just can't. It's like they're trying to do Starkiller Base, but nobody gives a shit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's like nobody cares. We're done.
Like Netflix is trying to recreate the hype of that, but it's like, okay, the story behind Zack Snyder's Justice League movie is completely different. Like that was supposed to have a theatrical version, but he had a tragedy, which therefore
it's like the making of it is the making of it is a story of itself that's of interest. Like I didn't like the movie, I didn't like the end result of the movie, but I appreciate that it got to exist. based on all the
Exactly.
circumstances and roadblocks that went with all of that. So that alone
Exactly.
is that
And
alone
the
is
reason,
interesting.
and the reason why it was even a 4-hour movie is just because it was going to go direct to streaming. There's no way that would have been.
Yeah, that would have never been in the movie theater ever. So
No,
yeah.
they like he just wanted like whatever footage he had in the movie because he knew it was going to go to streaming. But
Part of me thinks that a 4-hour movie could work, but it really depends because it goes what is important. That's where the what is important comes almost the most important. There better not be a wasted scene because otherwise, why not make it shorter? The goal shouldn't be to make it 4 hours. It should be to make it as substantively packed as you can.
I agree.
You don't want to feel
I
like
agree.
time is wasted. You know.
No, because my problem is some people say that, you know what I mean? Like some people say like, oh, like there's no way I'd be watching this movie in a movie theater because it's 4 hours. It's like okay, like they wouldn't release a 4-hour cut of any movie in the movie theater. Like they couldn't. Peter Jackson couldn't even do that.
Yeah, if
With
Peter
the last Lord
Jackson
of the
could,
Rings.
if Peter Jackson could have, I think he would have been one that would have been the one that's worth it. Harry is the Lord of the Rings stuff. That would have been
agree.
Like the one franchise
agree.
you could get away with it.
I agree, but in its original run, it's like there's no way.
Oh yeah,
like,
I know.
They would have released 4 hours.
I feel like it'd actually be smart if they did that now. Like have some theaters
Oh no, they've
open
done.
sometimes and have the extended versions able to play in the theater for a couple days or something.
They
you
did it recently.
you would be fully stocked on your seats, so no problem.
No, they did it recently actually.
People will buy food because they're going to be there for 4 hours and they'll need to go to the bathroom. So you should have an intermission, and they're way the fuck better than the theatrical cut. So don't dare show the theatrical shit. Show the extended.
No, they've done reruns of the Lord of the Rings recently, both theatricals and extendeds. But I think they did extendeds recently. Fathom Events did or whatever.
I feel like if they did it once a year, like annually, I think that would be a really good idea. People would make a tradition of going to do that because there's like 2 generations of it now, essentially. Kids that grew up with it. Well, technically 3 generations. People that I don't know. There's a whole bunch because a lot of people get into it from Tolkien in general and then watch the movies. Like there's anybody likes who doesn't like Lord of the fucking Rings and who wouldn't want to see it on the big screen. I never saw it on the big screen. So that'd be kind of cool to see it on the big screen, you know, especially the extended stuff. Like when I saw the extendeds, I was like baffled that there's so much more footage that exists that are in the story. I'm like, what? But anyway, I'm going to end the stream next. It's been way past. People tuning in are probably like, they're not talking about the thing. So thank you all for watching. It's been 5 hours.
Talking about the